Final day of Swiss, and we are jumping into the action. We have 3 best of 3s today, and I am pumped for them as we get to define who heads into playoffs, who we wave goodbye to. My name's Vincent, alongside Exner, and Exner, I'm pumped and ready, but more than anything else, I'm glad to kind of put a final touch on a Swiss stage that's been pretty damn competitive.
And you know what? I see that you're so pumped. You're so ready. You're so prepared. You brought a fresh new cut to the scene right now. So, looking fly right now. I imagine feeling fly for the remainder of this Swiss stage. Really looking forward to closing out strong here. We've got a day of just fantastic stories of these teams that have fought tooth and nail throughout the Swiss stage, that are survivors, that have made it into a chance. You know, win, you're in, lose, you're out, you're eliminated. And that's what we're seeing right now with these 3 matchups remaining today here. A lot on the line for these matchups here, and I'm very interested to see who's going to come out on top and you know, who's going to be making it into the playoffs for these last spots.
Yeah, just to maybe sprinkle in a touch of, I think, a storyline that's going to be a through line for all 3 of these best of 3s today is, you know, teams who are trying to take their first opportunity to make a CCT playoffs up against teams that have been there and are looking to return, you know, that maybe we didn't anticipate or didn't expect to be sitting in a 2-2 round 5 Swiss situation. And I think that's true for all of these matchups, to be honest with you, especially these first 2 that you and I have to go through today. But yeah, as we've been highlighting, it's a day of setting things in stone. Only a couple of more teams, 3 teams going to be left on the green side of this Swiss, and unfortunately, we say goodbye to a couple of these guys as well. I think for me, right, we come away with this kind of getting a better look at, you know, what this Elevate roster, like the real Elevate roster, is going to look like. You know, they kind of were in a weird situation before this event, so like getting to see what they are at full strength is a lot of fun, but some surprises too, like Shinden and Dusty Roos going through 3-1. Those are teams that I didn't necessarily have on my bingo card.
I'm right there with you. You know, very exciting opportunities for so many of these rosters here. You know, Swingers looking really good in some of their matchups as well. But, you know, kind of just to zoom in right now and focus up on some of the teams that we're going to be casting. You know, first at bat for these opportunity games, it's going to be players versus Pain Academy. There's 2 squads here that are going to be fighting tooth and nail. Pain Academy, watched both of their wins. They looked very impressive as both 2-0s, but obviously took a couple losses in the Swiss as well. So, you know, are we going to see the same strong signed Pain Academy squad here, where we talked about a huge trio of firepower here? I mean, really just 5-man of firepower between all these different individuals. It was Demo, Leggy, and I would say Marks in the best of 3, though, that looked incredibly consistent throughout the whole series. And when they're winning, those are pretty typically, to be honest with you, the 3 that I'm keeping a close eye out for as to whether or not they can put up some good numbers once again.
Yeah, and just to speak to maybe some of the guys that you didn't mention there, Tattoo, I was actually really impressed with in that last series that you and I got to cast of them. You know, that as you were kind of talking about, a 2-0 in sort of surprising fashion against Yawara. We thought that was going to be a lot more of a competitive Yawara to show up for that, but I think part of the reason that Pain was able to close that was the reliability that Tattoo provided in the clutch. But then additionally, when we were talking about moments deep into rounds where he's not got a lot of resources, he's still able to get his and do well under pressure. I think I was really impressed with that. But you know, as a whole, I think this Pain Academy roster, on their best day, which is kind of what you want for an Academy roster, on their best day, I think they can show up against anybody in this Swiss stage and make it a good game. I do think that, you know, some of the difficulty is that on their worst day, I think that they can also lose to anyone in this Swiss stage as well. But you know, you got to take that upside with the downside when you're developing talent. And that's what Pain Academy have been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing here. This is a young team. They're going to make young team mistakes, and I kind of like that sometimes. Sometimes these younger players, you just like expect, and the narrative is that they should be making these big mistakes, but sometimes you just don't see that out of these young squads. But they're a young, scrappy team, and they're willing to give a fight here. But on the other side of things, you know, as you can see, still repping that Pain Academy jersey is Huggy, and what he's provided this players roster has been very impressive. I absolutely love watching what this guy can do here from a not only like leadership perspective, but as a kind of very active, aggressive piece of this roster who doesn't, I mean, in very similar situations can kind of work the extremities of maps, but knows when to, walk it back, knows when to play a little bit more passive, but knows when he needs to speed it up here for the squad. And I think that sort of combo always makes it very exciting. Myth Poutini stepping in here, but most importantly, they lost an academy piece here. They lost Spinny today here, and questions around how that's going to affect this team in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're sliding in Doc, who was previously on this roster as short a time ago as a month, but at the same time they've gotten a ton of reps without him, right? So it makes it difficult when you're trying to build back and find a way to iterate, and then you're kind of saddled with a piece that, even though I think Doc was good on this team, when this initial change happened, I actually questioned a lot, like, because of how much of a piece of firepower he was, what that was going to look like. But I was actually really impressed with how Huggy's been able to utilize Volterra. I think Volterra in this team has been used so much better. He looks so much more comfortable than any team that I've previously seen him on in the last year. And I, can only credit that to Huggy, at least for the time being. But regardless of how that went down, I think he's looked like a so much better, so much more consistent player with this roster than with his previous rosters. And I do think that, reintroducing Doc, not about him as a person, not about him as a player, but I think that does throw those positives into question, because it can be very disruptive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It's really good to see out of this guy and what he's been able to do to step up. And again, that's credit to partially the system that they're being able to build. But again, still those question marks here, bringing back Doc and what this team's going to do. Let's look at the Veto here and see what maps we're going to be playing things out on. I mean, so far, I think Pain Academy have been able to really thrive in some of the maps in the winning Swiss stages that they've been bringing to the table, but sometimes that's not always a luxury that can be afforded. But Anubis picked out, once again, Ancient picked out. These are two maps that they can work well on. Inferno going to be banned, and I think that's just going to, okay, that's a bit of a surprise for me. They do actually banned Dust 2 in the Decider, and then will go instead for a Mirage Decider. So kind of surprised to see that just a tad, but it'd be interesting to see if what Pain Academy has prepared in that department.
I think there's a couple of surprises. First and foremost, I want to go backwards in time there. Players banning Nuke. I think that's a little bit of a question mark. I'm not sure. I feel like I've seen a little bit of their Nuke, and whilst there definitely was, some holes there, I thought that they did pretty well. And it's also a map that we really haven't seen Pain Academy play. So I'm surprised that they don't leave that in the pool at the very least. Ban out something, like an Anubis, as that's sort of the biggest quality-wise results we've seen from Pain Academy is their Anubis play, but also the fact that they pick into Ancient. This is a home map for them, no doubt, but I think it's also, for me, the second best map that Pain have. And I know that that's maybe a little bit wild considering they don't have a ton of maps played, but in the maps I have seen played, I think that they can definitely show up on that type of map. So surprises across the board as we look to jump into Ancient. This is going to be a setup for me, Cole. It's about players should win. That is the narrative. They should be the team that comes into this as the heavy favorites. But I don't think it's that clear.
I couldn't agree more. I'm right there with you. I think every chance I've really come into a matchup thinking, this is a team that, okay, Pain Academy, they're getting a couple wins underneath their belt. They're starting to improve here very quickly, I would say, as well. And then I think, but this is the end of the road for them. It hasn't been the case here. They've been consistently being able to step up when moments matter. But this is the most important best of three that they'll play in the Swiss stage. It's the one that will lock them in a playoff position. This is a must-need, must-win. We'll see if that trend does continue here of surprising results for this young squad.
It's a little bit of a slow burn A take. They'll get mid control first. Good utility as well to help clean out Donut. Double Donut setup can be very deadly against this pistol round specifically, so they have the great utility, and now they're going to duel for it, try to hold on to this control. And they'll make it look a little bit better. A couple missed shots, but they're still trying to break through, and Pain Academy unsuccessful thus far in doing so. Finally, it does go correctly as we'll see them fall apart. We'll get a huggy final kill of the round, and players start off strong.
Nice. Just around kickoff for them. Oh, we're at it. Looking very well versed here at the moment. Is this player squad on the pistols? Bit of a tough start here for the other side of things here at Pan Academy. On that CT side. This is a very impressive map for them as well. I'd like to watch how Huggy kind of gets active on this map here. I think Doc could just bring an interesting flair here. I mean, again, you're pretty familiar with how he operates on this squad here with a lot of these individuals, but something that you oftentimes like to highlight, right? Oppers in general, but we have, noticed there's a bit of a Myth Boutini slight drop-off on this map. But I think good news is the riflers are good at picking up the pace, right?
Yeah, and it kind of has to be that on this one. And yeah, I think something to look for. I think that's the way I would describe it.
We'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, I did like the little deep dive last time around, just because I noticed a little bit of a pattern, and I was curious what like the stats were to back it up, and it's like a significant drop. It's like a 0.2 HLTV rating drop. Ancient versus every other map in the pool. And I think that part of the way that players should be looking to continue developing is by maybe trying to target how they can change that fact. And I don't even think it's, as you were kind of referring to, all really due to Myth Boutini as an individual. I just think that he's an opper that is that gun is his, you know. He works and does all of his best work with the AWP. And that doesn't mean that he can't rifle, but I think that a lot of oppers have kind of had to adjust to be more riflers than they would have liked to in the past. I don't think Myth is quite there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely with you, right? And again, he's a rifler that gets a lot of setup, a lot of love from his team, and in general for most maps. But this just isn't really a map that I notice a lot of oppers get chances to necessarily thrive in that department with setup, with positioning, things of that nature. So, interesting to see here. Nothing too worrisome here long term for how the player squad operate. I mean, obviously, even despite that fact, even despite the slight drop off in his performance, they still are very confident when it comes to picking into this map.
It is, and it's funny too, because let me go and look and remember what team this team was on prior to this. Yeah, it was that smoke roster, and even Corinthians before that. Like I saw that both of those teams played Ancient a lot, and I saw them almost exclusively on Ancient when I got to cast them, and I was really not high on Myth Boutini. I was like, okay, I guess. Actually, funny enough, like AJF before that, like they were also an Ancient team, and I saw a lot of Ancient from them, and I just thought, I thought he wasn't very good, genuinely, because this is the map I got to see the most from him. But then one time I got to see a Dust too, and I'm like, wait a second. That's what everyone else is seeing that I'm not seeing. Open my eyes a little bit. He's continued to develop throughout that.
Yeah, and reps are a good way to get better here, but Marks, who is looking much improved here, and it's been very exciting for me to watch on the AWP. On the rifle this round, as it is a third round buy, getting a couple of kills, rotating, and another kill from Marks. Offering up a fantastic defense early on, but there's a couple in response right now. And this could create some avenues to open up here. This smoke's going to fade away soon, though. XNS now left last man standing. Gonna have to do it all for the squad.
They might just do it. 3 HP and a lot to work with. Leggy's going to have to clutch up, but he's just waiting. Stalling this out. He's got a full minute to play with and the bomb on his back, so Leggy working in the dark. And that darkness shrouds A main. Where XNS could be or could have escaped to. He's just going to gamble that this is B. Running straight out of that. Don't think that XNS was close enough to hear that, but When
Just
does
gonna work in his
XNS
favor, right?
pick up the pace? Yeah.
At least a chance at a bomb plant you're talking about, and again, you can try and use that bomb as a central teammate for XNS to try and catch a back turn. Leggy still in motion though, and if it's back towards the A side, he's gonna be just fine. He should be spotting him soon. Yeah, there it is. Only a matter of time. XNS, some of the value he brings here, this squad, it's a little bit of experience here, right? He's played a little bit of international Counter-Strike, not only in North America, but talking about like a season of Pro League as well with Team 1 back in the day. When he qualified for Pro League, I believe the big stat was like that team and XNS individually was one of the biggest pieces of pulling back 4v5s throughout a playoff season of ECL that then got them into a playoff or a victory in ECL in North America versus like tough teams like Extrasalt back in the day. And that experience is definitely something he brings to this team here, is that he's so good in the clutch.
Yeah, you see him there very often in a 1v3 that really, I mean, shouldn't have gotten all that close. 1v1. Oh, available. That's a nice double opener. Make it a triple opener. Doc and Volterra, a duo. We're going to be swinging out onto the B bomb site where players now set up shop. Game into smoke is going to be just that. Round ending. As Tattoo, at the very least, going to break his way out of this round. Almost gets tagged down on the cross back towards the CT spawn, but luckily escaped from that. Players just pick up the pace a little bit, and they catch Pain Academy napping on B. Maybe not napping, that's probably the wrong terminology. More accurate, they catch Pain Academy in transition, you know, double up on the close angle, and I don't think Pain were at all prepared to take a duel.
Oh, not quite. It's a good pace change right there, especially off the back of a very expensive round 3 investment where it comes down to a 1v1, being able to pull through a little bit more of a punchy strat. Well, it could be nice to just bait out some utility. That's probably what you're thinking, you know, the next move is from players. So they speed it up instead, run it down for a round that, you know, likely story is the defense wants to hold the little utility that they have late into the round, and they just let them slide up the ramp slowly, surely enter into the site. Overwhelming success and right back into a tough situation. A couple AKs saved, but again, such a costly round. Gonna have to bring in just the little firepower that they do have here, like and Tatu. Like he does like to get very aggressive. And those odds right there definitely showing the situation that we're looking at right now, right? It's a series that players should be able to capitalize on, but I think a lot of teams already in the Swiss stage have figured out the hard way here that you just can't afford to underestimate this squad.
No, not at all. Well, and there you go. That's that aggression you were talking about for Leggy. Tatu does the same thing. That's maybe a little bit ambitious, but Marks is going to be overlooked. I can hear it more than likely. No, Myth does a great job diligently clearing out the backside of Donut. Sets this into a 3-on-3 instead of what would have been a very difficult recovery to be made. Cut off, acquired. With Shug going down, and XNS can now play a little bit more of a role into this one. Into main, but yeah, they don't realize that they've got to deal with XNS, and so Myth Boutini takes advantage of that. With players quickly recovering a round that could have gotten out of hand.
A nice late motion there from him, capitalizing on some of the extensions there. Definitely trying to put the pressure on by pushing through that smoke. Tattoo putting a lot of weight on his shoulders with the rifling he had available. Still no op for Marks in this round here, but the other side, this is what they like to do here. Fast towards mid. Got that quick motion. Doc back into the swing of things in some of his mid duels here that we're going to see out of him. And through the smoke they go. It's great flashes, fantastic utility, and they collapse for a lovely 2-for-1 trade here. Players successful in the mid duel.
Part of why players are actually so good on this map is their T-side mid duels are really difficult to deal with. They can be commanding in that area of the map. And very often, you know, you talked about Huggy and the individualism that he brings, but just a sacrificial piece in many instances as well, as he's part of that entire protocol for mid. East side target going to end up being perfect. Players looking to re-clear house, or excuse me, Pain Academy looking to re-clear house. In doing so, unfortunately, they've left the B-bomb site open, and that's the push and pull that players were hoping to catch, and they do perfectly.
Just leading into a third round save, or 3-man save, rather. Going to be able to hold on to the weaponry. It's just really good protocols early on. Capitalize on the mid duel, then group up, be able to strike elsewhere. And they choose their targets correctly.
Especially when, you know, the flow chart, as you like to call it, of CT side, right? You lose mid. Usually there's a very clear reaction, which is to take ramp, or if you're not going to take ramp and you're very passive on B, that's to group back house and clear mid through house. Players understanding that very well, and taking advantage of kind of what the next step in that chart looks like.
Just lovely work coming through for them. Gonna have to lean on more of that here. Attack pause called out from Pain Academy. Trying to slow things down. They've been pretty good off the back of these attack pauses. That's been one of their bigger assets here, especially when it comes down to closing out games yesterday. A lot of those attack pauses were used just when you think a young team could kind of fall victim to a bit of choking when the clawback was coming through. I mean, you remember it after Demo and that 3K that he was able to get up catwalk. It sealed the deal versus Yawara in the 2-0.
Mm-hmm.
It was off the back of a timeout and a HERE rifle and a quick discussion and a gap exploited. Pain Academy going to need to lean on more of that here. You know, I think this system here, the Pain system that they've been able to build, not only is it like promising for a lot of these players here, but I do actually think there's future. I think still Pain is in a good spot. People are a little too reactionary for Pain right now, and I want to see them slow down on the main roster. But in the past, Pain Academy players that have done good have made it to the main team. And I think that brings all the more motivation for this squad to actually succeed, for individuals to show up, and for this team to start breaking and making strides into the upper tiers of South America, trying to be a more CCT consistent playoff team.
Yeah, I think the last year for the Academy roster of Pain is the exception rather than the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Just a lot of talent that kind of went through this. And hold on a second, this is a situation that Pain Academy have zero idea how forward this is, and I actually kind of love this from players. They're so deep here. They're gonna get a freebie because of it. Now they have full donut control before Pain Academy even having a clue that A has been taken. That's how quiet players were on that creep up, and Huggy's timing on the lurk through elbow is perfection to ensure that Shug goes down. It's Huggy looking for revenge on his old teammates. Ancient is his playground.
Just a great call there, and especially just being able to capitalize on donut control afterwards. A super aggressive move from XNS. They're continuing to offer up some exit kills. Now, he falls just the same. Last player spotted is Demo, trying to fight for his life and looking sharp, but just not enough ammo in that A1S. Eventually gets overrun.
Gonna need to see a little bit more of a step up from Demo. He picks up his first 3 kills exiting that round and doesn't even get to hold on to the gun. I think he's a crucial piece to the Pain Academy firepower that we were discussing on the desk. But back to the point that I was making, though, I think last year, very much an outlier regarding, you know, move-ups and stuff. And I think that's mostly due to the fact that so many of the prior Pain Academy players were, you know, there wasn't necessarily space in the main roster, or they got pulled up, and then it, you know, was a relatively short time. And for whatever reason, you know, you see it in, like, Mal's, or, like, Mal's NXT, rather, or, you know, Astralis Talent, where, you know, you'll get the call-up, and then you can move back down. That just isn't a thing that people do in South America for whatever reason. And I think that's part of the reason that Pain had such a, Pain Academy, that is, had such a troublesome last year. They, you know, they lost a ton of really high-level talent that they had brought up, and you know, when it sort of didn't work out, or changes are made, you know, no one ever returns to continue building this Pain Academy.
Yeah, I mean, it usually is the case here that, you know, you get an opportunity here. If you're like, say a player like Nizen in the past that used to play with this squad, got a chance there shortly after. Kind of a standard situation. It definitely wasn't like a long-term thing, but got a chance to play with the Pain roster now. You know, setting sights on some really good opportunities there with Red Canids, and there definitely is chances for these players and teams to move throughout the academy system, and Pain have been very willing to then offer the next step as more of a stepping stone into the upper levels of South America. Getting chances to play with more experienced players here rather than, you know, trying to build up a roster long term. And that is definitely a good academy system, even if it's a little bit atypical and it's like you're not quite capitalizing on a lot of the talent that's brought through to this roster. But, and there's been some hot prospects that have come through this team. Looking to be one of them. Here's Demo on the scene. Has to offer up a defense on this B-side. He sure is doing a great job of drawing out the attention. A 1-2 punch. Great distractions. And Shug will come through just in time. Runs out of ammo. But the reload from Demo is going to be successful to trade. And Pain Academy keep it clean here once they get the guns back out once again.
I mean, that's shades of what we're gonna see from Demo on Anubis. I think you and I both very impressed with Demo's Anubis A side holds. Pretty consistent in that area. Same situation there where he doesn't have a lot of support initially, but he just plays a little bit of a dance move where he's not committing to the duel, but he's extending far enough that he can't exactly be closed in upon. And, you know, it's that movement, small though it may be, that allows Shug to arrive on scene fast enough to provide him that support. Lovely work between the two of them. Pain Academy back on the board. Unfortunately, Leggy, that more aggressive prong of the approach, is going to be fouled and Tatu. Demo stood around before falls. Now it's just Demo. He's going to have a multi here. He's already got two. How about a third right around the corner? It's Xanats who's going to step through that smoke. And in the meantime, Huggy ensures that the rotation isn't available. Players winning on essentially all aspects of that round from the very beginning to the end.
Just a beauty there from the mid opening there from Huggy, then transferring it into cutting off rotations later down the line. That's that activity that I talk about, man. He's so good at making and threading in aggression. Incredible stuff rolling out. Backpaws call that from Pain Academy once more, as they have just been limited to rounds sprinkled in success, but haven't really found themselves long term being able to offer up multiples in a row. And the suffocation in this mid hole here, the utility that they're using so effectively, has been pretty brutal.
I mean, all of these fundamentals are the reasons why, you know, despite what we talked about like maybe some individual struggles on this map for players, you know, that's why they're still going to go into this time and time again, because they have ways to cover that off. XNS takes a much more important role on this map than other maps in the pool. And as I was saying on the pre-show, I've loved what Volterra's looked like on this map, but in general with this team more than any other team I've previously seen him with.
Oh, nice reaction there, and oh my goodness,
A little oops.
Marks popping some shots right there around the smoke, through the smoke for a couple of kills. That's one way to hold off the mid defense. He can certainly do it with the rifle. For the couple of rounds that they have been able to win, he has been able to provide some of that success. Two, regressing in towards middle. A lot of activity, even though this round feels sealed up, and that activity will continue to work in their favor. Bomb in their control. And one step away from shutting this one down off the back of the timeout once again. Late move from Mid-Futini, trying to make it maybe pricey here. That's a nice kill to do so. Hold that flashbang for me. Lights are bright. Kills confirmed. Pain Academy moving up to 3 here. We enter into the last round of the half.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of fortune First one not so fortunate. Just a nice shot, but that one, you'll take it. Not too. Great opener, and the reclear is fantastic from him. Fan Academy finally finding a little bit of a win condition for themselves. You know, mid control has been hard all half, and they come away with the victory that time. A little bit more of a passive hold to start. This is a very different player's setup from pretty much any of their previous rounds. Look at how passive they are at B. Is this all just Myth throwing utility and running in main? They've pulled so much away from B with this one guy. That's absurd. Sure could get a spam here. He's actually going to step into the molly. So, oh, and he gets double molly. That's tragic. Not really on Shug, to be honest.
Definitely on players, though. That's some great utility to flush out some donut control. So not only, or rather cave control, not only do they have cave here, but they also have that kind of long thread of aggression as well. Mark's gonna offer up huge relief here with a couple of kills. Myth Boutini still has the rifle in the back lines, though, and this is such a prime real estate to shut off this retake here. Two quick ones coming through out of his rifle, and the swing out from Doc to seal it in. 2v3 in the pose plant. Time ticking up against Pan Academy. They have to rush the retake right there, so that's a luxury for this player's roster to walk away with now 9 rounds in that very quick T-side half that just came through.
Yeah, and this is a nice showing of some of the depth that players have on this T-side. They have not at all thrown misdirection into the mix in any of their previous rounds, really. You know, it's been not simple as in, you know, uncomplicated, just a simple way to approach the map, right? Take space, look for reaction, and then hit the site, or faster play if that's what they're going to draw up. That one, you know, it's just a little bit of dedicated control being shown and presence being shown over an A that pulls off everybody and allows the B site to falter.
So that's what the dual Berettas here. This route from Huggy, though, in between them. Lets him slide by, but he just has so much impact playing within the confines of the smoke. 14-6 at the moment for Huggy. He's looking to ascend versus his former team. That's exactly what he's doing. Myth Boutini, though, gets a good bit of coverage right there. It's just not going to last too long. Players win the second half pistol as well. Well, the Radic, that's going to make their lives very easy up against this team here. And the question is, with this sort of deficit on Pain Academy, do you want to hold this one in eco? Look at the reads from Huggy, man. Perfectly identifies that.
It's just lovely to see him hold the trigger finger there, too. He gets so much information when he lets 2 guys fly by, and he hears a third. He can isolate the duel. I mean, seriously, good head on his shoulders. And Academy gonna eco this one out. Hope they can get, you know, something rolling when they start the gun rounds here next time up. Might be a space for a little bomb plant into this. Oh, not quite. MP9 will actually pick up another kill, which is going to keep players a little bit honest. And it'll add $600 extra to Pain Academy's coffers for the next round. Emo will happily take that to get a full kit of utility.
Get into these gun rounds quickly here. That's a goal for Panic Academy. Back to the mid control on both sides of the half, though. Back to Huggy, thriving. Demo with a very difficult adjustment there with the flashes. And able to crucially land a trade to provide a little bit of relief here. nice little tap as well, following up successful. Terra getting a bit aggressive. Now 1v3. It could be workable here, all things considered. Smoke goes in. Shug taking a lot of real estate. Going back to bomb. Be brought over as well. See if Demo can catch out this re-aggression. Doesn't spot it here. XNS, again, as I said, kind of good in the clutch position that he definitely could work throughout here. It's all about Pain Academy not making any oversteps here, especially with this deep range positioning from Shug with his rifle. Maintaining the off angle. Trying to peek on a timing. Never spots out the XNS slide up. This could be a bit of brutal timing right now. Catching him off guard there is Marks, but he's the healthy one. He had the HP to take that one through, and Mark's going to capitalize with the adjustment.
It's a little relief if you're Pain Academy. You put so much into winning that round that, you know, if things don't go correctly, you probably just write the whole map off from that point on. Now, a start, at least of the recovery. A long road ahead. It is true. And it is going to be players continuing to invest with what little they have. You got a lot of mid space for now, but it's just good protocols for Pain Academy. They don't engage on players' timeline. What they do is just wait it out a little bit, then try to work their own moves out mid. Spot Huggy out, remove him with ease. He's into this mid point.
Trading there, really good positioning from the T side to shut down every avenue of aggression. Unable to succeed a little bit, but shut down for the most part. Doc, we're looking to hold on to his weaponry, now spotted out, but Pain Academy not going to be too keen on hunting him in. Going to transfer this into a very similar situation as the last, except Doc going to save instead of try and make the 1v3 happen this go around. Pain Academy going to continue to fight forward here.
Yeah, players, I think the start of their demise is when Huggy goes down in mid, and maybe that sounds a little bit like an obvious statement, but the reason it is the start of their demise is that when Huggy loses his life, it starts a waterfall effect of players as a unit and individually trying to claw back space, take it somewhere else. That's cave, ramp, and then one by one get picked apart in that endeavor. This Pain Academy watch and wait for them to make that next move. Just a good moment for Pain Academy to kind of, like I was aligning on the last half, where players were doing the same thing, understanding the next reaction from their opponents and waiting it out.
Got a bit of a techie in the mix here, but get that resolved quickly. It'll all lead to players in A. Likely eco coming up. I'm keeping a close attention here on some of the mid duels and how they're fighting through here. And most of all, if players just want to continue to put fights in that position, if they want to continue to try and aggress in that department, try and take control like they have been doing, or if they maybe give up after a couple of rougher attempts here, they want to play it a little bit further back in that department.
I think they're going to probably get another gun round to figure out if they want to make adjustments to their mid setup. I think that they're probably going to feel as if they haven't gotten a real opportunity to test it. Test what they want to do ideally against what Pain Academy are taking. I think the next step is, have full utility, best weapons in order to do that. Have to see what that looks like, but I think Pain ultimately, I don't want to say it's still lost here. I think this is a good start, Cole, but I think that we're looking at players eventually finding a close myself.
I'm with you. I think they'll, eventually capitalize here with some of the individual work that we've gotten, if that's what's required here, but trying to keep them at bay here, make them work a little bit for this close effort. Been clearly calling in timeouts to try and get to that department as well, trying to keep head in the game. That'd be a good sign to see. I mean, all the wins that I've watched here, they've kind of been able to play from ahead throughout a lot of the map victories, and rarely have I seen them start pretty drastically behind like they did in this map, and then pull out the series win. It's been putting their best foot forward early on in these matchups, and then thriving later down the line and being able to close out. That's been the big case here. But for the adjustment in this best of three, you have to start off a little bit rough potentially, and then lead into a series win, or maybe even a map win in this department would be the next step as well for them. I'm with you, though. It feels a little far-fetched from this sort of situation that we found ourselves in.
A tough one for sure, but as we get things unpaused and back underway, I'd love to be proven wrong. I think this is the type of situation that is an opportunity for a young roster like Pain to not just more than just prove us wrong. I think more prove what they've got. Is I think our lack of faith not really about Pain Academy, more that players will find a solution with this much of a runway, and in addition to that, we haven't seen Pain tested in this fashion yet. Prime time to do well on this test.
Oh, utility for either side, just trying to get Doc involved, and Tatu will delete him. That's the one rifle taken down right there.
Doc didn't even get to shoot.
No, he did not. It's just about how Tatu likes it.
Yeah, it's a little easier when they don't shoot back at you. That's why I like to play against noobs. Makes me feel good. Just they call me king of the noobs.
You're a noob farmer?
That's right. Exclusively.
Okay. It's important that you know your strengths.
Listen. We do need to. That could be a great bit. We need to christen somebody king of the noobs at some point. We've had good nicknames in Counter-Strike, as a general rule. I think the pundits have done a good job of finding good nicknames.
Kowsy, your time has come. I'm joking.
He's not joking though. He's the problem. Because Who was it? Usmuya, who was the Rat King for a while. Shout out Richard and Thorin on that one. By the numbers.
That's right. UKCS masterclass right there.
That's the only time you'll ever hear Cole say those words in that order. Any wild UK enjoyers watching, drink it in. You're probably gonna never see it again.
Off the chance that E-Dog, Freddy, or those guys are tuning in.
Him and Jay. Zola actually as well.
They would love to hear that. Unfortunately, they're not tuning in right now, so they won't hear it.
I see him in the chat right now.
You're lying.
No, I'm not.
No. Ooh. Oh, that's perfect there from Huggy. Now looking for X and X to activate. Never really got his peek out. There you go. A little delayed there. Needs coordination when both players just get their kills. And then some. Taking some nice advantageous duels here. Tatu down low, but they're looking for a bit of recovery. 2 very low HP bars now, but some assistance. Okay. Like he's sharp enough to take down 2 of one of his teammates and the opposition as well. We'll see if he can save this round from the brink here. The issue is XNS's coverage inside of Donut, and you know he's going to be splitting his attention here. It's going to come down to a really rough game of timing here for Leggy to try and work through, but this reposition kind of hints at the expectation right now as he doesn't see anything.
Might work out. Might work out. That's a Shadow.
Shadow. Oh, but he still gets a headshot right there, swinging for the fences at XNS, and Leggy aims high.
Didn't have all that much phenomenal, and really hurts when Huggy's doing heroics like that to see it go badly.
4v2, man. I mean, if there was ever a time to pull through a clutch like that, it'd be then and now there with this comeback effort already being formulated, and then you watch your teammate just pull through like that with such a massive moment. Like he might have done some team killing right there, but that's after that clutch takes place. You'll be so happy he did, because he's now tearing things up. 18 and 12, stepping up in a big way for Pain Academy, and when he gets hot, it's hard to slow him down.
It is. I mean, you know, he can be such a important part of like the entry pack as well. You know, in this round, it's just holding up a default against players' aggression, but in the clutch, works a bit of magic. Wonderful stuff. And, you know, that I think that's where players probably should have found 12. So it's a step in both directions where, you know, any frustration about a TK gone after you win it out, and players probably starting to feel a little bit of that on their own side. You know, especially for Huggy, like as a leader, where, you know, he's leading the charge, hoping that he can be at the front of that. He gets a double kill in that round, and as you were saying, like at the time where XNS does eventually trade, like it's all good if it works out, but then at the end of the round when you lose, you know, that's when those frustrations start to build into reality. XNS wondering what happened. Oh, you have my back, Volterra. He does get an AK. I'd trade your life for an AK.
Not a bad trade deal on an Eco round, but you got to throw it to XNS next round.
That's true. That's a good point.
That's how you make up for it.
This is how you like find your way onto all these teams, isn't it? You just have that like W teammate mentality. That's what it is. You're a troll, but then you do the thing that
Like a
allows
Sour
him
Patch Kid.
to laugh it off, right?
Sour Patch Kid right there, you know? Sour when I team kill you. Sweet when I pick up your op and drop it back to you in the next round.
Right.
I eat the cost of my trolls most of the times.
That's true. I can back you on that one. You do like to do a lot of trolling, but you also back it up with the cash.
Speaking of trolling, players have trolled their lead. It's still intact, but it is a little scary right now. They found themselves in a close matchup versus Pain Academy. They looked so good to close with the second half pistol and an 11-3 scoreline. Prime position in a 4v2 to get map point, and that slides by you. You gotta make sure frustration doesn't seep in here at all. Lots of spam here, not a hit connecting from Volterra. Mid control once again maintained. A lot of cave presence right now for the squad. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hoogie! Spotting some... a tip of leggy right there, but... not given the fight he's comfortable with, and not going to stick around too much for these duels in Red Room. Regression from this cave side, though, is well thread. Smokes are going to provide a little bit of coverage, but it doesn't help when Volterra's aim looking as sharp as it can be. I'm trying to have some impact as well.
Ooh. I was gonna say XNS staying alive is a big deal, but then realize that there's more on the way and swings as he's reloading.
Marks is the one with the bomb right now. That's going to be one of the bigger challenges that they face at the moment. Trying to get him into a plant position.
Especially when Myth Poutini's in CT spawn now with his first top of the game.
There's no time to go all the way around the world to be it, doesn't feel like. So that kill just hoping to bring out attention. It certainly gets Myth Poutini off the line at least. Low for CT, forcing Huggy back into a more passive position, and there you have it. Pain Academy on the site, on the scene. Can they close out another one of these challenging rounds? Reposition from Tatu, hinting at maybe yes. Oh boy. Getting aggressive inside the smoke while Leggy's flanking. Volterra, is he prepared for this? Not enough. They still have this flanking presence rolling out as well. Tatu holding the line, just surviving. Instincts kicking in here for Pain Academy. And Myth Poutini under notice, under fire, and not going to be able to escape unless he fights his way out of this situation. In which he starts to do so. A couple of great kills. Going to allow him to hold on to his AWP, but again, can't put 12 on the board just yet.
It looks so good. I mean, and Doc's the one to go down. It feels like, you know, you would put him in the position to take some of the blame there, but I really don't think that he's to blame in any way. He's just playing contain. Gets bested in a duel. Pulls Myth Poutini off. Also, I don't know where they got that smoke, because I looked and they didn't have a smoke. Pain Academy on any of those three players that were left. So I thought it was going to be a lot more difficult. That smoke for CT makes it a whole lot easier. Players calling attack pause to talk it over. Their loss bonus now at maximum. And I mean, that is putting one step in front of the other for Pain, one round at a time. It's a couple rounds now, a couple gun rounds where players have had advantages and they can't close.
Myth Poutini, the second chance with this AWP, looking to fire up, but it's the rifle behind him. XNS shuts it down. Myth Poutini starts it off there with the setup, and Pain Academy trying to unleash towards this A side. The decisive move get leveled out by Myth Poutini and XNS as a combo deal. A 1-2 punch, a full house between the duo, and players finally getting 12. At least securing map point for themselves and 3 chances to close off the job that they started in that first half.
That's lovely. I mean, a big moment, but honestly, good setup too. All right, Pain Academy, they have favored that A site a couple of times now. Poutini to contact an XNS to play off of it, but Mark's up in the mix. Another spot where players have been seen aggressive in Jaguar. Often, Leggy removed despite vision being taken away from Myth.
It's a lovely connection right there. Got the equalizer manufacturer, the ops trade and blow for blow, but Myth Poutini CT side opping, looking like he's very comfortable on this map here. Still have to hold the line. Riflers around the corner. Doc now exposed, and he has no assistance. This is going to be an incredible challenge for him. He is lasered into this corner, painted to the wall now, as Marks does not miss. This is going to be a save for the remaining two that got the job done with just one round to go. We're going to have to hold on to the weaponry once again.
Critical that they do. Myth Poutini can drop a gun. And, you know, Doc and Huggy should be in good position to afford the buy-ups. Means that as long as they hang on to both these weapons, then they're going to be good for another purchase. Yeah, it's getting real. Pain Academy looking to prove that they can really succeed in these deep scenarios where they're down bad and nearly out of games. Another phenomenal round out of Marks. A team effort in general here for Pain Academy. As Ancient's T side has a lot to offer on their part. Crucial saves keeps the economy stronger. Players who've been fighting it all half. I'll get back-to-back gun rounds.
Poutini's still putting himself in the early fire. These rounds here. Elevated angle. Oh, it just comes down to this slight timing. Stepping out into the scope of Marks. But he finally patient on the line enough to get the opening tool. Volterra swings past the smoke right there to collect the trade attempt from Tatu. Myth Poutini back on the line towards A main as well. As that next point of tension. No fight given. Pain Academy at a standstill right now in this fight. A 3v5. They're back against the wall here on Ancient. They've been able to make these rounds work in the past, but can they do it again? Volterra continuing the aggression here. They're going to double it up, though. And, oh, that's such tragic timing for Leggy. This back turn B just becomes clear now. Still only having Myth Poutini, though, trusted with the AWP here towards the A side. Good adjustment there. Quick flick, and he re-peeks into the angle for the security. Shug now left last man standing in a 1v4. Initially 1v5. Not given the peek, though. Leggy reining in, tucking into the corner there. Ends up providing the trade to close it out. Players built up the foundation in the first half. Strong enough to close. Delayed in the second.
Yeah, but I think, you know, you see kind of what that could have been if they don't win 2 pistol rounds. Pain Academy definitely here to play tonight and showing up in a big way, right? Anubis is not going to be an easy map, number 2, but that is 100% Pain Academy's home grounds. And I think that, you know, consistent performance across the board from them as well. I'm seeing this shape up to be a very, very tight Anubis as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. I think it could be. I mean, obviously, what we just saw out of Pain Academy in that second half is going to trust them a lot more early in this next map to put up the resistance, put up the fight here. The issue is, you know, you're going to have to start off on that CT side. Sometimes offers up a lot of struggles here, and on the other end of things, those T sides coming through from the side of players is incredibly strong. That's my bigger worry here for Pain Academy when you pick into Anubis here out of the gates. But they're looking to play to their strengths here and capitalize on what they think could be an opportunity to bounce back in the series with this map pick.
We'll see what that looks like as we look towards it. Anubis coming up right after the break.
And we are back here, everyone, ready with the second map of play. Going to be played out on Anubis here between players and Pain Academy. Surprising to see the comeback effort right there from Pain Academy. It still isn't quite enough to close things out, right? But they do have their map pickup. They have that little string of momentum, knowing that they can win some difficult rounds, that they can get themselves through some difficult situations in that last map. Now looking to carry that forward into map 2 here, where again, you know, this is now just one map away from elimination here. If you're on the other end of things here and your players, you're one map away from closing out into a playoff performance once again. So a lot on the line here for this matchup.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the biggest thing that I was impressed with players on, right, you know, beyond just a strong T side, was their cohesion. Didn't seem to take a hit for the fact that they're playing with Doc instead of spinning today. I think that was a good sign, especially when you come into a map like Anubis, where like this is a good players map. I think that's the hardest part for Pain Academy in this, is that, you know, the map pool is got a lot of crossover. So anytime Pain Academy is at a strength, they're going to be seeing a similarly strong side of players. in this one. They've gotten a couple of wins here in the CCT, picked up a couple of wins here in the previous CCT, and played Audit close on a map, where I don't think that this version of Audit is that great, but this is Anubis, that is the home map of Audit. So when players are taking that team close on this map, I think that kind of shows their depth that is available here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you though. Obviously, they're going to look forward to bringing in this into the map pool, given that Pain picked into it. They looked as good as they did to open things up here, and bring some more opportunities now to try and close it out on Anubis, especially with that T-side start, man. That's what I'm most concerned about for this Pain Academy squad, is if they can get off to the races with their defense early on, maybe get a couple pistols here into the mix like they messed it on that last map of Ancient. That could be all big signs, but individuals here, we've both mentioned Demo and that A side doing really good work in terms of being able to fight forward there. Tatu in that last map showed some of the consistency, even though it was a rough first half for the whole squad. Was able to bring it more together in the second, bring a lot more impact into that mix there. Leggy, as the kind of control of E-Box comes into play there, won a couple key clutches, got them a lot of access there, started to open things up. So these are all big assets for Pain Academy to try and bounce back.
Yeah, and I think on the plus side, right, their CT sides looked pretty decent. I'd say I'd put it at above average, right? Like, again, not exactly the best of measuring sticks when you're talking about Yawara and Shinden, but they really stuck it out in that Shinden match, made the comeback, and was able to actually best Shinden at the end after Shinden had a significant lead. So I think that there's definitely some upside here. I do think I'm in agreement though with how difficult it's going to be on the CT side start, even though I think we've talked about some of the positives. This is a players team that are really comfy on their T side, and that's true for most teams on Anubis, but even more so for this players side. They have had a lot of good showings on this, and I mean, they've already won 2 matches on this map in particular here in the CCT as well. I just think that there's a lot of positives to take away for players, especially on Anubis. That's why I was saying that I kind of feel like it's a very unfortunate Veto situation that these are the 2 maps, right? The Pain Academy, the Ancient, and Anubis. Two of the 3 maps that I think they're most comfortable on are in the pool, but they're also 2 of the 3 maps that players are their best on.
Yeah, and when you talk about, again, the situation here, the depth of experience that we're looking and leaning into, you're going to be feeling a whole lot more comfortable playing to your own strengths here as the side of players who have been able to build up some cohesion, already have shown some really good results up against some tougher competition in South America in general. So leaning in on that difficulty here for this young squad after a pretty difficult map 1 loss is going to be a chance to kind of bounce back here, and then again make a playoff position where the losses that they took here in the Swiss stage are two teams that were able to impress. So expectation is that players come into this one with the confidence there. They try and lean in on some of the strengths here on this T side, get Doc more activated. He's looking really good, even though he's been kind of gone from this team for a little while. He's still stepping into his roles quite nicely on that last map, and see if they can't keep things rolling.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to be rolling quite yet. It's a little bit of a break still ahead of us as we get things figured out on the server side. So we're going to shoot that off to this break, and when we come back, we should be ready to hop right in to Anubis.
And hello, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us here during that quick break. We're ready to hop on into the action here and kick things off for map number 2. We're ready to see if players are going to continue to fight throughout this Swiss stage here, or rather, make it into playoffs. That's the case there. Or if players looking to eliminate Pain Academy here on Anubis. We'll see how things shape up fairly quickly. We got the pistol here, we got the dual Berettas ready to lock things in. As I said, that Pain Academy CT side start could be something to note. Maybe tested early. Double dualies right around the pillar. That's a good setup here. Great setup even as the kills just flow through here for the defensive. And they shut down this B side completely.
There's through. He's got the bomb. Oh. Yeah, he's gonna make the sprint. They chasing him though. But he's fast. He's grooving and he's moving onto the bomb site. He'll even grab one. Wait a second. This is a round that's gotten complicated all of a sudden. As he's escaped, the B site taken, now the rotation, he's gone all the way around the world, and he might go back once again into B or not. Doc looking to find the cutoff, and he's got Demo. Now does he accelerate? Absolutely does. Gets Tatu. The great communication between both Doc and Volterra. How have they done this? Volterra swings back through Canal, up onto the B site, and Pain Academy, they had everything in hand, and now it's Shug all alone with no armor.
That's one of the most ridiculous routes I've ever seen right there. And a clutch somehow comes out the other end. Chance at it here, but now Doc looking to close it, denies any sort of access. An absolutely brutal round with so much early setup, looking like it couldn't go wrong for the Pain Academy squad. Around the world tour right there. from players on Anubis takes place, and that just gets around ripped away from them right at the opening stages. And that, you know, I can't even too much fault the way that Pain Academy let that one slip. It's just maximum confidence to make these sort of moves, but just a really frustrating way to start off this map here.
I don't really have a lot of blame to saddle on their side either, to be honest with you. Normally I'd be pretty critical of a loss like that, but across the board, you can understand how it goes down. A little bit complicated there. Leggy hits a nice stunner there on the USB, a little double tap action, but wasn't pretty, but they'll get her done. Emo, still alive. I'd call that pretty successful for a bunch of USBs on B. Unfortunately for Pan Academy, it's still the lack of a single pistol round.
Yeah, and as I said, you know, it's a little bit more important, especially on that CT side, that you're able to get these pistols rolling. Try and start off well. Get marks on an op, potentially something of that nature, but that luxury will not be afforded to them here to open up this one. A bit of an option here. They're going to have to rock with rifles in this situation. So they're prepared for nice self-flash that I've been seeing quite a bit there. Get some mid-duels rolling. But as the guns come out here for the CT side, so do the bit of delayed defaults from the T side here. Perfectly to put through when the utility's lacking on the defense.
This is going to be a spot we talk about a lot. Leggy, E-Box, and it's Huggy who's defaulting on the other side of it. That's probably more damage than they would have liked. Huggy, does he get tucked in? Oh, gun out. Fight not forthcoming. Oh my goodness, X and S doesn't know how close he was, but he's going to find out. Fast trade for marks, and that's when E-Box control starts to fly through canals. Bomb though in the back of the mid players, so you get the sight, and then you get the bomb down.
Once again, try and pull through on a retake here. This time, man advantage. A bit delayed behind that smoke. Finally showing a little bit of utility. Myth Poutini just holding mouse one into the crosshairs they go. He locks in a couple of quick headshots, and players from that point in a 2v2 just remain confident. We'll lock that one in, but that's Myth Poutini just making it look easy on the double swing, shutting those plays down.
Big fan of how Volterra, who's, you know, his responsibility is the mid cutoff there. He doesn't see anyone, and he gets really active quickly in order to get into a position where he can be flanking A main as well, realizing what's gone down with the double E-Box push. I think that's a heads-up play from him. You know, it takes a lot of thought to get there with such speed. Players looking to just bully their way onto the B-bomb site this round. It might just work even with the stack. Ooh, transfer from Volterra. Oh boy, hold on, it's all going wrong. X and S. Well, how about a late round clutch?
So what's required there, finds the first piece of the puzzle. The next one standing ready in his position. Sugar's gonna have the element of surprise here. Crosshair placement gonna matter, and X and S sharp on the trigger there, able to open up players early on Anubis with those clutches I was talking about right there. This one had to have been a bit of a nightmare scenario if they let that one slip. So the fact that he keeps it in safe hands is huge, but something to be nervous a little bit about there is lackadaisical on the ending of that round. What matters most, though, is that you just survive it in situations like that 1v2, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think it's that big a deal if it wasn't for the fact that, 5-7 finds a free kill through smoke, and that's a double up on the back of the site. It all is fine until it's not, right? Things good before it all falls apart in a very fast fashion. Regardless, attack pause into this next one as Pain Academy are now set with a gun round for round number 5. First one looked like they had everything going for them with a 4-on-3 retake. Couldn't quite close. How about this next opportunity?
With all the tools here at their disposal, a couple of close rounds here could really quickly change the tides of things. That's what you're gunning for here if you're on the side of an academy. Try and lift off, break that economy. Easier said than done here. As utility and execution in towards this east side, tossed out. A lot of pressure on that side of the map here. Spam is good. He splits the goalpost, but eventually tracks at least marks for a kill in the open right there. Volterra just unrelenting on the pressure he's applying right now. Flash reaggression there, and Huggy connects while blind. No visual on the targets that they're acquiring at the moment, but looking sharp as can be here.
Tattoo doesn't necessarily know that there was a flank coming through. Oh, but now that's vision on one. I don't think they saw both of them. Demo up ahead. Uh-oh, bad news now. Volterra's on a little bit of a late mission on this flank. He's hoping to drop on them. This is so ambitious. Needs Myth to hit that shot, and since he does, it's enough. Oh, man. Players flawless in their early round success on B, but they still allow it to complicate towards the end of the stage of the round. Regardless, they close it out.
Hang in there, close it, seal it with a lot of good damage done to start off the round right there. Setting their foundations up nicely with how they open things up. Little nervy in the close, but still being able to keep flawless on this T side. Past these main academy buys. Relative ease.
And, the hard part for Pain right now is that in a lot of the games that we've seen them, they've been able to add additions to their normal purchases on the CT side with getting a bunch of saves. A couple of rifles saved in every other round usually. We've not had that luxury this time. So, it's been an eco. It's been very, very much a pure eco. This is the most that they've been able to invest with an eco round. Pistols and armor with a couple of MP9s in the mix.
Good position here. The op rattles off first, but there's some setup behind it. The AK close by. So not without the protocols here on this T side.
Great nade.
Ooh, that is a money nade there. Mythbugini gonna bite that one. And Demo, again, good with his multi, starting to step up in his department. Specialty, but the mid cutoff from Huggy is always available, isn't it? Always an option. Now Demo gonna have to do so much more.
It feels like he's just there to try and reposition. They knew where he was most recently. Players respecting that fact. Demo's been able to reposition incredibly quickly. Huggy has an idea, has a vision on it, and Demo's forced out into the open with the Molotov. Huggy will take advantage. And I do appreciate where Huggy's left there to be the impact player. He can step up and do that.
No question. Always up to the task there for Huggy. Just feels like he's always putting himself in a position to succeed here for the squad and help them succeed with his late lurking. Continuing to find ways to fire up here. A little bit of poking and prodding around in towards this east side as they have done in the past, making sure that there's no opportunity really for this Pain Academy squad to kind of push on the extremity. Try and create some sort of map control, some sort of opening.
On both sides of this, players and Pain have both used a ton of their utility in order to take space in this round. Trading in E-box, pressuring B-main, and then in mid is where players have taken the most space. That's an easy creep up for Myth Poutini, and a missed shot there from Marks is going to complicate matters. He gets flashed out of his position. What a shot from Dog! No, I thought it was Volterra for a second. But he had the coverage, even a little bit blind. Tatu and Leggy. Well, their sight never fell, but they're going to have to hold it until the very end. And it may just be that they evacuate the premises. Tatu on the exit stats will close onto X and S. Good news if Pain Academy can save these guns, but even better news is players stay without a hiccup on their T side.
Situations where it definitely looked like it was possible that things could get a little bit dicey. They just remain in peak performance. And some great T sides at the moment here already. And just not letting Pain Academy slide into this at all. Has to feel a little bit frustrating. Trying to sort your way through the challenges at the moment. Already a map down. Had that late start last map as well, so difficulty turning the tides here for this team.
I think that, this is a little bit different when you're talking about the T side for players and how strong it is, in the map as well. But no doubt that the numbers mean something, just even in the mentality that you got to have when that one side keeps ticking up and you don't have a response after various close affairs starting on the pistol round. How many times has players been at a disadvantage or maybe even had an advantage, they've been brought back by Pain only for them to fail to close or have an advantage and then fail to find a way to close that one out as well. That's a bit of a worrying factor as we get deeper into this map.
Utility tossed in once again on the B side. The pressure on this side of the map once more. You got the setup going out once again for this defense to try and thrive. Molly's gonna maybe separate this attack. That Molly fades away since. That's smoke. I mean, looks to be good enough right there. I thought maybe it was a potential miss, but
I think it was.
For Huggy to slide out at least.
And that's not the intended location, but yeah, that'll do. They deny the bomb plant. That nade's really nasty. Gonna toss another smoke in the same location. Pain maintained back sight control. XNS still here. This is quite a dicey scenario. Ichi gonna allow for Doc to clear out. And now XNS's position is a whole lot less strong when he doesn't have a teammate at Pizza. They can just hard clear him, but he gets active himself. Steps forward. Time. Huge factor is Huggy still in here. He's so blind, but vision returns! Returns enough for him to double up. Volterra gets his, and now Huggy out in the open. But time of the essence, and he doesn't even reload. All 10 go down, but Huggy dominates the round.
He stands taller than them all right there. Huggy lighting up in E-Box once again. It's just full control. It's his domain right now. He's destroying them in this position and trying to fight it. Back here in return, every aspect being denied. As Huggy, even when he's blinded up, can still manage to thread kills in.
It seems like such a revenge matchup for Huggy in that way, because he's limited Leggy in so many ways. Think about how often Leggy is trying to go for aggressive fights in E-Box, how often he is re-clearing, trying to get active in that area of the map. We talked about it a lot. It's an area that we kind of define Leggy with and how effective he can be. He's had no impact on this game because of how well Huggy has dominated in that area.
Yeah, I mean, usually this is a guy that is oftentimes found inside of E-Box as well for a lot of these setups. You're going to see him continue to battle forward. Leggy, when he's shut down, though, right now, it becomes a big priority that you can get him activated. Nice shot, though, to step things up.
Well, and there's not a lot to work with. You got to try and find something out of nothing. That's a great adjustment for Dog to get marks, but now they've got to play recovery with the bomb. But it's not so easy. Like he elevated. And 2 CTs here. Great nade to chip him down a little bit. Midputini's got another one, but he's holding the op. I think he wants to sit on that line. No, he's going to do even more damage. Wonderful usage of the utility that they have. And Midputini, this isn't confirmed damage, so he's not going to go for the pistol. Maybe he is. Never mind. Takes the duel, but Demo is a demon on Anubis. Pain Academy fight through all of the difficulties, and they take 1 round.
That's huge right there. Teemo needing a little bit of clutch factor right there to seal it in and get them on the... And well, that is a start. It has to be the start of something fantastic. It has to be the start of something great for Pain Academy here. They look for a bit of late resistance. It has shattered the economy, though. Off the back of that single round, with how close some of these situations have been. You know?
Round 1 on. It's just been close round after close round.
You can get 2 in a row here. Oh, boy.
Wow.
That could be huge.
Shug manages to get 0 information, unfortunately, though. So they've scaled into this. I mean, he's still watching, but this is probably going to be a bit of a surprise for him. Oh, that's perfect that the op takes that line. Midputini, though, only hits the leg shot. Flips him to the edge of the wall. XNS is throwing the utility for this attack. Oh, Molly misses. That Molly was meant to be for Cake. Instead, it goes Heaven. Extinguished by the smoke that goes there as well. XNS will fall. But he gets his utility off, and where have I seen this before? 3-on-4 players on the A-bomb site with so many of Pain Academy trying to retake through main.
Trying to get access here, but this time a flashbang to back them up in their aggression. Huge difference maker. Molly to flush out another. And they've got the details nailed down for this retake instead. And that's going to be providing them a chance to get back into the swing of things here. Fuse coming out there, saved rifle held onto. Not gonna go ahead and call this one quits, but putting a serious scare on him.
CC side all runs through Demo at the moment. Triple kill on an eco to give them a round, and a double kill to set themselves up for another. As you highlighted, breaking the economy of players in the meantime. Bomb plant will help them a little bit, though not all that much. It's still very simple. Doc gets some Kevlar to go with his saved M4A1S. And it's 1 smoke, 1 flash to facilitate the rest of this round.
There's some great opening right there from Leggy and Demo again. Great 1-2 punch offered up from that. Gonna continue to press the issue, gain some confidence here. Could be capping off a really trialsome half filled with a lot of lost clutches with a nice little bow on top. He's still putting up some punishment though, man. He is definitely on a revenge tour here on his former squad. Bested eventually. See who can close out that last round.
I do kind of wonder what facilitated this change, because, you know, I don't feel like we got to see the best out of Huggy with the pieces that Pain Academy had for one reason or another. You know, clearly things weren't working out all that well. That being said, you know, seeing now what he's been able to do with players, which is a free agent team, you know, I just wonder what initiated the change. That's, you know, curiosity to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes when you look at these academy squads, like, there is a lot more experienced players that now you get to play with when you leave the academy team. Oh, but Leggy showing that no one can anticipate, no matter how much experience you have, for these sort of aggressive moves. That is crazy. Emo then gets to capitalize. It's that same duo once again flaring up in this last round of the half.
It felt like for most of this half, Pain Academy have not been unleashed to make plays like that. You know, they felt constricted by the score line, and as it picked up more and more, you know, that type of play when your economy is so bad is just very risky, because if it goes wrong, you've pushed all in on the middle, and you might just get reset off the back of it. It can be difficult to call that type of play, but last round of the half, all the bells and whistles. I liked it. Pain Academy take it with some confidence, get Leggy into more comfortable positions, start to heat him up too. Crucially, as I highlighted, he had no impact in the first 8 rounds of this game.
Again, a huge turning point moment to offer up that success towards the tail end. Able to lock it in. 4 rounds in total. That's got to be something you can rely on heading into the second half. Not only 4 rounds in total, but 4 rounds in a row to cap it off. Crucially.
All right, don't have to get this pistol, but it would be really, really nice if Pain Academy picked up this pistol.
Lovely. Just a single. And close range. Oh, goodness gracious here. Trying to save the day is Huggy. And they're looking to gain access. A couple of quick kills. It's another great situation to find yourself in. This time, they might just be able to capitalize on it.
Volterra V4 doesn't seem likely to meet the smoke in place. Tattoo with a couple of crucial pickups as they trade forward. Volterra still looking into this thing. That's knowledge on 2 more. All right, they kept giving him fights, which worried me, Cole, but Demo is a safety net that will not be able to be broken. As I was saying, not critical to the success of Pain Academy's T side, but what a big relief.
Yeah, being able to string in one of those here in the series. Good turning point. Team that's been going through some difficulties in the pistols to look that strong, to break down that setup. 3 players into A main. That's really difficult to deal with there. And they make it look easy.
It's been a crucial part of Pain Academy and their wins. They have two wins on this map this tournament. And I think pistol rounds were a crucial part of both of them. I think they won 3 out of the 4 that we watched between Shinden and Yawara. That's the team I got there eventually.
Nice.
There's a lot going on up there, you know. Stuff gets
We
lost.
cast a lot of Counter-Strike.
Especially this week where I've been everywhere.
Mr. Worldwide.
I even did the other game, the one we don't talk about.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh no.
I know.
Oh no.
Sorry to disappoint you.
Not disappointing me. Disappointing the fans.
Who cares about them? I only care about you.
Oh.
It's you who's right here beside me every day, you know? Fans, they come and go, but Cole stays every time. See what players have on offer on a pistol round. I mean, I don't think there's too much to do in this one, but Sugar's gonna send it. He's got him figured out.
Who wants that last eco? Who wants it the most? Tatu is the one. The one with the ecos.
Hey, no disrespect meant, but you know, he can use them. Just talking about a guy that, you know, I want to see a bigger step up for on Pain Academy's comeback P side. I think he struggled a little bit on map number 1. Hadn't had the best of the first half either. So I think he's the guy who could use a little bit of confidence.
Confidence he needs, confidence he will have after that last one.
We know what he can do. I mean, think back to 1v4 on the B site, post plant against Yuhara. That's Tatu. What are we doing here, guys? We trading DCs? Uggy drops. Said Mark says my turn.
No, you disconnect. No, you disconnect. What if we both disconnect? What if we both disconnected? We have a caster. Oh. Was that? Did my ears deceive me?
What are you talking about?
Do 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 do.
Tony hit me with that in the middle of a cast the other day. It was both genius and devious at the same time. I'm gonna have to put that one in the back pocket. What's worse is that, you know, it wasn't anything normal either. He was hitting me with this guy stinks. Just had to pretend I didn't hear it, you know?
Wow. It's cold.
Oh, so. Isn't that pretty? Good flashbangs. Not gonna dissuade Mitputini. Doc, wow, I'm so impressed that Doc managed to track a dropping Shug whilst Leggy was terrorizing him from the pillar.
Avoid any panic here. CT side not feeling too comfortable right now. Crawl's coming through as well, and Huggy gets a taste of his own medicine. Good trade from Mitputini. keep it level in that department, but has to sacrifice the control of that A side as a result.
Yeah, he's quickly trying to get back to boat and in through CT, but Volterra on a slow crawl, and Mark's taking all that space. Doesn't even check it initially, but gets the flick instead. I don't even know that Volterra has the time to go for this. He doesn't have a kit, and it might be that realization that sends him packing to rugs. Retreat instead of a forward move seals the deal. And Academy, they've done it. That pistol round and anti-eco followed up by the gun round win. That should get him into the mix on this one as fast as ever.
The mix in this map into this series potentially as well, looking great on this T side. Capitalize on all those big factors. Starting it off hot. Got to bring in some efficiency on the opening. Just some fantastic trades like we know this team can bring to the table. These 4 rounds in a row going to be certainly felt here. That they manufactured early on. On to another lesser buy situation as well.
Crucial win on an eco sort of like this one. It turned the tides for Pain Academy players. Trying to get on for one like that. XNS, it's not exactly an easy shot. But another man spotted. If Butini joins, he'll be the first to go down, but Volterra back of the site. Great work off of his teammate, and that's the flank from Huggy coming in with the recovered AK. It's exactly the same. Great time there for players to make some success out of very little purchased. Right when Pain Academy were going to close the distance and tie the game up, they are pushed back.
That's a sort of half-by situations right there you'll love to live on these CT sides. You don't oftentimes get the most success on these gun rounds, but if you can make a sneaky round like that happen, you can try and build off that lead. Ops traded back and forth here as they look to meet head on.
Love the way that Volterra was able to play off of his teammates' pistols too when he had the only rifle. Very nice. Doc makes a step forward. Have to work through some of the utility. Great defensive incendiary. As this has kind of become the playbook for E-Box control. It's not so much about what you can do here, but wasting time playing this back and forth trade battle of utility until someone gets the better. In this case, someone steps forward into an op. A shot for Marks. As they're going to group up for this, they're going to still take it. Volterra, though, he's got backup. That backup is forced away, as is he. And instead, they're going to take space elsewhere into main. It's only Tattoo who's here. Critical shot there, and Volterra able to answer the call. 3 frags as they make their way through E-Box. No way out for Pain Academy.
Can't escape the grasp of that defense, holding as steady as it can be right there. Beautiful light up from the player squad here to start offering up some good defensive success in a consistent fashion as well. And forcing him onto an eco, something that we didn't see really until late in the half there. Voltaire. He's getting a little dink there for his troubles. Little pop.
Now, good news, it's just a Glock, so it really doesn't hurt that bad.
Just left, scratching his head. What just hit me?
That come from. Nice shot from Demo, but it's a trade out of Myth Boutini. And from the elevated position in heaven, we'll get another freebie. Really nice anti-eco round for players. They take one loss, but I think they'll be fine with that one. 11-7. As good as that comeback was from Payne to get started, they're now in prime position. They need to win this next round.
They're going to be kind of living here on their playoff hopefuls on this kind of opportunity. Try and make it work with the rifle rounds. See what they can't do. Now that this defense has really started to bring some structure.
A lot of times you'll block that lurk smoke to be further to the right from the T's perspective. Instead, knocks it back up into pizza like proper. Like it's entirely useless.
This off. This is a really close range duel here, but Myth Boutini slides in for the kill. He runs away though. He's loud, getting over his positioning. But XNS also follows up on the other side of the map here, and things really can't go much better here to start things off. We'll see how they close out the situation though. This is the bigger question at the moment. Still a 3v5, still a chance to recover, but Myth Boutini has the right idea.
Yeah, a phenomenal defensive position. You know, they gotta take the next connection. Flashbang and a smoke. You're gonna get across. It's over to B. It's been heard though. Volterra, he's still here. He's got Doc for support. Both back at the site. Should be a surprise. Yeah, second man unknown. Volterra for 2, and that should be enough. Marks will get the numbers punched in, but will he survive it? Yes, but only momentarily. Players hit that critical number. They're going to be up to 12 as they collect all the missing pieces of utility on the ground, too. Is an incredible opening salvo from players that's transitioned into a phenomenal close round.
Just a huge situation there. Opening up with multiple kills, they're being prepared for their vulnerabilities as well. Making sure to capitalize on this chance here now. 5 opportunities to lock themselves in a playoff position and to eliminate the scrappy underdog team that's fought their way hard all throughout the Swiss stage. This is expectations for this player's roster. Leggy flies past a Molotov there and stays healthy. John might be a little bit more difficult than they intended here, but Huggy just wreaking havoc with a couple of kills on his own. Looking to pull things back into possibility. That's what he's just done with those kills. Bomb still planted, post plant still looking solid.
Yeah, I mean, those kills alone, not enough. It's now up to XNS and Myth Boutini with the finishing touches on. Smoke, that's going to allow for XNS to methodically clear the back of the bomb site. There's another smoke as well on Myth's shoulders. So the belt not empty, but they got to get a move on. They really got to get a move on. Bomb over halfway tick. Smoke is for B main as well. And I think they've timed themselves out, to be honest with you. No time to fight through this. Smith is just, you know, looking to save this gun. Everybody go down. Everybody but Demo and Myth do. It's a little bit more speed required for players to get back into that one.
We get given the chance here to fight into a close just yet. Still a little bit more work to do in that department, but Myth still with his AWP. One gun saved is a good sign because he can do things like that. Demo going for a huge punch in through A. Little did he know, the op was waiting with open arms, ready to catch him in his aggression. It's a tough 4v5 now for him of all players here to kind of watch from the sidelines here on Anubis right now.
They don't stop. They do not give in. XNS on the smoke fade gets this flashbang from Myth so that they can be a little bit more comfortable in this A stance when they have main control. In Academy, grouped up inside of mid. They could still drop to B, but doesn't seem like that's what they want to do. Creep up camera side instead.
Strengthen unit here. They are able to completely level out the remainder of this defense. Like providing that extra assistance right there. Keep it nice and safe. Still hanging in there. This is what Pain Academy do. They don't give up.
And a loss like this is going to mean that players are, not in the greatest economic straits, I don't believe. So it might be worth more than one round to Pain. That's after they lose Demo in a pretty devastating way right at the start of a round.
Terrorists win.
Lovely that Doc's going to hang on to the gun, though. Actually, their money's great. They've got op money, they've got everything.
Good sign. They'll be able to keep the buys going. For the CT side. Would be one of the better chances though to close right here and right now.
He never gets pushed off, so his visual on mid continued the whole entire time. Like he gets a flash in the smoke. Doc is able to stand tall and wait this out just a little bit. Leggy now find a smoke of his own, and as it fades, he falls in return. Volterra working hard, but he's inside of Molotov. Making life very difficult. From players' perspective now, they should know what's coming. Pain Academy still have a lot of time to reroute, but it might be a route right back into Myth-Butini's crosshairs. There it is. No trade available either. He can drop a flashbang for the fall back. Demo here's the reload, and with Doc in position, that might be the final touches on this one. It might be players through the playoffs. But Marks, hold on. They know that XNS is here. I mean, they're looking for him. Looking for someone. In particular, though, don't know that they have confirmation. They saw him now, though, surely. He gets a flashbang. It's that support, but a great flick from Marks. Hold on a second. Players have brought this back. 2v4. Marks with a quad kill. The ace is possible. Huggy with a full belt. A kit. And hopes and dreams of players, but it's unseen. Marks from the back of Cake gets them all. 5. Ace to clutch it in a 2-on-4. Stunning for Marks to do that in such a must-win moment. That is another massive advantage. Failed for players. It's incredible work for Marks on an individual level, though. right into every single next move that players had. And as we got the replay, a lot of good shots in the mix as well. Marks is feeling that. Myth had an op, a hero that he wanted to be to save players a 24th round, but he's gone. On for the moment, but not out of the round. Xenas has recovered the big green, but 4 of the remaining members here for players are stacked up on B, with Pain Academy sliding over to A. It should be just an easy enough send back into the other site. On the upside, should be able to save the op. Won't be a cost of this round unless Pain Academy go hunting aggressively. But tots are going down as well. There's an 8K in the mix. Won't be another one able to be recollected, though. Even though Volterra gets one. Doc looking to play punish. Here at the final moments. A shot from Marks' AWP, but the good news is the riflers had all the vision. Whatever and wherever Pain Academy will lead this, whether it's a third map or just the attempted comeback only to fall flat. Impressive in the fashion that they've gotten to it. Mirage would be the closing stage of this one if we needed a third. But overtime is now what is next steps for Pain. Players have it all. And Academy favoring the mid-take that they had worked so strongly in their matchup against Yawara. Get that ground ceded to them. Smoke a little bit of a scare tactic. Enough so that they'll utilize an HE, break it open, get more elevated individual and XNS in and through it. Like shot onto Shug. Got another smoke for main. Well, good news that Pain are headed towards B, because if they did try and test the waters over at A, they would have been in trouble. Great nade. That's going to dunk on 3 of them. Shug, though, he's across, and now Doc is so very alone. Finally, Volterra joins him, but they're getting flanked. They're getting flanked so fast, and they got no clue. It's a big win for Volterra. Doc's still alive. He gets his one, and Huggy can't actually convert. Arrives on scene, and there's no world in which they can save. They've got to go for this. Kits on both sides of XNS and Myth Poutini. But Marks holds the line with his op for XNS's entryway. And with him removed, Myth Poutini's got to pick up the pace. He's got to go now. Go he will. But lose he will as well. Pain Academy. They bring it back. That recovery, 12-8. And they are still here at 12-12. Overtime, procked and ready. As Pain send it through, they look to repeat what they did to Shinden on this map, in the Swiss stage, just a few days ago, where they pushed them and pushed them. Shinden given 8 map and match points opportunities to close, where Pain Academy stayed alive and pushed it to triple overtime. Now, they lead into the second attempt at that one overtime to start it. Pain Academy and their mid plays have been very effective, and I think that players want to limit that a little bit. Myth Poutini and Huggy both start in mid from the very get-go of this round. Huggy behind the Molotov, a little bit of a mistake there. That Molotov meant to play coverage for the entirety of it, but you don't see it. Doc playing the jiggle, and he's got to be careful here. He doesn't overstay his welcome. Smoke and another nade dropped at their feet. Doc. Smoke allows him to tuck right back in. Oh, it will be the nade. Finishes him off. Unfortunately, for Doc, he goes down in the process. Volterra now isolated. Huggy on the back of the site, but the op lined on his position. Gotta look to trade. Tatu, oh, great adjustment. With an AK in hand, it's XNS who's gonna trade him out. Now marks his position known, 1v3, and it's into overtime that players can finally win a round. 4 opportunities to close out. I didn't realize that it was Tatu's nade that actually finishes his teammate off, not the CT nade that came through. That's gonna be frustrating. A brawl in E-Box is fitting way for that round to go. Myth Poutini, it's just a leg shot. Escape made. And Smoke as well. Huggy had his support there. Oh my goodness, that spam is deceptively close. Myth Poutini eats an nade in that as well. Re-flashbang, re-flash shook, blind forever and always. Huggy's escape is allowed, and with that, Pain Academy fought hard and long for this space in mid. Wonderful flash play. Get Volterra out on B. It's effective, but Marks' vision returns fast enough for him to hit the flick. Marks has leveled up his game as time has gone on over this map. Shug. He doesn't get a spot here onto Huggy. Surely Huggy gonna get this trade. Unfortunately, Doc has everything to do. 4 guys swing out into him. And he needs a multi, but he only gets the first. Myth Poutini coming in with an op, but that's street side. Huggy already arriving. He's got so much space. Oh, he's cleared so much out without them even being aware. Huggy, though, gonna push forward, and only the 1-for-1. Doesn't expect to be having all 3, and Myth Poutini, he's so slow about this. Once again, the time is the biggest factor. Myth Poutini's kit will be irrelevant. Both here. And he'll hit one, a freebie for the road, but a round that ends in dust once more. And Academy answered back. Marks his level up over the last 4 rounds of regulation and into overtime is exactly what this team needed for Pain to stay alive and to send it deeper and deeper into map number 2. For the situation, though, players going to have to continue to lock in. 2 rounds on the CT side would be wonderful. We know their T side saw it. As Volterra just plays a jiggle. Drop a smoke in the contact. See what Marks can provide. Another opener. Volterra bested. Doc goes down. And it's all going to be up to Myth Poutini. The back of the site, it's his domain. Flank incoming. And now Leggy, he finds his support. Gets in and through. A wonderful headshot as Huggy. Oh, that flank is all his. But it's he who lives alone. A man who tries to tell the tale of a retake that is looking done, that is looking impossible. Payne should have this, unless Huggy is a man of miracles. But is that miracle to happen here? Surely not. Huggy down, and it's 2 rounds in overtime for Payne Academy. They look to replicate. He might just do so. 14-13. And Marks with insanity in overtime. The last 4 rounds of regulation, his domain. And then overtime, he levels up again. Oh, we got him.
We're so back. I was in a boot loop. I was stuck in purgatory.
Oh boy, I was wondering. You said you were rebooting. I'm like, what's this guy on? Like a tape deck or something?
I had to get the hamster wheel rolling in my hard drive there to free up some room. But we are good. We are back. It seems like so. Our Payne Academy here, overtime affair. So many chances for players in regulation to try and lock this one up on the CT side, but now finding themselves in a dry spell, losing right now. But on the T side, and a 1-for-1 to start off. With a little bit of back and forth.
Valuable for the T's, no doubt. Very clear about what players want to do right now. Like he just dumping his entire kit to try and take back some E-box control. Make it more uncomfortable for players to inch their way forward, but that's a freebie.
Full of access onto the site there. That weird smoke, it's gonna offer up Shugs a couple of kills back here. Underhanding the smoke, trying to walk in. And so much damage on the dock, loses out all the advantage that they established. Players stumbling through this advantage that they found themselves in. Could give Payne Academy the first chance at closing out this thing. HE does not quite do the killing blow just yet. Not gonna have a tough time here. Maybe trying to route towards the AWP, but a flashbang to pop through the smoke here. Play around it. Op is recovered here on the side of Doc. But he misses his shot. Misses his first opportunity and walks into the crosshair instead. It's XNS. Head on a swivel there, finds a couple. Now sticking the bomb! Demo falls! Players somehow pull it back there. It's XNS with an unbelievable clutch. Stealing the round away. What just happened there? It looked like in a flurry. XNS just had to swing his mouse every which direction. And players somehow come out on top.
From E-box to street to back of the site, players, I mean, they had everything against him. XNS, that is. And I mean, as you had highlighted all the way back on Ancient, this is part of what brings XNS as a crucial piece to the puzzle, is his clutch ability. Players should remember that deep stair smoke very well. Should give them a little bit of an alarm bell about what Payne Academy might be up to. It's not that aggressive move off the back of it, though, which is a bit more surprising.
Unbelievable shot right there. Volterra dinked down, though. Nike capitalizes. Smoke spam into the smoke push, but you know now you can maybe capitalize with a little bit of E-box aggression off the back of that. Marks will step forward with an op kill as well. Playing active on this defense here, has scared him off into Demo's hands. XNS trying to go in recovery mode once again, looking for the transfer. It's a 1-for-2. Some access granted here. Huggy gonna pick up the AWP with his low HP. But he has to do the bomb planting while he's at it. With Butini, they're fighting forward.
That's an interesting decision considering that bomb plant location. You gotta respect it. They need that space. Oh, and he's gonna go down. Actually, a phenomenal spot for Myth Poutini here. This could be it. If they all route around the other direction, they're not going to expect it. They're not going to look. They're not going to at all. And the bomb out in the open. Oh my goodness. Finally they turn. Oh, but Tatu, he might go down, but Leggy saves the day. Oh no. That could have gotten very scary indeed.
Absolutely terrifying right there. Leaving him shaken in that round. Another 1v3 as a possibility, but just not enough tools or not enough resources for the clutch this time around. Denied. Back-to-back 1v3s to enter into another chance at closing this thing out is just too much to ask. Now players with the feeling of having their backs against the wall here on Anubis. They had 3 chances in regulation to try and lock this one up.
I've been talking about it basically ever since the start of the Pain Academy comeback, but in that Shinden series, it took 3 overtimes, but the first time Pain Academy got the chance to close, they did.
Oh. He caught out there, but somehow still alive. Able to survive. Getting pressured, though. Molly's will not let him hang in there for too much longer. What it has done is bought valuable positioning here from this CT side. So much damage done with the utility, but they are holding the line. One chance to close in this overtime, but can they seal it in? Smoke to allow for safe passage. Nice bounce on that thing. Underhand the flash, toss in some extra utility, ensure that this plant goes down. Both players from one direction right now. XNS already gets out of the sight here. Good reposition coming through from him. Now Myth Poutini trusts that no one's behind him.
He just confirmed it.
Marks with the scope.
Median.
Median here. There's the missed shot there. Marks doesn't peek into the op just yet, but eventually will. In a 1v2, now as to Demo, but he's still sidelined. And player's gonna fight on here.
Well, it's not a repeat. Pain get one chance, and they cannot convert it. A Marks masterclass as overtime gets started, continues. To be honest with you, a little bit of a player's disaster class. They still find a way to win this round. I think the Pain Academy decision to like fully vacate the B site, with the one exception of the player in the back of platform there, is a little bit questionable with how quickly they do it, because you know that's the timing that XNS takes to get back out there. Regardless, giving another breath of life into players.
But I'll still remain here for players. Still eager to get this 2-0. That is the ticket into starting off on this T side as well. Get some heroics here. Is Leggy really going to make this move? Flashbang goes in. Trying to run past the smoke, though. Huggy's so good while shooting blind. What a connection right there. Sees a barrel. Demo falls as well. These aggressive attempts going to be thwarted. With the default holding steady. Trades available here, but can they find it? Tatu not burning either. HE forces him into the corner. HE's back here, but Tatu just fighting for survival, fighting for his life. No help coming there as it's on the other side of the map. And it's open access into the B side for free. Resistance really to fight forward.
You see in this round the value that Huggy has brought all map on the T side, though. How difficult it's been to fight for that E-box position, and how successful, despite it, that we've seen Huggy be. Has to fight through a flash, just gets a little visual at the beginning to start to line up the shot, and never gives Tatu even a chance to win that fight. I mean, it would had to have been just miraculous for Tatu to win, considering how difficult Huggy was making it. You know, he waits and gets his op into position to take the fight. Even though Myth Poutini misses the shot, he still like plays such a great back and forth like, pre-fire scenario that even by that time, Tatu's out of bullets. Like, Huggy makes life so hard in that position.
Absolutely. I mean, the blind fire that he's been able to do, the fact that even when you toss utility towards his direction, it doesn't matter. He's so aware of possibilities of the aggressive maneuvers, where to place his crosshair. He has opened up players so incredibly well. Again, this is a very important matchup for him. Wants to make it the easiest way possible to getting into the playoffs, especially over this team. I mean, that HE is brutal. Same is true, though, for Talk. A little back and forth there. Playing catch between some of these HEs on the CT side.
Not my idea of a fun day of catch.
What about that bounce right there? I've seen that Molly bounce off that before. I'm pretty sure, like, just last time Pain Academy were in that position. That's brutal as well. Now it doesn't allow them to as effectively flush out, and X&S will capitalize on that. Oh my god.
He's going to take the space off the back of it, drops the bomb just so he can continue to pressure forward. Information gained as well about the Heaven player.
Good flank.
Marks is on the scene. Flank indeed. Clearing out mid. It might be just enough. Oh my goodness. X&S walks into the op too. This is Pain. Trying to come back into this. Volterra exposed. Oh no! Myth Poutini needs it all. Oh, the flash. It's past him, but whoa, wonderful trade. Perfect trading from Tatu. To take that one across the line.
Oh boy, it's looking a bit rough there on the side of players in the post plant. You know, that flank comes through and it feels like it's desperation for players instead of still a comfortable post plant. You stuck in a 3v3 and good positioning as well. But they get aggressive there after seeing their mid lurk go down and into the crosshairs of players where you know they're kind of located as well for X&S. Walking right into that op crosshair. Marks continues to deliver on some of these comfortable shots. And that one definitely felt like a round setup for success for players in the 3v4, but missing out on that is perfect for Pain Academy. Look at this Canals aggression as well from Leggy. He's deep in the lines, and he's seen these moves before. He's been aggressive in this department. Are you going to anticipate it again?
I mean, I think they will. One round in the first overtime, they pulled this move, but they didn't aggress with it. The players were really respectful of the idea that that could be happening. I think they are going to do that once again. Wonderful shot from Huggy. It's a trade, though, and it's a trade for the better here on Pain Academy's front. They know what has to happen, but clearing it out's a whole different story. Myth Poutini going to get into position to deny the swing from window. Are they aware, you ask? Absolutely, players are.
I mean, it's so much trial to try and recover some of that lost space, especially in that 4v3, but crucially, they don't let them slide out of position. Demo still fighting forward, trying to maybe help out his teammate get out of that canal spot. There was not a chance that they let that happen. And it is free reign into a open A side.
Another moment from Huggy with what you've been describing. Is, you know, he's taking the brunt of that, taking the first fight, and just, it's so relieving when he wins the duel at like on the E-box guy, so that then they can really focus up on Demo and Leggy on the A main side of that fight.
Crazy good shot as well from Huggy to open it up. As you said, makes the job a lot easier for the rest of the team to move in. Just slide up into the duel there. Still a single round though for Pain Academy. offered up by a big 4v3 recovery.
Nearly perfect, though, on the T side for players. And I mean that literally as well as just, missing one round, but also, if they don't fumble so heavily in that one round that they lose, that probably should have been 3 from the post-plant positioning. CT side, though, this is where all the troubles began. This is where Pain Academy did some of their best work. Players struggling all half with holding mid against Pain Academy's mid take.
Good utility for this mid take here, but it's this deadly duo of Myth, Boutini, and Huggy that are playing out in defense. Oh, staffed up nicely in the mid hold. Keep moving in. Taking a fight. A bit labored on the spray there, but that mobility of the A1S comes out on top. And now you're getting that op in position to try and offer up some extra assistance on this A side. Smoke is a bit awkward, but still XNS threads a couple of kills in between it.
Now the opera's set up for everything. I mean, Myth just has to be a bit of a menace here. Doesn't even need to be that bad in that moment because he's got some support in the form of Huggy. Another critical moment where Huggy is winning them rounds, man. Great work from XNS. You got to give him credit too, but like this kill, him pressing on this, understanding the win conditions that Pain Academy have had, their late mid setups, their late mid plays, everything has run for Pain through mid, and Huggy recognizing that makes it impossible for Pain to play there.
Yeah, and if you're Huggy and Myth Boutini, you didn't see the initial gambit of that setup as well. You didn't see the op and Huggy combo that was put there together again, and they just reassemble it. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the right move. You just saw Huggy get aggressive. You didn't see the op that was positioned there close by as well. Double mollies in. But look at this angle here. Myth Boutini sliding in. Was that? He looked like he did some damage right there, but instead it's Marks that offers up the killing blow. Almost had a triple on his plate right there with what the collaterals were shaping up to be. Never got a chance to land the shots necessary. And a 5v3 as Mark's op remains true on the other side of things.
I mean, it feels like Mark sees serious point on the line and his opping gets like a 200% stab boost. It's what it was to help them push through regulation and into overtime. It's what it was to approach the other side of overtime. Number 1. Is it enough?
Gonna be for now. This one's a done deal. Your XNS, I guess, and Voltaire, you really don't have anything to lose. Maybe you can make it an interest in. What's gonna matter here is, are they gonna be able to do much, though, is the big question. Probably not.
I think as a whole, a little bit of a criticism that I have about players on their CT side is how slow they are about these retakes, even in overtime, but like in general, if they don't have like a save option, I think it's so very clear how often you save on this map because of how bad players' retakes are. Like, they are so slow to even get into position to start them.
Terrorists win.
That's just not even a massive point to save, but all good. Hold on to a little bit of KD. That's good. See if players in this chance here. Another opportunity. Is it going to slip through their grasp? Plenty in regulation to close it out. None in that first overtime, but in second OT, it's back to the CT side that they have to close it out again. Not the easiest task for this squad.
Yeah, 5 opportunities in regulation. None in OT number 1, but 6:30 flies by. And the tack pause as well. know what they say, Cole. 7th time's the charm.
That is what they say. Big number 7. Versus Pain Academy. Sometimes that charm never comes through here. They just keep on gritting their way through these tough matchups. The best way to avoid retake scenario is to just win. Oh boy, this op again is going to be set up there. Ooh, bit of a warning shot though. This Butini forced off the line.
That's maybe best case scenario for players what just happened.
Absolutely. Want to get aggressive through E-box right now, but there's just no hesitation. 4 players rather, walking through middle. Good setup on the defense right now. Going out clear things towards Leggy. Canal's just being covered right now, but this mid side is very vulnerable, and that's a huge problem here potentially.
I mean, Huggy's about to be tested again, man. That flashbang gonna give Huggy up, I think. Oh no! Huggy goes down, he gets nothing. X and S though stays alive. Crucially so. And these slow retakes. Can't afford to be slow right now. Leggy's on 1 HP, but if they're not looking at him, it doesn't matter. Looking though is Volterra.
It's just
Fortunately, yeah, it's just not good enough. Poutini about to be walked in on. And he's hit the shot. Marks missed the opportunity at the start of the round, and he hits it to close it, and it's another overtime. Pain Academy doing some of their best work when up against the brick wall that's elimination.
There's reality setting in. And they gotta fight for their lives here. They just hold on so steady here on Anubis, man. But they are fighting tooth and nail here. They'll take us into our 3rd. They do not give up. They will not give in to players and their CT side setups here. Mark's just stepping up to the plate. Being able to best Myth Butini in some of these head-to-heads, because Myth Butini's getting aggressive. He's trying to make these angles work on the CT side, but Marks is always able to meet him where he's at. This time, though, no AWP for Marks for the first OT round. It's 5 players outside of B, and this is going to be a quick decision.
Flashbang's going to be a little bit disruptive. Great flash, though, on the other side. Need to break open the smoke, but no visual acquired. Doc's still here, but in E-box. Oh, and he's gone. Removed. Great trade out of Volterra. Again, staying alive, so important. He's going to get a flash to provide a little bit of support through that. Everybody blind. And players, they pick up the pace on this. That nade, oh, it's not enough damage, but it's enough to track him down. Huggy forces Leggy out. Another great flashbang. Pain Academy just chaining these things onto players. The back of the site is a wasteland of lack of vision. The time is another factor that is up against them. Tatu gets his. Surely cleared from Pizza soon. Tatu, no! He hits them all with Shug in the 1v1. Unknown. Pain Academy. They direct it towards B, and they hit it hard.
It's just such a quick, flashy off-spawn call right there that overwhelms the B-side defense. Flashes chained together so effectively. And those slow retakes continue to be a problem for players. Too late on the pickup right there. Myth Butini just waiting for an E-box peak for the whole round. Never really even able to have much impact there. This is a huge chance to put the tides in your favor. Opening round right there. Eep smoke in. Lots of spam. Anticipating the boost here. And able to do some damage. My god!
Wow.
Doesn't fall off the angle. Instead just keeps fighting forward there. Punching a hole open in the smoke. Does allow for Doc to thrive in that duel.
No way they expect it. X and S here. Might be very fortunate that Pain Academy are walking away from that.
Yeah, that's a huge relief right there for Pain Academy. They don't know it, but they avoided a setup that would have devastated them. Turning that corner into the duo with low HP as well. Heading in towards this A side's your best opportunity because you're going to be challenging an op here. You get a good execute. He's not even going to be able to fire a bullet.
There is only one smoke here. Marks has it. And it is going to go for heaven.
That's going to lead to likely a repossession towards Broken. Okay, never mind. My fault. Gets aggressive. Runs through the smoke. Nothing to lose. Trying to get active here. Stay in the face of this offense.
Might be the move. You're not going to expect it. All these flashes ineffective, but you got him. Hits the shot. Myth. He gets the one. And more damage done. More damage that will help XNS finish one off with a nade. With Volterra's support, XNS closes the round.
But he at least needed to be able to recover for one kill right there. He managed to do so, and then the low HP bars come into fruition. That HE that flies over, lands a kill. That helps out. Blowing open that smoke and getting one as well. So players at least able to scale in to that round despite some scary misses. That's Mid Poutini though, getting active right there. You could see a bit of his signature on that round. Now who's going to close it out here? 2 on the CT round side would be monumental for players that they've needed in these OTs when they've had positions to close.
Maybe just need to get the T side in order to find those closers.
What it feels like in some occasions.
Utility here, as if they're going for that B walk play that they went into before. Myth hits the initial shot on the A main aggression. They don't see the bomb, but they get a kill. Volterra winning his one on B is so crucial.
Oh, Huggy running it down right now. He's throwing aggression down their face and having fun with it at this point. Demo gonna get chased here. Huggy playing a dangerous game, but distracting for the E-box swing. Huggy, I mean, he pushes forward into their spawn through the mid-smoke. He's been aggressive on the duels all the way through. They don't really get caught surprised by the great conditioning that Pain Academy tried to get away with right there. From round 1 of OT into the last, and they shut it down effectively with now 2 rounds on that CT side, as we highlighted, was going to be a big deal.
Yeah, not yet the opportunity to close out, but all you got to do is find a couple on the T side, which has been so much easier, so much more reliable for players. Huggy and Volterra dropping 32. A team effort across the board. Mixes up. Focuses in towards mid, but as the A main take comes through, gonna reslot him at a more passive angle inside of Temple's side and let the rest of the CTs focus towards the site proper.
I feel like they have a solid start to the round in terms of the repositioning of the CT side, getting a couple extra towards the A side, but as those smokes fade, they are starting to regress towards middle. Main Academy looking decisive in the motion. That's a well-placed Molotov to buy some valuable time. They could either get the big flank going. Oh, wait a second. They're watching the big flank, though. They're going to be forced off a little bit.
He's got his activation. He'll go down. Volterra, though, with the trade. It's now up to he and Mitt Poutini, who's gone onto a rifle. Did he hear Shug? Certainly looking, certainly waiting, but Shug is in the same boat. Volterra won't be able to start that clutch. Pain Academy rocking up to the CT side with some wins of their own to equalize.
What a great start right there as well. Fantastic awareness. And that, I mean, incredibly difficult B-side hold that I oftentimes see when, you know, your flank gets cut off and you have those long rotations. You know, it was going to be a while before players or Pain Academy could help out the duo on that B side. But the fact that they get the early security in between Tatu and Shug, rather Tatu and Leggy, I should say, is massive. That's the game changer. And now fast into Demo. Doesn't stick around to hold up against the line, although he would have liked his odds winning that fight up against a 50 HP Huggy. Some good utility damage early on.
That's probably part of the reason that they pump the brakes on that is the 50 HP. Huggy's been such a reliable opener, and now he starts the round with a disadvantage. It's a painful reality that now players have to contend with. Marks holds the line. This is scary for an Opera to be in this location.
Got him shuffling. Molly, HE's continued. Utility damage is fantastic. And now it's an attempt for Myth Butini to offer up some recovery. A second out of Marks. How does he make it 2? What a heroic effort from his AWP. Finally to shut down is Myth Butini. Trying to will this round into existence here.
Oh no. That might be the kicker. There's no flash though. No flash to allow that to move forward. Myth's got to get across without the support. Oh, Myth cleared. And it's now all up to XNS. No more heroics from XNS. A 1v3 that saved the day in OT1, but Pain Academy, they're going to get another opportunity to find a third map in this series. Triple OT is what it took for them against Shenzhen. How about this one?
Just are unrelenting in these late rounds when their back is against the wall in overtime. They've survived all the way through to this point. Another chance. Again, it has to be on your CT side. Not easy.
Whoa.
Not punished. Flashbang lands in time for Leggy.
And again, it's Marks. A lot of proactivity here. Volterra, he was a menace at B at the beginning of this map, but he has fallen off of a cliff in that area on the T side. Leggy, though punished, tries to do a little bit too much. Smoke up in the face of the rotators as well. They've isolated Demo, but that Molotov gonna play denial, and they know they've got to go, so Myth just drops the smoke on it. He's gonna have to wait for Doc. They fumble around in the smoke. What? Doc goes in first with the Molotov out. That's devastating. Demo allowed to cook him, and Demo with 2 with Tatu's support. Pain Academy do it again. Triple OT, stunning way to send this to 3.
What a fantastic finish it is, man. Pain Academy just pulling through when it matters most in these late round situations, being able to provide some coverage. It's so tense right there, but this is where this team just really shines here. It doesn't matter what situation that they're put in. If they're put up against 8 chances to, let things slip, they just still fight their way through. And Pain Academy continue to win on Anubis. They win it the hard way. It takes them 22 rounds. The last time up against Shenzhen, it takes them 22 to cover off this victory as well. But players falling short with those chances once again. Pain Academy just pick up where they leave off, and Mirage now required between these two teams.
Man, it's crazy to me, the Marks buff when they're up against the wall there. Like he somehow does it every time there was a match point there as well. For players, Marks was having a multi-frag. He picks up another one there to push Pain Academy to get their second opportunity to close it off. And, that triple kill, he got 2 as well, but he actually had the nade that cleaned out Huggy in addition to that. So the fact that he's been so incredible in those big moments, the most important moments where he's been able to close, is just so reliable there for this Pain Academy team. Mirage is certainly up next, but we're going to take a break before we get there. We will see you in about 10 minutes time.
try, can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
We got one more here. Payne said I got one more in me here, and they hang in there by a thread, but they managed to survive so many series points like they have before, and they take us into a decider. Gotta acquire Mirage to see who closes this thing out here. I think this territory still looking pretty decent for the side of players when it comes down to it, but the breakdown again that I just watched happen there, the way that Pain Academy kind of string things together and you know, fight on. It would be such a lovely into their Cinderella story here in playoffs, or into playoffs, if they could close it out in this decider.
It would be. Unfortunately, I do think that they are in a bad spot, right? Like, sure, phenomenal for them to get to a position where they can close out in triple OT. It's even better that that's the second time they've done so in this Swiss stage, but they've got one map of Mirage on record here in the last 3 months. You know, and it is a tight loss to Crew, who are looking about as bad as they've been in the last year. So I don't think that is exactly a positive spin. But if you had to spin it positively, I do think that means Pain Academy are going to continue to have a surprise factor that they seem to have held all Swiss stage.
Yeah, I think there is going to be a huge surprise factor in this matchup. It's really interesting to see, you know, what we're going to get out of this decider. I think Dust 2 is like the other option they could have gone for. They went with Mirage. That kind of is a surprise to me. You have a lot more reps on Dust 2. You've got some recent really impressive wins on Dust 2. So avoiding that is interesting. It makes me think Pain Academy have a direction that they want to take here for this decider. And that's definitely a decision that you want to see pan out for them, but that's still a big question as to will they be able to step up? Will they be able to show why they picked into this map?
I think that, you know, I think it's more about avoiding players Dust 2. I think that's my read of the situation, rather than like, you know, we have a big game plan from Mirage, and maybe they do. Like, maybe it's both the same, both those things at the same time. Two things can be true at once, but you know, Dust 2 might be a bit of a good spot for Pain Academy, but it is a great map for players' side. And as much as the win rate looks good on Mirage for players, it's not a map that I like. Given any other matchup, honestly, I'm not confident for players on Mirage. Like, you know, they win. They have a couple of wins, but you know, one of those is a OT win against Bounty Hunters FE. You know, and then they have a very tight win against Dusty Roots on that one. That one's also an OT. So like losses to Tropa de VSM, I'm not too worried about, but you know, especially when it's not been great, and they lost to 9Z Academy at the beginning of the year on this map. Like, those are losses that are pretty bad. Those are brutal.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're ready to actually see what's going to happen here in the server. I believe we're ready to hop on into the action, see how things are going to shape up for this decider between these two teams. Fight for playoffs on the line. Both these two teams fighting tooth and nail to get there. But it is a knife round. We get to do the side selection first things first.
I think you know, this one more about just it being comfortable, right? Whatever that looks like for you. So it would be ideal though for players at the very least to start on their CT side. They're not going to get the chance to take that decision. Pain Academy take it from them. Presumably we'll start on the CT side instead. That is what we will see.
We'll swap action into the map here. Those resets rolling and get into the action. We'll see who's going to be closing out this decider. We do have, you know, what I really liked about this team here is some of the mid lurks again from Huggy, who really impressed me with what he was able to do in the past. So, you know, obviously looking to keep a close eye out for that. Here are no lurks about, just going to be a pretty standard A execution ready to go and roll off here for the Academy squad, for the player squad rather.
Other things to look out for, I think Myth Boutini, the other one. And it is that a play coming. Leggy forced back. Initially, they'll take full space into jungle as well. Myth Boutini and Doc trying to force forward, but Marks has got the support for Leggy. Fantastic to break them off. Defeat before it even gets down. Bomb not planted. And uh-oh, Huggy and XNS looking to clutch now. Huggy alone from Firebox with a lot up ahead of him. No armor either. But it's a headshot angle for a lot of these. So that might not punish him all that much.
Given any fights here at the moment. Couple of body shots here, but needs those quick headshots if he wants to fight his way out of this situation. Another duel. Gets in out of position. Does find a headshot. There's one isolated duel. Doesn't have any armor here. Doesn't have a lot of health to tank through, but at least opens things up. Gets a little bit of access. Be granted anything else here. Jumping around the corner. Thinking there's a flank in order. That's not the case. They're looking a little bit shaky right now. Not to. Going for the wide swing there with Leggy as well. Pain Academy try and play confidently to close it out.
Yeah, and you have to. You saw what happened when they weren't willing to play confident initially on that 3-on-1. That's when Huggy starts to break up and find a little bit of leeway. Don't want to do that. And it was confidence that got them into that position to begin with. Don't allow for players to get situated in a post plant or even take full jungle control. Marks gets through the smoke and sets him in motion. But as I mentioned last round, right, you talked about like Huggy and how important he's going to be on the lurks here. I think that Myth Boutini needs to have a better map than Anubis. You know, he was not bad, but he did not take over rounds like I think he can on that map. And when you're talking about like the op, he was gapped pretty significantly in my book. When you're talking about like who was the most impactful, who had the biggest moments, Marks was there by far. And I think that Mirage can certainly be a good map for Myth, so looking out for that.
I'm sure he'd love to be able to provide some of that damage back in return as well. Try and get activated here, counteract some of the measures that we're seeing out of Marks on this map.
I think what was so stunning from Marks on Anubis is that he would show up in the most crucial moment every time.
Well, that's one way to deal with the op presence right there. Burn him out of position. Sure that he can't get away with anything. Mid-Butini with the rifle, able to step up with a couple of quick kills. Some nice impact.
He's pain lacking in a pretty big way. That's an ambitious fight from Shug, but he's left with 29 HP, looking towards B, but without really the tools at his disposal to continue fighting forward. That won't stop him from trying, though. 3 HP, that nade might be the end, and it will. Emo's SMG be upgraded onto a rifle here in mid, and it will be. He's got a kit, so he might still go for this, but looks like save is the better call anyway. Pan Academy, they do have good money. I mean, they don't drop anyone in the anti-eco at all, and 3 SMG kills if my memory serves correctly.
Terrorists win.
We're holding on. You said trying to keep that economy healthy. Despite a lost round, a good decision making. See what they can do to fight on here. Bringing out AWP for Marks. And not the same case for Myth Butini on the other end of the server. Aggression in towards the ramp side here. Voltaire kind of patient around it. Still at a standstill right now. I'll let another teammate until finally it's time to pull the pin there, and missed shot's gonna cost him here. Looking to be picked up by the likes of Demo. He only goes 1 for 1 though. That's when Marks gets re-aggressive, but it's back-to-back where he burns in the flames, this time to Myth Butini's Molotov. And Shug and Tatu rotating in, trying to help out in transition.
Shug SMG is looking very good, though. Tatu, his position known. Oh, how is Huggy not won that? He had every advantage. Fake on the plan, X and S. Oh, he gets the visual. He's just gonna wait, watch. Go for a reswing, and that reswing still comes. They're still fighting. For what reason, I don't know. XNS can get this bomb down at any time. Maybe complicates matters with the molly in place. Another fight attempted, but XNS is the one who's low. XNS just never wants to give that duel up. Never wants to stop and wait or even get the bomb down. A lot of good work in the clutch from XNS. That one's a puzzler.
I'm with you on that. Don't expect those sort of opportunities to come all that often. Or to constantly be given peeks and chances to fight back. Usually plays those clutches very carefully. In this case, a little bit fast and loose with it. Gotta close these quick mid duels this time. Leggy able to open up proceedings. Mark's still kind of getting blasted right now. At least he doesn't burn in the flames, though.
It's true. Unfortunately, this time he doesn't get his one either, so if that's the trade-off that you got to make, I'll take the flames, please. These SMGs have been so valuable for Pain Academy. They've done so much with them already in this round. X&S going down with no trade available. Oh, that's a nasty smoke recycled. Players are sitting there waiting for that to expire, and to get another one in your face at this point in the round is, I mean, could be round ending. Might not be, though, with Volterra getting out mid. Gonna force Shug to, I think, reroute. Not to in a power position from ladder room, but Volterra's kill there has made a way for players to get towards B.
They're taking Tatsu down as well. Gonna help out in that department. We're just gonna be punched in. You have that flank through underpass coming through, but a little bit of an extension for Volterra to work off of. We'll see. I mean, Shug might get a chance as well with his MP9. Difficult fight ahead, but he stays elusive and stays mobile. And that provides some more access here on this retake that is eventually going to be called off. I'm already past half tick, not too interested in making a further effort.
That is so crucial that Volterra is getting that kill. Holds it back. Sets him up. Lines up players to pick up a round after the last one was stolen away by Pain. We get an op drop there over to Marks, but it's not going to be a whole lot more to show for it. So it's going to have to be Marks primarily. And actually, they're going in all the way. And initially just taking an eco with the up as just a hero rifle, but now they have it all. Tons of utility with MP9s and pistols in the mix.
Really hoping that you can lean in on some heroics here on this force buy. Maybe more of that Mark's impact there. This be a bit of a frustrating start to this map after so many good starts, but frustrating mollies and utility used up against them here. That's great positioning from Huggy, though. This is that mid-lurking that usually is effective from this guy. He continues to be such a tough target to track down.
It's going to stay that way. Huggy will at least find a late kill, but Huggy's already done the important heavy lifting in this one. No escape available. Smith Poutini looks to provide the cutoff. Shug's removed after getting at least one more. Players finding a little bit of consistency now as they pick up a couple of rounds in a row. Force Pain onto an inbound eco.
Got Zeus leggy though.
That's the difference maker.
Yeah, Jump Zeus. The jumping Zeus from Leggy. Just a iconic call-out waiting to happen.
I don't know that it has the same ring.
What about the first Zeus from Leggy in the balcony? No, doesn't roll off the tongue as well, does it?
No, not quite. Hey, but keep cooking. You're onto something
there.
eventually.
There's something
I
there.
think. Yeah.
Thank you.
And that's what people don't get about the creative process. Is that it's a process, you know? All right. Somehow Marks is alive. Fortunately, Suge is not. A shot from the op, but that's the fourth nade, by the way, from the players into ladder room. 2 mollies, 4 nades. It's done 0 damage. The molly did a tick.
Bomb has been planted.
At least Leggy has an AK to his name. Doesn't have to just use that Zeus. We'll be able to
Got
hold
rid
on.
of it.
I know. Why do you do that? Maybe it's because the names were so bad.
Yeah.
He heard us talking. He's like, "Oh God, I gotta get rid of this." Can't be having that for my namesake. That can't be his legacy.
I see what you did there.
There you
Like
go.
I see to
There's-
be seen soon. Probably in the playoffs. It's announced, I'm sure. I'll go look.
Gotta be there, surely. I'm with you.
No?
Oh,
No, we
what are
got
they up to?
9Z, Shark, Solid, Fluxo, Bestia, Redkinids, and Audit. Which is one short of a full house, so... When a Dolly Amigos, they're just hiding down there.
Sneaky.
I mean, they gotta get back to an A, otherwise they're like losing their entire season of ECL. Sheesh. In the blink of an eye, both operas just get rinsed. Missed shot from Myth Poutini, and it's worse off for Marks, who gets a little bit of a close swing there on X and S, only for him to get nothing in return. Not too spotted, and removed.
More success flowing here on this T side. Coming a bit of a worrying sign here. Resistance that struggling to be put up. This defense very separate from each other, and right now I think the T side just doing a good job of effectively grouping up together in this advantage situation.
Well, update, they are back in NA. Unless they're playing for something.
Easiest.
They had to force this bomb plant down. Very fortunate that they had some utility to piece Demo up. Players made this round look very simple. The outside of the round, just Huggy gets so much work done in mid. Even though a couple of missed shots from Myth Poutini, it's no big deal when players have everyone available to, work off the information. As long as Myth staying alive, which he was, and it doesn't matter. And he even picks up the double to close up on the round. Settled then. 5-3, and likely to be another one unless Leggy and his hero rifle, with all these deagles as well, don't count them out, and have a little bit more of an impact on it.
Love the position in which they're counted out here. That's a lovely opening right there coming through for Leggy, but doesn't really offer up much relief from that point. Still going to be a little bit overwhelmed on that B site. So just maybe getting Leggy onto the round of that rifle, keeping their economy nice and healthy, but in Academy feeling like they hit a dry spell right now.
That's more than just a feeling, it's a reality. And when that one round, after losing the initial gun round, and outside of that, it's been 4 straight, now 5 players. There takes a probably unnecessary loss of weaponry, but it's been a fast build into the economy that players now have, so they're not very much worse off for it. Ain't showing a lot of respect to players mid, and I think that they might be trying to change that one up moving forward. That's an interesting idea that players just picked up. They don't smoke window in order to nade open the top mid smoke to give a more of a different fight over to Myth Poutini, but it's Marks who's waiting on the other side, and Marks just wins the fight straight up.
Good job of offering up fight in return, looking for some desperate attempts to try and catch him on the cross, but that's just too much of an ask. Too much distance on that duel. So it's going to be access granted into the post plant here, and this time I think much better positioning in these post plants being played out for this T side at the moment. Not extending into these duels here, but trusting in the individual ability to hold off up against these post positions. I'm sticking down lower and lower. Tapped. Being stuck though. A couple kills flow in as it is tapped out. And Mark's gonna land some very tough shots to help out his teammates in closing this one out.
Impressive way for Payne to struggle through some difficult times and then come out still looking okay afterward. That trade, their initial kill, goes Doc's way in middle, and even beyond that, Mark's able to be in the right position to cover off his teammates who's getting eyes on, or at least feet onto the bomb. Next step now for players is we're about to get found out. Aggressive in mid is Leggy. I was wondering when that would come, and it's come at a time where Uggy is entirely alone. Becomes very obvious where the next step for this play is coming. 2 Molotovs into jungle. The smoke for top of con that'll be broken open by the nade. It's Demo vision and a freebie. Getting the bomb down is the next step in the equation here, but Myth Poutini, as that smoke starts to fade away, he might be in trouble.
Smoke there recycled in. Demo gonna just spam straight through it. Get even more granted.
I mean, Myth has just decided this round is not his. A little bit wild that Suge's the one on the bomb, but he the only one without a kit, that is. Myth gonna at least hold on to the op for the final round of the half. And the economy of players, that 5-round stretch, enough to give them 3 buys in a row as a little bit of a relief after 2 losses.
Couple of successful retakes in a row here. They're back onto the buys once again. Ooh, and a nice shot from Marks. Excellent coverage there with his AWP at range. Shutting out XNS here in the start. Ooh, HE draws in a little bit of a peek, but it's a smart little quick jiggle. And they shut down more of this mid attack here as well. Huggy feeling like he was running into the wall right there. He's absolutely right. Setup up against him here, but Mark's providing enough coverage with his op to make this one look well and solid. Lucky to close it out just the same there. So Pain Academy fighting back here for the half.
I mean, that's a nice little recovery considering how fast players were able to get back into the mix. A even score line. As Mark's playing a crucial part in basically all of those wins on the CT side for Pain. Talking of him and his impact being felt across this series. There it is again. But now they head over to the T side. Actually going to be a little bit more difficult for Mirage. Ready for an A play, our players. They got Sarah sitting under balcony, and they've got Huggy on the site with Myth Butini available very quickly. But Myth Butini, got to respect the fact that the mid utility's being thrown. Demo has pulled him over entirely onto B, so it's no longer the AAA setup. Sarah not checked. He's in Palace, actually, excuse me. Almost want them to just walk in here. Don't give up a freebie. Deny the plant. That's massive. Huggy gets his, and now Volterra can activate. Shot in the side of the skull. Shug with the bomb in such an uncomfortable location. Now Pain Academy are in trouble.
3v2 here. The issue of recovering that bomb in full effect right now for them. And that early defense right there looking more like it was just so effective at stalling them out. Cue up the long reposition here for the duo. They're at least playing together. That is what you'd hope to be providing them a little extra relief in this situation, but they got to get through A main. Pass this trio. Now spotted out, both players identified. XNS quickly dealing with the one, and then finished off by Huggy for the second, so I'll handle there.
That's a nice pistol round, but what is this sickness that XNS has brought to the rest of his team? I'm pretty sure, like, he's normally a P2K user, but now there's 3 of them?
It's spreading.
It kind of feels like that. Maybe it's not XNS. I remember one, I just remember thinking, you know, a few games back watching players, you know, I just think it was XNS, but there was only one person, is the point. Now there's 3 P2Ks. Getting goofy out here. Players make it 4 out of 6 on the pistol round wins. I think that's the number.
Pretty solid number to have there for yourself. Putting up a whole lot of consistency. Into the real meat potatoes. The gun rounds here in play. See how this one works out for Side of Pain Academy trying to get back into things.
I mean, that's already a massive advantage that players have taken with X and S and Doc all the way forward. They clear all of T apps. And they're even about to clear Underpass. Pain Academy don't know it, but they're about to know it. Never mind. They're about to be boxed in. But that box opened up with force. Mark's watching. That is a good detail. Very easy to overlook. And understanding they don't have a defaulter in that direction. And now it's all going to fall apart. Players are going to react in kind. They didn't need to. I mean, they know that they're not B. There's no reason for Myth Poutini to be pushing a round.
Terrorists win.
That's a crazy round. I can't believe that Pain not only have 5 alive here, but such a power position that players had, and they throw it all away. Doc just caught on the timing, but I just don't see a world where we're pushing a ramp there alone as Myth Poutini.
Yeah, that's a bit wild right there. And punishes quick. So much confidence build up here watching, again, some of these same mistakes that we kind of saw, I will say, on Anubis as well, where just very aggressive, very in their face, small details that break down, and they feel like they can capitalize up against this young team.
I just think the difference on Anubis is so very often it was coordinated. There was a lot of, like there were good decisions, even if they didn't work out, and there was so often set up or 2 players there. Just think here, you get into a spot where you're floundering for the right answer and throw a whole bunch of decisions at a wall, hoping something is going to work.
Punishing that at least here. Very quick bounce back. Oh, back turned. A great capitalization there offered up for the opening door, but an even quicker trade there. Lurking out of Palace, there's a whole lot of resistance ready to go in this department.
Wow. That's incredible. That clear from Tatu and Timo. Gets Volterra on spawn. Oh my goodness, players.
Bomb has been planted.
It doesn't seem like it matters what position they're in the beginning of these rounds. Pain Academy snap their fingers and they're gone. Just like that, players' quick CT side liftoff is null and void. And Myth Poutini doesn't have armor, so that nade is... Oh, never mind. Doesn't go deep enough. They hunt. They will take him down.
Yeah, so quickly equaled up now. Gotta be concerning. If you're feeling the pressure right now for this player squad of Pain creeping up after what already we saw in that last map.
Players call their tack into the eco as well.
I was a fan of calling the timeouts into the gun rounds more so, but I've seen teams do this as well, where it's kind of a priority.
Do you think you can, make an argument that this can let you extend your timeout a little bit? Get the coach's input and then continue a little bit of a discussion into the eco, especially when there's so little that players can realistically buy into this round.
Bomb has been planted.
And that's pretty sure a quick discussion to continue the conversation there.
Guys, let's win.
And now we try. That's what's being discussed right now. On their end, Myth Boutini trying to get him there.
Terrorists win.
And sniped out of the round. Oh, we'll see. Pain Academy now taking a lead here on this T side. Players found slowed down in a big way at the moment.
On Myth's on another glass cannon. The second of the half. Are they gonna place him? They'll be over towards B. Maybe just get the boost up here. No. Catwalk instead. Deep Molotov. Start to keep them at bay. Pain Academy set up in this round, if they really wanted to, they get the right look at mid to scale fast for a B split. They also have the option for later mid play, the control that it looks like they're going to go for.
Taking a slow approach here. Back to this mid control. Been super effective. Now boosting up the hop here for a deeper line. This is a window smoke tossed in. But they're just really trying to get Marks involved in this opening success, and it works wonders. Huggy walks into the crosshair. And there's a man advantage. We already talked about the limitations on this utility on the buy. On the arm are missing. This Boutini putting pressure on himself, but double boost in towards window room. Into the B split. He just might be given a chance here to be on the scene. That is if they can't get through market in time for a big flank to offer up. 25 seconds. They've got to start running and pulling the pin on this execution. And Myth Boutini's still here.
If two good Molotovs going to make it difficult.
Oh, he's spotted.
Surely so. Leggy.
10 seconds.
Oh, but they're going to clear it to you? Or, excuse me, XNS? Okay, they will. That is...
Don't need to plant the bomb.
Yeah, if you get all the kills. Crazy amount of map control for Pain Academy to have it go down to the wire such as that, but yeah, you'll take the win no matter how it comes. And players are in some very hot water. CT side's preferable, but to be honest with you, you don't have the biggest of strengths on this map to begin with.
Trying to just hit a B site again. Not really giving chances for them to set up. Back-to-back B takes right now rolling out. Overwhelming the pistols. Well, he caught a little bit by a team flash there, but they just overrun X and S. Zero chance for him to really sing here. Fake for the bomb plant. Cautious of the wrong smoke, but at least they're cautious of a smoke that'll make Huggy fall over. Be sure that he doesn't, create any more chaos than he already did. Bomb this time going to be planted, and Pain Academy now on 11. They're getting close to the finish line right now for this young squad.
Now they are. I mean, for so much of this series, it's been about, you know, players and them trying to make a return, them being up in not only the series, right? They're up a map initially, then they're up big and on the Anubis as well. All of that, though, leading into Pain Academy finding a way to close in triple OT. And now they take an 11th round where they're in the driver's seat. It's been a series of waiting for this chance and opportunity.
Some of these rounds are not even close. Team was on 15k right now. I mean, that's some needed exit damage right there, but since the pistol and the following, not looking back on these gun runs whatsoever.
Pain. There isn't any stop at the moment to their train that's rolling straight through players. The CT side falters heavy. Oh, this might be perfect. B-Exec is what this is looking like. Works throwing the market window smoke, and there's a great flashbang. Couple of them. Molotov going to be the disruptor, but another phenomenal Molotov from the T side. Makes XNS impossible to survive. And players just have, I mean, they just have to save. There's no other options.
This is actually looking like their playoff chances are being denied right in front of us here. This Pain Academy squad, all the way throughout the Swiss stage, has fought so hard. And now only one round away here. They'll find it first. And despite some of the more experienced teams that they played up against, feels like when they're in this sort of position, they know how to finish the job.
Yeah, every time given the opportunity to, they have converted. And now they get another one. Really important. Volterra doesn't die. Okay, he survives. Shug can absolutely afford to lose his life, but Volterra could not. This would be genuinely one of the biggest surprises out of this Swiss stage. And Academy to make their way to a playoffs, and they have 4 chances to do it right now.
First try, that's a big question. That's not going to help him out any. Lovely HE to kick things off, capitalizing on the low HP bar. So an advantage. Rare one at that here, but look at this. The slide out of Ballas is good for the opener. Volterra looking to lock it in though. Got more to do. Leggy's moved himself towards jungle. And he could be a big element of surprise. Yeah, XNS.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, moving right past him. Doc with utility out. That HE is going to blow up in the smoke here. XNS spotted because now just took down his teammate. What is this? What is that? wait a second. Where is he looking at? What is he looking at the sky for?
He's nading himself.
I'll never expect this. Hey, if I don't know what I'm doing, they won't either.
Oh, well, he thought XNS was still over in jungle, and he was not. But I can't say the nade helped. I don't think it helped. Well, that is at least a start to this recovery for players. As we've been highlighting, though, Pain Academy's economy is out of control, out of this world. And they're going to pick up the pace. Fast one out towards A. Oh, goodbye to Volterra. There's an op here. Mitputini's available. Is there a flashbang for him? Yes, there is. Smoked off as well, and Dot isolated. Mitputini falls. Demote does some team damage. A kill in the mix, but it's still a massive advantage even with that mistake. Pain Academy about to be playoff bound, and Huggy to play denial. He's not getting revenge. It's Pain Academy that take revenge on him. Smoked off and out. Surely not.
Not a chance, man. Chasing it down. Too many targets on the screen here. Not enough time to dice up these duels. Turns the corner into Mark's AWP. This time, they have to fight tooth and nail for this Anubis win that they did just a couple of weeks ago. Last week up against the Shinden squad. They take it into the decider, but they have the closing factor here on Mirage this time. It was a huge adjustment in the Veto. Kind of a surprise for me, to be honest with you, that they didn't go into Dust 2 again. But they get the job done in map 3 here, bringing in even more power in their Veto, it seems, with how effective that T side of Mirage was, only given over a single gun round. And Pain Academy are into playoffs, man. What a run from them.
Yeah, and I don't think it's an understatement to say that this is a Pain Academy team. Like, of all the Academy rosters that come in here to CCTs, I think this is the team that has the least, like, individual firepower. You know, when you talked about, like, MIBR Academy and some of the runs that they've been able to make, previous, not recently Fury Academy teams, it's been a slow burn for Pain, and they have worked hard to get to this point, fought through so many difficulties throughout this Swiss stage, and to see them into playoffs is just a huge reward for them.
Yeah, I mean, monumental achievement here for this young squad that just has had to go through so many duels, so many fights to get into this position. That Shinden roster didn't even end up favoring them, right? That crazy overtime. They just lost in map 3, so you know, watching them step up to the plate there in a very similar situation, right? But this time a different map to decide onto and come out all the better. Is a fantastic sequence here from Pain Academy. So a win that you can be super proud about here. Not only does it lock you in a playoffs position, but you know, doing it up against a very difficult team and players, you know, some of your old teammates as well that you're very familiar with, being able to shut them down, and how you even just individually played incredibly well in this series. But Pain Academy as a team rising to the occasion, rising above the pressure that was faced up against them, and now you know, are going to enter into playoffs and eliminate their counterparts.
Yeah, it looked like bad news over for the side of players, and it was at the end of the day. They eliminated here from CCT. We got 2 more matchups that will define the final standings here as the playoffs will be set and more eliminations to come. Mille, Floripa Stars is coming up next. We're a little bit late, so we're going to toss this one over to a break, and about as quick as we can, we're going to turn around and get this party started for that second matchup of the day. We'll see you in a few. Well, a very competitive best of three number one on the day, and we are right back into the action for a second as well. This is another matchup where the stakes could not be higher. Cole, we jump into a Uno Mille that is honestly a surprising face to be seeing at this junction in the tournament, and Floripa Stars, who also I'm surprised to see, but for the opposite reason, surprised that they have made their way through this deep.
I am with you, right? I mean, obviously the situations here are still, a bit interesting in terms of the Floripa Stars path here. I mean, definitely, benefiting from the Nitro dropout there and interesting situations in that department. But looking to lock in a playoff position with that luxury. And, Yawara have been a team that has been offering up some struggles, as we saw from yesterday. That's the one win that we did actually see from Floripa Stars to get to this position. Took some tough losses. I mean, Swingers dismantled them, and then watching players kind of break them down as well. Floripa Stars not without putting up a decent bit of resistance, but when you go up against some of these tougher teams, it does seem to be a bit of a difficulty for this squad. Now they have a chance to try and make it into playoffs. They really want to capitalize on it, but this is the same case here. Uno Mille, this is not a position that they should be in here. This is a roster that should be capable of making playoffs, and that's kind of the goal that they're setting for themselves right now. There's without question.
Yeah, I think that's certainly the situation that they find themselves in, and even beyond that, right? Like when you look at the wins that Uno Mille has had, it's all teams that are sitting here with them in the 2-2 in round 5, right? They beat Pain Academy, they beat Praso as well, but they take losses to Elevate, and then to Shinden, which I think was a little bit more of a surprising one, especially in the fashion that they lost to Shinden. Shinden played a really good game, and I don't want to take anything away from them, but I just also think that Uno Mille got really surprised in that best of 3 in a fashion that I typically don't see from this team. Let's dive deep though. We are a little bit behind, so let's jump into Uno Mille first and foremost, because I think that this team, they have all the pieces that we should be seeing them into playoffs. I think that's the expectation coming into this one. It's very much like I had kind of set up at the outset of our death segment here at the beginning of the day, was that, this is an Uno Mille team very much like players that is a team that's fighting for playoffs consistently and making playoffs as well. The fact that they have not at this point is a surprise in and of itself, and I think that they need to be coming out and showing, especially as a free agent organization, that they can do this.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously going to be one of the bigger hits right now, right? Is that is a position that you find yourself in, kind of staring down the barrel of potential scares here of an elimination, and especially to a team like Floripa Stars, right? Roster that obviously has some talent on their squad, but is definitely a team that is beatable for the experience, for what we've seen out of the recent history of these players. That they should be comfortable up against this matchup, and successful in recent history up against this matchup. So being able to close it out now, this is your position, this is your chance right now to seal it in. And avoid all the scares here. Maybe it'll lead to a tougher opening round matchup when it comes down to like the seeding and who you're going to be playing out of the gates, but at least you're going to be happy that you were able to survive and make it into the playoff position.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And just to kind of touch on individuals, I think that Remix looked really good in their loss, as did Reelson. Got to see more from BNC. This tournament's been a bit of a bad one here for him, and I think Leo Monster has struggled to find his footing a couple of times. It's been a bit more consistent where he's found some games that he's on, some games that he's off, but BNC's been a consistent missing piece that's got to change for this Uno Mille team. Let's talk about their opposition over on Floripa Stars, though, because there's one guy that has leveled up above literally everyone else, I think, in this Floripa Stars team. When put under the microscope, Sakamoto has flourished, and I think we unfortunately got to see what happens when he does not look as good. Was what happened last time around in the Swiss stage here. That loss to Swingers, I mean, it was just everyone getting destroyed on this Floripa Stars team, and that was including Sakamoto.
Yeah, I mean, just had really good protocols to shut him down there. It didn't feel like he was ever able to lift off there for like the opening stages of Nuke, where sometimes his like more, I would say, passive positions in some cases just don't work, and then you're just questioning what else does this team really have in store in terms of like how do they get opening picks on that T side, and he's obviously like a good influence on some of these lurks, but yeah, I mean, seeing that get shut down, it definitely was a worrying sign compared to the wins in which we did see this team kind of operate in, where he just looked like an absolute beast.
Yeah, I think that's and listen, I don't think that was necessarily like all up to him when he's playing those more lurk heavy roles, and the rest of the team just like falls apart on every other extremity of the map. It's going to be really obvious when you're like the last or second to last guy alive trying to make a heroic play that could save the round but also is really ambitious. That's going to happen, but I think that can't be the Floripa Stars that we see here tonight if they want a chance to break into playoffs. Because I feel like, again, it's important to paint the brutal picture of what like Floripa Stars have looked like this season, right? They have 2 map wins in their ECL run right now, and that is for 16th place. And outside of that, like, they haven't been getting even opportunities, which is why it's huge for them to be here now. But it also means that one of their 2 wins is a forfeit win against Nitro. Again, you can't change that, but I just think that they've had a struggling start to this year, and it's because it's often been Sakamoto on his own.
Yeah, I'm with you on the decision making as well there, but we'll take a look at the vetoes, and I think fortunately for them, Nuke going to be banned for them here in this matchup. You do get to see the Floripa Stars Ancient come through here in the opening stages, and then Mirage coming out as well. So we'll see how things shape up here. Then Anubis to close things out. So, I mean, for me, again, watching some of the success story here for Floripa Stars, I do actually think this Veto probably in a better situation than what happened yesterday for them in this Veto. We should be able to see a little bit more success, and honestly, again, if we're talking about just maps in general where you can have a little bit more ease of impact out of your extremity lurks, I do actually think Anubis is one of those. Ancient is definitely one of those, and then Mirage in certain occasions can be as well,
especially on the T side for Mirage. Agreed. Yeah, I'm thinking that's a fair process or take on the situation. And I also think that, man, Uno Mille have been not great on this Ancient. This used to be like one of their best maps, and outside of a win against Pain Academy, it's been a flurry of losses here more recently for them on Ancient. Even though there's some good teams in that mix, like Bestia, like Legacy. At the same time, I think that they definitely are beatable on a map like Ancient, and that's part of the reason that Floripa Stars can lean into that. So with Mirage set in for the next one, I think that Uno Mille should be able to like close towards the end of this series, but I think Ancient is a real tough spot for Uno Mille.
Yeah, they're looking at their shot at redemption right now here up against this Floripa Stars. I believe we're ready to hop on into the action here and see how things show up on Ancient, see how things will be brought to the table out of the gates. We do have action ready to kick off here. And again, a lot of pressure going to be put on Uno Mille. As Floripa Stars, obviously, like, they want to make it into playoffs, but they're still a team that I think is in kind of a growing phase. I know this team is kind of older as well, but their experience levels and things of that nature still trying to build up results here. This is one of the better ones we've actually seen in this Swiss stage, just being 2-2, having a chance to make it into playoffs. Sakamoto, though, for this T side, able to start it off with a couple of kills there. It's a good look as the bomb gets planted.
Ooh, and that's an even better look. ENC removed and Sakamoto stays alive. Trying to be forced down, though. He keeps taking flak, but gonna get out of there. Crossfire is set. Leo Monster going to try and break that apart with his dualies, but those fall. CMB in the driver's seat of this one. And then run down. Barnzik catches a visual on the cross to Sakamoto. Is there a kit? Kit nowhere to be seen. Gotta hit that first one now. No time to tap again. CMB's lost this round. Sakamoto, as we talked about him, he is the hero.
Terrorists win.
As everyone falls alongside it.
There you go. You get to see a prime example of this guy, what he can bring to the table for the very first pistol round there. Entries found galore. Something that I definitely think was missing. And that's a confident start for a player that you would love to have playing confidently. This is the exact right person to get that amount of opening duels there, to find a little bit of trust there. Kind of being late to activate, but getting involved early here for Sakamoto is a key aspect.
Well, Leo, though, on this force buy, he's got a great angle in the 5-7. Slides across the screen. Unfortunate that the rifle can't actually trade that out as effectively. Now Remix is in the mix, and oh my goodness! He taps him down from range with the PE-250. 1v3 here, or 4, pardon me, for Lukita. He's had to swallow the bitter pill of all of his teammates going down.
That's just the last thing you can really hope to see right there for them. Just a cold splash of water onto the face. Just when you think things are working in your favor. A quick reality check of how deadly this team is. No matter what the situation is. Shutting down Sakamoto, forcing Lukito onto this eco situation.
That is one thing that I think Mille as a whole do a really good job of. Is, you know, they have a ton of experience on this team, and they take advantage of that by very rarely, you know, giving away these types of dominant positions. You know, one man will fall in the form of BNC, but great positioning there for the rest of Mille on A to ensure that Lukita can at best find an escape route rather than an inbound victory.
Terrorists win.
Gonna have to go kind of right back to the drawing board for this squad. We're gonna have some decent firepower with Lukita saving onto an AK, but what else can they do here?
They can buy. That's what they've done. Oops.
Flawless execution on the assembly. A little bit noise here, trying to kick up some dust on this B side of the map. Just perfectly tucked in time. There's Leo Monster. with a little bit of setup behind him. Well, he's good though. Flush him into the fight here instead. He's gonna have to hold down the line and a lot of impact out of his rifle there. BNC was the bait, but he finds 2 kills. The bait bites back. Now flashbang perfectly placed there. Bank shot off the wall. Bomb gonna be planted, but Leo Monster secures the finishing blow. And Floripa Stars, they do get some extra cash flow, but the force buy will be shut down pretty comfortably.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the fact that they get a bomb down is super nice. Could allow them, if they really wanted to continue investing. I don't think that's the wisest move, but yeah, BNC, when he's meant to be the sacrifice and he still gets a double, and that'll tell you exactly all you need to know. Let's Mille settle up on the score and one up the score as well in just 3 rounds. Talking about the value of pistols in the last series, well, you know, they are valuable, but you have to win the follow-up rounds in order for that value to be realized.
Very true. Nice little opening kill from BNC. Force beds back and forth here, looking to be put to an end with that last round victory. Now, setting themselves up quite nicely. Start off this defensive effort.
Well, overwhelmed. And even more than that, Remix gets traded. Bomb's down for the moment, but it could be recovered. It could be a whole lot more than that. Sakamoto's going to get a freebie. Uh-oh. DMB, though, is going to be the relief valve. Alleviates that pressure. Mille, we're starting to feel Floripa Stars. That response now looks a little less likely when Sakamoto's alone.
Oh my god. Back turned. Sakamoto almost makes it happen there. Needed a bit of a difficult follow-up there, but at least provides a lot of damage there and a pretty nothing around investment-wise. That is a small victory and a bit of a string of defeats. Gotta make what you got work here. With what little they have to work with on the CT side, on the reinvestment. Trying to get a bit crazy on the aggression.
Sakamoto only going to get his one before the trade comes in, and that's a hefty head to hunt down on the first of the round. Leo Monster now going to get some support from BNC. And Reelzen's got the line on Sicko, who made his way through mid. Floripa Stars start this round from a difficult position, and it doesn't get a whole lot better. 2-on-3 still a little bit more viable, though. Especially with BNC so isolated. Lukita watching his escape. His escape tried to be made, but Lukita there.
Oh, Reelzen. Loud about turning the corner here. Reelzen prepared for the double. Trying to rush it in. But Reelzen in between them. And they're in goal. And catches them by surprise.
Surprise factor that's going to keep Mille on the upswing. likely to continue to be difficult as the pistols come back out. Burnsington overwhelms Leo Monster, grabs a rifle recovery, but unfortunately it's taken from him as quickly as it's gathered. Sakamoto and Lukita are two different areas, and isolated is Lukita from that point on. Sakamoto, he gets onto the B site, but he doesn't have the bomb. Just a little bit of a problem.
Nicely crept in on there. TB holding the angle. Sakamoto not going to be able to work too much more magic. They will get the guns back out here. It has to be a quick start now. Trying to get more involved in these early stages of rounds. Especially off the back of a good capitalization on the pistol, but not being able to win much after that. Really in terms of anything just yet. See if they can get some sort of access into map control here. Been pretty suffocating from this CT side.
And that's the number one problem for the T side, you know, on Ancient is trying to start off by getting any of this map control, and it will be a big one for Sakamoto. Pick up 2 on. Initial kill good there for ZMB, but without a refract, Sakamoto hits them both and knocks him down. Creep out on B is going to come through soon. Floripa Stars over the last couple of rounds have certainly noticed that, you know, Mille are very cave heavy. You know, they occasionally will press onto ramp, but it's definitely more cave control that they like to lean towards.
Taking against him here. They're starting to route into this retake here. Just very delayed. Cave control still maintained. Flashbang goes above the head here. Leo Monster still finding some access, but they gotta get on the bomb here. Actually, no kits for the CT side still. The kill's gonna come through, but I don't know if they're gonna have time to get this defuse out without those kits. So much money in reserve, but no kits bought into it. I assume someone had them, but that proves to be a costly miss out right there.
Yeah, I mean, a big one too. You know, and as much as maybe that's an oversight for Mille, also shout out Floripa Stars, who really quiet about their crawl up there. Like, sure, they have the smokes down, so it should be a little bit obvious, but Mille, they don't start to rotate remix off of A until the bomb gets planted. And by that time, Floripa Stars have already set up into a post plant. They had so much space to work with, even with cave control. For Leo Monster, that's a little bit of a surprise. That's going to be the round called off by the look of things, with BNC dropping.
Cheeky not live. We get things all sorted out shortly. I mean, yeah, that is definitely one of those frustrating situations. So, you know, you had the comeback successful. You did the hard work right there, but somehow, some way, they didn't have any kits ready to go. I'd imagine there was more kits in play right there, but not in a position where it was recoverable.
Yeah, you say that, but like, also those 3 of them.
Yeah.
And everybody had money.
Yeah. Maybe not.
So, you know, certainly certainly still a valid question.
I think it would have also triggered the quicker retake as well if someone's got to be looking in that direction.
Yeah, I didn't catch if Remix had one. He was the other one who went down before, but regardless, I mean, also, just stick it as well, considering that fact. Tell you who's not complaining, though. Floripa Star is not complaining in the slightest. And a couple of bucks saved last round might just give Uno Mille all the little bits and pieces they need, including a singular kit on Leo Monster.
There we go. We'll bring it in this time around. Better late than never. Except for when it comes to defusing a bomb.
Yeah, I am a serial non-kit buyer. Especially when money's tight.
The finances are nice and low.
I mean, even when they're high, that's the problem.
You just fit right in there with Uno Mille.
I just like saving a couple of bucks.
Yeah, I can't blame you. You like value.
I do. Alright.
That's good value right there. A couple bullets sent down range. Back's turned now as well. He's become a bit trialsome. They're losing out early up against these duels.
Counter-terrorists win.
I mean, they're losing all of them. Uno Mille, they don't find a duel they don't like this round, and they don't find a duel they don't win this round. Realsant starts it off without being able to see. And Mille close it out with ease.
That's just great mid-control protocols there again. This time it's a little more delayed on the early showing. They're not necessarily in the biggest of rushes to establish that ground early on. They will take it later down the line, and when they do, it just becomes impossible to recover the round from that point. And, well, I mean, I guess the best way to lose is by saving onto a gun and taking down all five, because now, even though you didn't buy a kit and it lost your round, you're right back into that full reset territory for your opposition. Then a retake on the A side, though. That is interesting.
Especially when trying to get back in here is so tough. Gotta keep it moving. Oh, and they're not moving fast enough, I don't think. Clean them out one by one. Oh, and that might be the end. Sakamoto late on the lurk. Still got to clean out Lukita from CT, and they won't do that. Oh, no. Uno Mille, it's constantly an issue for them. They rely on their retake, but their retake hadn't been good.
Doing that on an eco as well, such a perplexing decision. Not having anyone able to really keep that space in a 5v5 up against pistols. I mean, maybe they forgot how good of a round they really had before they... The one that they lost, they probably maybe expected a bigger buy there, but... That is wild.
I think even more wild that they had done that whole time, did Uno Mille. And they still couldn't figure out a way to get back in.
Just too slow on the uptick right there. This time, though, quick on the trawl is the AWP presence. Ready to go. Moss and the rest of the squad making sure that they have great control of this A side. Lessons learned, it seems.
It does have a little bit of space here. And when BNC gets taken down, that's a little bit of an avenue of approach created. Allen elevated, and they seem to know about reels in two, and they do. Leo is alone. From 5-on-3 to 1-on-3. Uno Mille disappear.
These other rounds, it's a team that you're the favorites, that you really can't afford to lose as well. Like feelings and situations with that pressure that I talked about, like the expectations right now for them quite a bit higher than their counterparts, but still got to capitalize on those expectations, and that could be a bit of a scary sign when rounds start to look like this and you don't buy kits and you start to go a little bit awry despite setting yourself up in advantage situations.
Yeah, it's a little bit perplexing for me too when Uno Mille looks so damn good in some of these rounds, like, near unbeatable in some cases, and then those little details get missed, overlooked, and I'm left wondering, but how? That this one's a little bit more understandable, where Floripa Stars are in pretty good positions. Fast way to take advantage of that. A good flashbang. Burnsick winning a crucial duel against BNC. All of those things, that'll happen, but all put together, still surprising. That goes against the picture I was painting before, where, in general, I feel like Uno Mille have good attention to detail. That's just not what we're seeing right now.
Not at all, but it's a good start in the way that they open up this round, boosting up the ONS. Any resistance behind it, though, is the big question so far. Not quite. Losing out on a couple of these duels on B is going to mean that's open access and a save called out for the remainder. Floripa starts scaling into this T side quickly. 2 kills in from Sicko, who had a bit of a tough time in this one, but what a great time to step up there. Lands a quick trade, offers up some entrance into the site.
And with everyone on $0, every one of these kills is valuable for Floripa Stars to grab back. Almost grabbed another at the end, but yikes. Uno Mille. Econ broken at the worst of times, and across this side on the CT. I am, seeing Floripa Stars take a great advantage of some of those missteps.
See if they can clean it up. They're going for one more force bite for the last round of the half. And utility tossed in. This is how they got activated here. This time, though, it feels like they're setting up the trap. Trap that does spring into the action for 1-for-1 trade on this side of the map, but elsewhere, more access granted, and they're starting to open up different avenues for themselves.
Maybe that was those avenues not all closed off for Uno Mille right now. Once again, a moment created here on the B side of the map. Cool and collected was BNC on his duel there. Sakamoto jumps the bomb. Be collected by Sicko, but BNC crosses over. Doesn't turn around, though. And with that, Burnsick gonna get a team up here. Sicko and he walk out mid.
Ups away here. Shots provided, but Remix falling there, trying to string the peak off of his teammate in Donut, or Red Room rather. He falls inside of Donut. Not a trade available here. Oh. Okay, doubles back here. Gets the information in time. Threads a quick kill in. Trying to force a bomb plant. He's gonna walk it out. He's gonna walk it out. Sicko, can he get his gun ready in time? No, he slipped the gap. And reels in, gonna deliver one last clutch as extra credit for a difficult half, all things considered. There's a cherry on top, at least something to make it sweeter.
For a team like Uno Mille, though, that showed so many rounds at the beginning of that half, like what it looked like to make it easy, to look good, to not make any mistakes. To falter like that, it's a huge relief that reels in, hits the 1v2. But he's got to pick up 4 kills in the round, and crucial moment there for BNC to slow it down. Floripa Star is staying alive. But I think the next question on my mind, is it enough to just stay alive? Fly over to the CT side where, their history isn't necessarily all that much better than the T side.
To find out aggression down there. It's a nice burst out of the dual Berettas on this T side. Ooh. Jumping around the corner though, it's a 1-for-1, but the dualies quickly trading. There's a lot of information granted right now. They're just tucked into spawn with no map control.
They've got no map control and no bomb. That's a pretty deadly T-side duo.
You need both those things, ideally.
Yeah, you do. And when you got neither of them, well, you saw what happened. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. Uno Mille just kind of sitting and waiting as they hope that Floripa Star is going to give them the fights. Floripa Stars, they will provide. And it still goes well. That's both pistol rounds for Floripa Stars. How are they going to look though on the second? This is where things started to get complicated for them in the first half.
That is both pistols here for Floripa Stars. In the second pistol, they would like to know that those matter. Flashes through the smoke, though. Oh, and the Tech 9s are so close range. Brinsic certainly overwhelmed. And into the site they go. Bomb planted. Now Allen falls back. For a spam kill. That'll do just nicely. And a second not found because the chase down is good. Leo Monster, though, turning the corner way too deep. Ends up getting bested. Sakamoto down a little bit low, but so is ZMB, who's left last man standing. Going around the world. Move here, up against
They
no
don't have a
kits.
kit. Oh, and he's just going to walk this out? Is he really just going to walk this out? Oh, he finally gets a chance to shoot, but he can't track him in the smoke. Smoke is better than kit in this case. Here's the coverage that the 5 seconds would have been good enough to do for $300.
Some good investment right there, having that late smoke. Nice attempt in the clutch. Just needed to drop him off the bomb and didn't find the line in time. But, that's just going to lead to another force buy. Bomb plant in a close round. Gonna keep the pressure on. So the late disruptions, not something that you like. Have go up against you. But there's no information spotted off that HE from Sakamoto. False sense of security towards Donut and definitely towards A main. That is the site access completely cleared now. This time, there's no defenders ready to offer up any sort of trades. Leo Monster all the time in the world to close out that kill as well.
Well, that's a little bit of a reliever, though. Sicko through the smoke. Catches one on the retreat, but now Reelson doesn't even have to take the fight. He's got Remix deep into a main in addition to that. Save call here for Floripa Stars has got to be the move. Good target for Uno Mille. And keeping up the pressure, right? It seems like Floripa Stars really not anticipating another buy there. Despite the fact that Uno Mille get, another bomb plant, which is usually the indicator that the T's are probably going to keep that pressure alive.
Consistent force plays end up panning out. Surprising there. That's some of the difficulties with the more passive setups. Trying to trust a lot in Sakamoto, which again, we both of us understand the vision there. Just getting punished the big way.
As a little bit delayed, but same situation where Uno Mille doesn't allow Floripa Stars to take full advantage of their pistol round victory. That could still change, though. Floripa Stars with the saves keep their hopes alive, and it's a early round hopeful that turns into some gold. Lukita gets his, and Burnsik's flashbang sets up for success. Are they going to clear him? Yes, they will. Isn't exactly free, though, as Reelson takes a whole lot of flack in the process. Allen is, meanwhile, clearing a main. There's a gap that's in mid, so Sakamoto's got to be respectful of that. Meaning that all three of these B-site defenders for Floripa Stars are stuck back square.
A real chance here. Try to make this retake work. 1 HP for this duo, but Reelson lands a lovely headshot. Nullify a lot of the concern. Actually force Lukita onto a save here at this point.
So it is that recovery. It is that move for Uno Mille. And back in the second half, lose the pistol round, but first force buy doesn't succeed. They try again with an extra bomb plant, and now they find 2 in a row.
See this boosted up. Your rifle. It's held on to. You're the only thing saved. I try to be used up against them as much as possible. Oh, and there you go. There's a good jump spot from ZMB. Little visual.
Mille's still not yet to make their decision, though. Still very patiently waiting as they throw CT smoke from outside of A, but all of that is a ruse. Floripa Stars were already stacked in that direction, but they bite heavily on just that smoke. B site is the final destination for Uno Mille. And now the goal changes for Floripa Stars from stacking the right site to getting Lukita out with the gun intact.
Bomb has been planted.
See if they can't find any exits here. For the most part, no Mille taken into this T side pretty comfortably.
Terrorists win.
Just a single casualty here for them at the moment. To another gun round though, it's be a chance for them to bounce back a little better.
See how much better it is going to be looking.
Some great utility damage off the back of that. It's so good at instant kill. That's quite nice there into the mid fight. Shutting down one prong of approach there. Fighting on the other as well. Mix though does offer up some resistance before he's overrun.
Okay, fair enough. A little bit of bite, but I don't think it's more than just that from Remix as reels and falls. A great recovery. You know, I was asking the question, okay, what does that look like? Is this going to be good from Floripa Stars? You know, a little bit of miss there for CMB on the jump. Means he goes down to just the utility damage. And the Remix hits his one. Everybody else for Floripa Stars ready to roll. Mid is closed. Round 18. Oh, it's fast A smokes lined up. But it's all a ruse here. Uno Mille not actually going to be committing to A. They've pulled one. Forensic is here on shelf. Allen's going to have a whole lot of work to do with his op. Or, excuse me, it's Sicko on the B site. Allen over at A.
Work cut out from here. As long as repositioned back in towards this B side might help out in that sense. Ready to go on this B side. Up against the execution that's tossed in already. Utility looking pretty efficient, but they've got the resources, they've got the numbers now stacked in this department. Flashes avoided as much as possible. Still a player behind the pillar that they don't know about at the moment. BNC does have coverage. Big time opening right there. They've gained access, trying to get the numbers punched in, just about can do so. Taking a lot of damage for his troubles, though.
Post plant settled, and Allen and Lukita on the inbound. The damage even become a factor. BNC the healthiest, and he's going to be the first. He's going to be able to fight through that molly, and he's the only one who had the help to do so, but he's the one to set him and make it another for Uno Mille. Crucial that BNC be the one with the health to fight through that fortified against the Molotov.
Timeout much needed here for Floripa Stars. Trying to slow things down, but tough to slow the roll with the constant pressure being applied right now. We're going to see what this brings to the table here. A little bit of firepower. It's still an investment coming into this one, but going to be left with some severe utility limitations. And when they did look good, it's been, I think at the tip of the spear has been their utility damage that has gotten them opening access on these gun rounds.
Well, still some good utility damage in this one, but ZMB fights through. Fights and succeeds. Speaking of utility, it's on the other side. How has Sakamoto survived? So much damage, and even the spam, he still fights out for a single. Fortunately for Floripa Stars, that might not be the win condition. That being said, Sicko gets in the mix. Barnsick goes through, and with that double, reels in Remix are left to pick up the pieces. They will have open doors at A. And a crucial spot for Remix to sit in is Deep House with his op.
Struggling to connect on the initial shot, but doesn't miss for too long. Before he starts to heat up, and he's got the cutoff. Before they can even start the conversation for this retake, he is available.
12-8, 4 chances to close. Where have I seen this one before? Don't know that Mille are going to struggle in the same way, as they've really ripped apart Floripa Stars' economy. And as you were highlighting, you know, utility an important factor. They get a very healthy amount out for what money they had, but it's all MP9s at best for Floripa Stars in the purchase because of it. Nade stack not eaten by ZMB. He will eat the MP9 right to the face. And it isn't pretty, but Allen gets away with it too at mid.
So it's the pesky MP9s that lead to the most difficult situations, isn't it? Just when you think your path to closing things out is so straightforward, you gotta play up against an MP9. Gate kept. Right when it matters, when they need to hang into their map pick. Won't be allowed to close things out just yet.
You think that's, you know, the most devastating prospect for Floripa Stars right this moment? You know, stay alive. That's got to be the first and most important goal right now. But you know, if this does fall Mille's direction, as seems more likely than not to do, you know, the prospect of the next map not being yours is as a little bit of a terrifying one. Long-winded save here for Mille. These AKs, they're going to be able to grab. There's 3 of them on the ground somewhere. I got 2. Ooh, money is tight as well for Mille, I've just noticed. Maybe it's not so inevitable, Cole.
Not quite. No guarantees here. Some money is made low. Opportunities could be closed out on. A window could be closing. Mille aren't careful. Find themselves in a position of strength now, but we just saw them try and roll it out up against the MP9s. Get shut down. It could feel like a bit of a wake-up call for them.
Sure enough. Put this off into location, though. Remix ready to roll. They got the Tech 9s right behind the rifle to lead the charge. Lukita falls, Burnsink the same, and it's with pace that Uno Mille set themselves available for victory. Leo Monster up close here in Cheetah, and with Leo Monster getting that kill, Sakamoto would have to do some unthinkable things to win this out, and he will not. Uno Mille stealing it away. Map pick of the opposition. Map pick here of Floripa Stars, but Uno Mille take it.
What a close. Coming through there. Decisiveness out of this squad to seal the deal. Put them up a map here and bring home Ancient when matters were getting very, very tense. When, you know, they were a mistake away there from potentially overtime. And we've already seen when underdogs enter into that department that it could be a scary sign for any of those favorite teams. So Uno Mille closing out on their opponent's map pick. And now they have even Mirage to look forward to afterwards.
Yeah, and with that Mirage up ahead, we are going to be heading off to about a 10-minute break. So we'll see you in that amount of time, and then Mirage will be underway. Well, it was difficult as we expected for Floripa Stars, and their map pick falls to Mille. Even beyond that, though, with Mirage coming up next, it is a very tall task for a team like Floripa Stars. That being said, is there upside? What are we seeing here that you think maybe could bring them a little bit more on Mirage?
I mean, we definitely did see some upside. We saw some good looks out of Sakamoto. We saw, honestly, on the other side of things, some opportunities, and I think some moments in which we didn't quite see, the squad of Mille playing in tip-top shape. It just didn't cost them when they were always able to bounce back fairly quickly. And I think some details that need to be cleaned up on the other end of things, right? We lost a couple of eco situations right there for the side of Floripa Stars that really didn't let their CT side economy get activated. So, I mean, some difficulties in that department that they're looking to recover from.
No doubt about that one. And, even beyond that, right? Like, I think Mille had some big positive signs, but the amount of rounds that they struggled to close, I think was a big concern. I think the bigger problem, though, to talk about here is that Mirage is a home ground for Mille, and it's a map that Floripa Stars have just not been able to find any wins on here this season thus far. A couple of times that they've played it, even as recently as their game against Swingers, but 13-7 was the scoreline over there. On the opposite side of the equation, though, a lot of comfort for this Mille team. I feel like Mirage is kind of their bread and butter, like this core's bread and butter, very commonly, even when they were Vikings. So it's kind of difficult to see a world where even those mistakes that we saw in Ancient would come to really hurt them.
Yeah, they're going to be looking forward to this map, that's for sure. They're going to be looking forward to the chance to kind of shut this thing down, make the job look easy, even despite the fact that they had to do it in such a difficult fashion here, going, potentially 3-2 if they do close out this win. They would have to do it, right here, right now. It has to be on Mirage. This is a map that they are, like you said, very comfortable with. So, an exciting position to be in here. They're going to look to try and close out, though. So, we're ready to hop on into their map pick of Mirage here. See if they can hold the line here. And finish the job versus Floripa Stars. Again, the run that they were able to make, quite impressive. Not done just yet, but their fight just got a whole lot more difficult with that map one loss.
No doubt. Saddled on the T side, though, are Mille. Maybe a little bit of a opportunity considering that fact for Floripa. Close is Allen with these dualies, a couple of guns in hand. It's a wonderful flashbang, sets him up for failure. ENC going to be removed, though, in the refrag. Burnzik is going to allow, though, a lot of space as he just holds on to CT.
Oh, Burnzik, instant on the draw there when they try and aggress into his location. 2 sharp kills. Looking quite crispy. See if they can do anything in this late situation. Not quite there on the post plant. Going to be finished off. Be a safe defuse. Now this isn't the instant relief that you would like. Going to get those force buys coming through. That's without question. We'll see if that can provide them any sort of extra assistance.
Yeah, I think clean shots out of Burnzik, though, man. That's a huge relieving point. Lovely work on the retake. Floripa Stars barely looked bothered, despite losing Allen without any chance to even fire off any shots. This is where things started to go wrong. Like right at this point for Floripa Stars on Ancient was win both pistols, lose against force buys in both halves.
Yeah, that's a very brutal trend that you really want to avoid this time around. Purchasing power is not as great as you would like here. Realzen, though, super focused with the idea that he was blocked by something that isn't just a lamp. But it was just smoke fades away. And that's very aggressive from Sakamoto on the apartment's control right there. A single point of damage from Sicko and his rifle. It's good news that Sakamoto had that control, because if he didn't, they'd be in a much more dire spot.
Yeah, they can be a little bit better off considering you've got still 2 players here at B, Allen and Sakamoto. Reroute though, up to apartments. This is a good move by Uno Mille. Paying respect to the idea that Sakamoto's still going to hang out here, but he's now got a team molly. Be a little early on that one. It is still going to buy some time. How's that nade taste today as he takes a lick and he keeps on ticking. Oh, the adjustment. Sakamoto gets nothing, and Allen gets his, but Burnsick with a very nice trade. Bomb plant denial. Oh, enough. Just the audio cue pulls him off. And out in the open with a flashbang in his face. He is dabbing all over the place. Floripa Stars, they handle it. No bomb plant either, so the threat of the force buy falls this time.
Let's say rare occurrence right there. Surviving the force buy. Especially when it starts to look a little bit frightening. Hold it together quite nicely. Put in a big victory for themselves. Keep it in safe hands. We'll see a hero rifle out for ZMB. Not for long. Gonna be leveled out by the positioning. The aggressive SMGs.
No big surprise, though.
Counter-terrorists win.
It'll just be the swift and complete end of at least that eco round. I will say that, you know, talking about like who's showing up, who's not showing up for this this Floripa Stars team, I think that, you know, it's kind of hard to see it sometimes, but I think Lukita has been a very consistent piece of some of the winning moments that I've seen from these guys.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is part of that extra support system here that, you know, can have a little bit more impact there. I've seen some really good moments and excellent rounds coming through from the AWP presence as well. So you're hoping to see if that remains true in this one.
Little tech pause, unfortunately, though. Sakamoto drops.
Simon Sakamoto, which is definitely a player that you would like to have in full capacity. Make sure he's always available.
Certainly the case. Looking to get back in, though, at least into the server. I do think that the ease of which we saw Uno Mille though, winning some of those rounds on Ancient, even though it was not as good at the end. You know, gives a little bit more confidence. Makes you feel like Mille can transition that win into something more. It looks like we've lost Lukita as well, though, unfortunately. I think we're going to send this one off to a short break. And when we come back, we'll get back underway. Alrighty, well, a little bit of a pause, a little break ski. And we're back in the mix here with Uno Mille. Still yet to find some victories here on their map pick, but it's the gun round coming into this one, Cole. Big opportunity for Uno Mille.
Oh, it's so the gun round. See if they can lift off here on this T side, or if there's more success. Punishing the aggression from Sakamoto. Decent fashion there. And hey, you can't do that every round. Making sure that you can't keep aggressing. You can. He's that guy.
You do be that guy. Group of 8. Flash to get main control. So with ramp gone, Floripa stars are going to be not quite on the outside of this. Smoke goes for top of connector, so they can flood back out. I mean, they could take this fight if they really wanted to. Don't want to do that just yet. There's the bomb. It gets his one. Now Alan Carr on the refrag, and he's got them both. BNC and ZMB fall. One after the other. Bomb still needs to cross over under the site, too. It finally gets there. It'll allow for remix of plant. Sakamoto low. Oh, and that's crucial. Wheels in 1v3. Oh, he fights through, but so much damage done. These spams could be deadly. As they close the distance, there's still Lukita deep, but Lukita's not all that healthy himself. And that's enough to pull them out, though. Lukita handles the business at the end of the day in the 1v1.
Able to hang in there with a big play there rolling out from Lukita. Offering up some coverage on that defuse and keeping them in winning ways here. The issue is, you know, again, bomb plant, that loss bonus is starting to stack up high. You know there's going to be more investment out, so you have to remain flawless as you roll through here in this one. No mistakes that can be afforded to you. Surviving up against the buy. And continuing to win out on the CT side is a good way to try and bounce back in this matchup.
I wasn't, you know, giving Floripa Stars all that much credit coming into this one, just because I think, you know, Uno Mille certainly have a big advantage going to it, but playing like this, you know, get to Anubis, that's something I could get behind. Floripa Star is going to handle it on the A attack as well. Once again, this time they're on the scene, and arriving is Burnzik with another crucial multi-kill. Burnzik's been so impactful already in this map.
Oh, the AWP presence there as well. Able to succeed. Some more offered up. Remix doesn't last too long either. Floripa Stars 5-0. They get past what was going to be one of the more difficult situations there for them.
I mean, I'm a little miffed at Uno Mille right now because these rounds look so very lost from them. Like, they're all very disjointed. There's just not a lot of cohesion right now on the T side.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, even when there was, thinking about, you know, that previous round where they got out, good smoke, you know, good Molotov. They don't take the fight when all of those things are in place, and so that allows Burnzik to continue to have impact.
This eco just all out aggression in towards the A side, non-starter, no access, nothing granted. I'm gonna be planted eventually, but we'll see what they can do now afterwards here in the post.
It's a nice addition for BNC, who's, you know, got a hero Galil in this round. He's at ramp. That's going to be very difficult to have impact, especially if the rest of his team starts falling. ZMB up into the mix, though. That's difficult. He's now alone, though, and the flashbang unsuccessful. Another multi out of Burnsick. This is a whole different level from him.
He's bringing a whole new level, that's for sure. And there's no resistance right now on the other side of Mille's to offer up a fight back. Struggling to find answers, solutions to a very devastating defense that's being put up. 6-0. A lot of these rounds starting to look comfortable as opposed to the start where it did come down to a couple of close clutches.
This gun run has to be where Mille starts to stall. Floripa starts a little bit. Otherwise, they're liable to run away with this thing. On the CT side, at the very least. Locked out of mid, thanks to the wind of smoke and top mid in tandem. Mille going to at least have time to get towards the late round. They've been aggressive towards A early in the last two. A little bit of that cohesion I was hoping for. Good flashbang protocol to get them into connector. Overwhelmed Sicko.
Yeah, we'll establish that connector control. Here's a good sign with the kill as well, but a lot of attention turned in. How do they deal with that? AWP equalizes quickly. That's a great response. Oh, 4v4 into the B side of catwalk they go, but that's a good line from Remix to be holding. Sakamoto falls into apartment, still having some extra firepower here for them.
And Lukita can't get anything done in that forward position. There it is, Mille. You know, a couple of good moments. Still a lot of impressive stuff there from the defense of Floripa Stars, but Mille finally seemed to have, you know, woken up a little bit. Mid pressure not contested. Good flashbang to allow entryway into connector, and then a decisive move out from catwalk into the B bomb site with some good opping from Remix to provide overwatch on every single angle.
Rounds have been fairly close in some situations, so the fact that they just win this one after long last is a huge asset. Trying to claw back into things here. They continue to find these opening duels here, trying to wait patiently towards middle for just that. So far, nothing given. They're going to queue up the AWP closer and closer to this. Smoke goes in. Oh, it's well placed there. No mistakes from this P side to extend past the utility.
And this time the nade into the smoke idea doesn't quite work out in the same fashion. Oh, dink, but Remix stands tall. That's unfortunate for Sakamoto, who pays the M4 price. Another entry for Remix into the B site. And he's holding the bomb, so he'll get the plant here momentarily. Okay, I guess that's a little extra.
Getting a little parting gift there for the fight that was put up.
Terrorists win.
AWP gonna be saved here, most importantly. That extra cash flow, I mean, maybe drop another gun here, but Probably just going to stick to the hero off if I had to imagine.
That's just a devastating oversight for Remix. Hard to anticipate, though, that he's going to be sitting there with a knife. All good. Remix can get the reinvest and, well, a little bit more for Floripa Stars. Not out of the woods yet are Uno Mille. To be honest with you, I mean, you know, they could still be pretty deep into those woods if Floripa Stars can bounce back quickly enough.
I'm surprised to see how good the buy is here, but I can keeping things in winning ways. Pass towards middle. Crazy shot needed. Not going to be given. So tough. Really tools up connector here. Leo Monster looking to thrive in this environment, but pushing past the smoke a little early. Let's Brinzik get another multi-kill. Still having so much impact in this round.
Should still be locked out, though, or Floripa Stars. I say should. Sakamoto has a line. And with ZMB down. Uh-oh. Remix not going to have the vision. With the smoke on the line, and with that, it's a little bit scarier. Oh, missed shot from Remix. Sakamoto, his position somewhat known. There it is. Remix, when given the second opportunity, will take it and will convert. The double kill of his own. To put the Uno Mille squad back in winning ways again. 3 straight rounds.
There you go. The 3 straight rounds right there is exactly what they needed. To at least offer up a chance of playing up against the Pistols. The relief of that. Which has to be a huge relief for this squad.
Yeah, mid has been used and abused here by Uno Mille in those last 3 rounds. They're going to do it again. Missed shot initial there for Lukita will be the key to his demise. Ooh. These B-side targets, they've been pretty consistent. That's a phenomenal nade, though. Ooh, it's not great, but Nielsen does survive. Brinzik, though, he's the guy to have in this clutch right now.
Without a doubt. Sneaking up. Sneaky as can be. That's a headshot, though. Finds the first. He's going to be scrambling, but up against a pistol. Will hit the ground hard. Trying to take the duel right there. Running away. And that distance right there. Still winning out the fight. Not allowing for them to escape. They finally get up against a more comfortable buy here after such a long last. And it just means absolutely nothing. It still gets ripped away from them.
Yeah, 3 players on B. And that's just the first of the issues to deal with. Instant dink as they come around in a headshot to dismiss. One of the numbers coming from Catwalk. Phenomenal on the pistols. And then Brinzik, I mean, he is having an incredible game. Oh my goodness. What do you do? ZMB, he swings. They were blind. Fallon still hits the shot. Sicko gonna get a refrag down into underpass with Uno Mille now down by 1 man.
And the frustrating feeling that you consistently face here is that you can't do nothing right up against this squad. Good utility, doesn't matter. They're still hitting shots. I'll punish severely. Can actually make some decent strides though into It's A side with the connector presence, but it's tough to lean on here with all this map control, this information being reestablished. Just as BNC realizes, just as quickly, he will be ripped away.
Well, it seems like Floripa Star is not done yet. Nico, but this is still very approachable. That's a nice shot from Remix, and with Reelsin in jungle, Remix staying alive. Great movement to escape. Reelsin still in a powered position, but he steps forward, gives Sakamoto the chance of a lifetime, and he's got to get off of the boost, but he still will be able to fight through. No escape made for Sakamoto to close again, and 3 kills for him. There he is.
That's huge right there. Big time plays coming through from Sakamoto, defending up against what really did feel like kind of a give up there in the 4v2. Not the prettiest of pushes through that murder hole, but all nullified if you just win the round anyways. That's what they do here. So chance to grab 9 rounds at the end of the day. It's gonna feel great for this squad fighting for their life in this matchup.
Oh, that's a great opener, though. Leo Monster giving a little avenue back to maybe provide Uno Mille some space to work with on their CT side. Just got to get there, and get there they will. And it will be in a win, almost certainly now. Burnzik, I mean, hey, a big clutch before, but 1v4. At least the timer's only just starting to tick.
Lean on that fact there, but as soon as the timer starts ticking up against him, that's going to cue him up into a very quick demise. Uno Mille going to walk away with 1 extra credit. But still feel like they're in an uphill battle heading into the second half. You know, they'll be excited to happen into their defense, but so many situations there in a very similar fashion to how we looked at the way that that first half was lost out on Ancient for Floripa. They get it done against them.
That they do. Hell of a recovery, but a hell of a CT side, excuse me, for Floripa Stars. And if they don't miss a beat and pick up a pistol round win, I get the feeling that Anubis is not that far away. 50B setup here for Uno Mille. He reels in on the jump spot. He's still got 2 supporters in Leo Monster and BNC.
Jump spotting in. I give that deep jump spot, it looks like, but it don't work no more. Just trying to bait in for the idea that this is going to be a B play as much as possible, or a lacking B defense, I should say. Much as possible. Remix, dangerous game he's playing, jumping up on that. A little overexposed to underpass. He will be blasted because of it. Caught unaware.
Causes a reaction. CMB still here, but Leo Monster, he's looking to play super aggressive. I mean, I don't know about that. That's the kit as well that's dropped. PNC and ZMB will team up, but ZMB already dinked down and now removed from the round. Well, that's crucial for BNC. He wins that fight, now allows for the kit to be recovered here by Reelson. He's got a Molotov this late, and it is on target. But it's a CT molly, so it's gonna be trash can anyway. They know they're there. They are aware. Great shot, and they're all dead. Yeah, BNC hits them at the same time that reels and finds Burnzik. Okay.
That's nuts. Couple of kills right there. Popped off. Definitely surprising to see the start of that right there. Looks so worrisome, but the recovery effort being made with decisive moves from the defense in a clutch situation.
That's technically a 3-on-5 that Mille just recovered. No, it's attempt to be traded. Leo Monster, that is kind of where that starts, but you still got to be impressed with the recovery job done. But Mille, they cannot stall out here. They cannot afford to. And Floripa Star is going to give it their best shot to make that happen. 3 rifles involved in this force buy. Technically 4 if you're counting the scout. Mille, I mean, poised as if they're playing, an anti-eco there, to be honest. Might work out pretty nicely for them. But they're gonna leave it.
Take this off angle here. Gonna be difficult though with the contact approach. Nice coverage for window. Oh, but they get him while utilities in hand instead. While dodges that peak perfectly. 4v5 manufactured now because of it.
Might have been an overstep from Leo Monster in the last round. Not this round. He gets his and runs with it. Lovely. As reels in, test the waters in apartments, but when he sees how much resistance is available, he's just going to go back to the jump spot. More than that, he wants the whole thing. Sakamoto shows him why that's probably not a good idea, but Leo Monster is going to arrive. An A4 from this distance going to be very effective. Sakamoto, AK in hand, but CMB trades him. And with a double out of CMB, it's Mille who stand off and convert that from a bit of a dangerous round into a win.
Start right there. Reels in. Getting aggressive with that MP9. Not scared whatsoever. Get past the force by here. They're going to quickly be able to close the distance on Floripa Star's lead. Up against now Pistols once again. Equal action though. Phased is Leo Monster. Those pistols aren't forgiving. Continue to overstep.
Would not be a time for one of those missteps. Ooh, it's a wild spray that BNC tracks down and takes the USB out. Not just damage limitation, but damage denial by Mille. With 5 surviving. Wonderful.
Casualties here heading into the first gun round looking good. AK's brought out here for Floripa. Quick mid smokes. And 4 players looking towards the A side. Maybe just trying to bait out a lot of mid attention before the contact approach towards A. It's going to take place. But Forensic better be careful. Zambine making no secret about his aggression right now.
No, I mean, it's enough to make Floripa Stars sort of rethink what they're doing. Or at least stall it out momentarily. As they sit and wait, watch for the aggressive ZMB that doesn't appear to ever actually be going any further forward. ZMB gonna get an extra smoke too. Be placed in. Leo Monster all the way through mid.
Sumi head through apartments? How did he get towards middle?
Must have been apartments, excuse me, you're right.
Yeah, look at this. Lokita thinks, okay, now I have the jump to get a flank, but no. They got the flank covered well off there. Flash is tossed in. Renzik looking to duck and cover. Flying out. Aggression. Gonna overwhelm them. And it's all tied up at 8s now. The CT side looking very dominant with the map control.
Yeah, that's a forward position that you're just never going to anticipate. Even though it's, 55 seconds into the round, Floripa Star is just not really providing the respect. Or I should say Mille not providing the respect that Floripa Star has anticipated. Especially when it's after such a dominant map in Floripa Star's favor up until that point. That's bad news. That's like the third time that Lukita has disconnected, so maybe a little bit of consistent technical problems starting to plague Lukita in this one, which is a bit of a tragedy considering the amount of importance that is on this match in particular.
Yeah, that's got to be a bit of a frustrating factor here if that's kind of a theme. Especially knowing that Lokita can be pretty successful for this squad, but struggling really to bring that into fruition. Mostly been the Brenzik show and Sakamoto. You taking a step back, we knew we put a lot of weight on Sakamoto heading into this one. He's had a couple of really good rounds here, really impactful rounds, right? But something to keep an eye out for this T side as well, right? Sometimes I feel like his T side positioning, or at least role wise, maybe not really the best in terms of benefiting his individual ability.
Yeah, I mean, at one point, Burns at 15-5 as well, so yeah, part of that not needed when he's going so hard. This one's just the eco. Sicko, though, on a hero AK. Visual. CMB. Gonna take another fight, too.
Whoa.
That is ambitious. The AK gets into position. CMB's still here, though. But isolated. Very isolated. Finally felled. As the Sicko rifle recovered. Bomb plant's very nice to have. And it will be soon to end here, I think. Floripa Stars. They got Burnzik, and he's been good, but 7 HP is just not a lot. A wayward bullet will end him. And it's not so wayward. Intentional. As Burnzik falls to BNC's hands.
So Mille grabbing a lead here on this map, which is exactly where they want to be. The CT side remaining strong. Again from the AWP. CMB wins that duel. I heard a shot out from Allen, but not on the market. Must not have been. CMB coming out head to head. On the secondary, and yeah, I think the ops are gunned. They are just gunning them down. The one-shot wonders on opposite sides of the map. Remix will actually eventually fall, but I don't think this is going to change the round whatsoever. Yep, back surprise. AWP picked up for the doubles once again as CT side continues to thrive.
Yeah, that's a big surprise. Uno Mille, not a huge like double up enjoyer type of team either. You know, they'll do it on Dust too, but this is definitely gonna be a surprise factor there for Floripa Stars, and you saw it. You know, they look to react to head towards B after ZMB kills them from connector, and they're like, well, what? There's another one. Side yet to lift up off the ground here. That's unfortunate for ZMB. He actually naded the smoke open, turned because he thought it was back, but it hadn't configured back in yet.
There's a good couple of kills back in response right there. The issue is, it is going to be Leo Monster having to duck in. Wait a second, bomb.
The bomb.
We made a bit of an oopsie. We made a big oopsie, in fact. And it's going to cost them dearly, especially with this flank continuing to roll out. They're not going to believe their eyes when they turn the corner and spot the bomb in their hands. And another kill out of Leo Monster. The palace side is vulnerable, but that is, again, control still. Knife is out, and yeah, why would you expect that? Wow. That is a brutal way to potentially lose a round here. We'll see if it is a lost round. A flying Allen into the open arms of Remix. Catches him in the air.
And it's more than just the round. It's honestly, you know, map point at minimum on the line as well. Because all the loss bonus in the world doesn't change the fact that without a bomb plant, you're still looking at like 3,800 more than likely at most for anybody. So it is the half by pistols up here for Floripa Stars as they go Tech 9s in armor. Try and break through. Leo Monster gonna get aggressive here. Maybe they can get free gun.
Not necessarily free, but maybe a trade that's pretty worthy of a nice little opening pick right there, right? I mean, take a 4v4. Potential gun retrieval. Can't quite do that, though, anymore.
I don't love that move from Leo Monster. I don't think that's the move on.
What about this?
I mean, probably not, but that one at least a little bit more of a surprise factor, you know?
Yeah, and you know what? It got the kill and he stays alive, so it's better than just one kill and die.
That is how that works, allegedly.
Allegedly. In a video game.
Yeah, I just to like touch on that a little bit more, I just think, you know, if that's the move, there's got to be a flashbang for Leo Monster, surely.
Boost action. They are looking interesting right now. It just feels like Underpass is such a massive gap in the defense that is going to be exploited. Sakamoto's going to have himself a field day. It's open. Targets here. Reels in. Unaware. Watching market, but even that timing's working out. And eventually turns around there. Sakamoto trying to clear out more angles, but there's nothing more to really clear out. And this is going to be an open site. Huge, huge mistake right there coming through from this defense that try to be aware of it at least. Flashes do not catch Remix though, and that's not going to really bother him. Finding a fight through this round. Remix going to recover for them. They got blindsided by the underpass, but they still hold down the line in the retake.
Man, Remix recovering in so many ways in this round. You know, recovers what was a 4-on-4, which is bad for the CTs. Like, you know, numerically it's even, but it's the CTs who got to hold the whole map. So, not usually great. He recovers that Leo Monster gave away. And then he's hit a couple of nice shots. The second one especially, in order to set them up to get this retake going. That's a huge relief there for Uno Mille, who almost had a little mistake that cost them just like Floripa Stars did in the last round previous.
What's it take for them to finish the job? Look at this. All the HEs, this little arsenal right there for ZMV there and towards ticket booth. That's a deadly ticket booth. You want to make sure you're paying on time.
Otherwise, you might
Otherwise, you'll get exploded.
That's right. There's like a game idea in there somewhere. I was meant to...
Oh.
Okay.
All right.
No, it is a palace smoke. I thought that was like meant to be a flash or something. Missed. No, it was on target. Alan though has struggled after his lightning start to this map.
Yeah, it's a
Seems
good
like...
trade back there from Remix. She got this position in towards Palace, but the bomb is also dropped right now, so I don't know what the end goal is at the moment. Ooh.
Leo Monster to survive, but he can't. The bomb will be recovered. That end goal might still be in question, but a lot of space that Rielson has here. And if they go A, he's going to be in a great location. A looks like it is the move. Oh, but hold on a second. You can see his left.
Reels in. Still looking for a timing to aggress, and gonna at least deny the bomb plant here. Oh, Lakita tries to pre-fire around the corner. 10 seconds left. Someone's got to figure out how to get on that bomb. And as he loses his teammate there, Brinzik, who's had such a frightening map here so far, is going to be bested. It's Uno Mille in that second half that just remained flawless from start to finish. They just dominate Floripa Stars. And as we expected here, they are the team that moves on to playoffs. But this so far has been a Swiss stage that has surprised. So Uno Mille surviving the scare that Floripa Stars provide and moving forward here into the playoff berth.
Yeah, a playoff that, you know what, I think Uno Mille, they're the team that we expected to come through there, but Floripa Stars making them work for it in both maps. I gotta appreciate that. And, you know, for what is this like organization's first foray here into CCT, I think they took advantage of what they had. Even if their expectations were at the minimum, they took advantage, were able to get their money's worth, you know what I mean? Got a whole lot of officials in there, which, you know, as a core, they've struggled to do in this season of Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, and it's just good to see that they are able to put up some resistance. I think there's still maybe some work to do in terms of what they can bring to the table on those G sides. Maybe trying to bring in a little bit more of clean access in that department, but we can definitely see the defenses. I think the next step here for Floripa is to probably figure out how to use that incredible aim from Sakamoto on those T sides long term. Felt like, again, still kind of being underutilized in these tougher matchups, but obviously struggling to pop off in that department is going to lead to this team right here closing out into the playoffs. Excellent look from this team. They had some tough times, but it feels like even when they did have those difficulties, they had so much firepower to bounce back in challenges and those small mistakes. So they're going to find themselves in playoffs here alongside Pain Academy. That does leave us with just one more series, though, between Game Hunters and Praso to determine our last playoff team, who's going to be fighting in there, and Game Hunters with a difficulty to start off this Swiss stage, but looking good to fight back versus Praso. I mean, this one I definitely think it would be huge for either one of these teams to take that position.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Praso with the hope that they can kind of find a little bit of space to work with in what's been a difficult kind of beginning here. To that one and another one of these Argentinian squads who, I mean, we've been talking about all of the different ones that have kind of moved through, like Dusty Roots. We've talked about Shinden. It's cool to kind of see the depth that's there. So it'd be massive for them. But same situation where Game Hunters, much like Uno Mille, right, have been a playoff team before, and they're looking to send themselves back into that space. With that being said, it is a third series that is coming up. It won't be our pretty faces, though, to take you through it. We got a whole another set of casters to jump into that one, but we're going to take a break in order to facilitate that. So stick around. We'll be back with more CCT action to close out this Swiss in just a bit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to what is going to be the final map. Not only that, but the final encounter to decide who is going to be the last team to make it towards the playoffs here within the South America Series number 8. It is Ideal along with my good friend Roy, and today we are going to be able to spectate and be able to commentate what is going to be a brutal beatdown between two teams that have given it their all, but it's demonstrated to yet not be enough. So one final push is needed for them, Roy, in order for us to be able to bring it home or fall within quite literally the gates to heaven.
I mean, it is, so to speak, the last ditch effort that both of these teams are going to have. The last team that will be making it into the playoffs right here. And now we already saw Pain Academy narrowly making it through. Mille managing to bounce back versus Floripa Stars on that last game and closing it out in 2-0 fashion. But now it's all about Game Hunters and Brazo Clan. Brazo Clan, we did see them yesterday. They did manage to extend their series versus their Argentinian counterparts. However, Dusty Roots proved a little too much for them yesterday. Perhaps today it will be a different scenario for them, and they are definitely hoping for that because Game Hunters are looking to put an end to their tournament run.
Well, let's see how exactly that is going to work out right here, because the stats for the people we're going to be seeing today, rather the rosters that we're going to have. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, the first stats, right? I always forget there, como va la escaleta. This is basically just the two teams that are remaining, right? Just the last two teams that are remaining.
Last two.
Before we see whoever's going to go down. I mean, we already saw players take a very unfortunate loss. However, with Pain Academy, I mean, barely able to clutch things up. We got Yawada, we got 2070, Bounty Hunters, female. We got Nitro and Velox. All of these teams that unfortunately are not going to be able to make it towards the next stage. While as we already have the teams that have been decided, already claiming that 3. Of course, one of these two teams is going to be the ones to be the last team to be included within the playoff series. While as the other one will unfortunately fall, like I mentioned, with only one more step left for them to take. And it was not enough. So let's go ahead and head over to the rosters to see how Game Hunters is composed of.
Oh, here they are, the Game Hunters, the all Brazilian menaces. Nolks, PRT, ABR, Slashes, and Mellow. These guys, they had some time to get used to one another, especially ABR, Mellow, and PRT, who have been together for the longest. But, I mean, there's plenty of experience in this roster, to say the least. And these guys are looking to correct, perhaps, some of the mistakes of the past. As, you know, you do not find yourself for free in that 2-2. They did lose versus Pain Academy and Swingers, but managing to defeat both 2070 and Velox, make it to this point, and they are definitely looking to continue to prove themselves with a qualification towards the playoffs.
Let's see how exactly that is going to work out, because their opponents are going to be the following right here. Because I mean, Game Hunters, they're not going to have an easy way paved towards the playoffs. Where they are going to be facing off against Brazo Clan, which is going to be Dotti, Lenzi, Pav, RZK, and Hez. We saw yesterday that these players, exactly, they're really, really good when it comes to putting up one hell of a fight, right? But I mean, unfortunately for them, Dusty Roots was able to take them for a very comfortable 3 maps, in which, yes, you did get the second one, but then once again, you unfortunately fell within the third one, and it wasn't a nice, graceful fall either, right? I mean, you did go down fighting, but every single time that you try to fight back, unfortunately, we're unable to do much off of it. But this is a new day. A new story is about to be written right here. Of course, where is going to be written is going to be the question, because we already have the first bans coming in right here from Brazo Clan, which is going to be Dust 2, the first ban. I'm going to be very real with you, Roy. I think that it's quite interesting, to say the least. I mean, Dust 2 is their most one on map, and for them to go in with the ban on it, definitely quite interesting, to say the least. Game Hunters getting that ban on train, and now Inferno and Anubis are the first 2 picks.
And you talked about it on, we were bantering it a little bit before we got to open up, and Inferno really didn't look all that strong of a of a performance for Brazo Clan. So definitely looking to prove themselves in the same grounds that brought them so much pain. Whereas Anubis is going to be the pick of the Game Hunters, as you mentioned, but more close quarters. You already know how it goes, introducing a couple of elements that might heighten some of the skills that they've been working on. And of course, if we do need it, Nuke is where Brazo Clan and Game Hunters will get close out. Interestingly enough, yesterday we saw Brazo Clan play on Nuke as well, and they didn't do so bad for themselves. Dare I say that they actually were performing quite well, but like you mentioned, it's a different day. So, I mean, especially Lenzi and RCK yesterday were really popping off. Let's see if they do bring that same type of heat, because Lenzi, that man, was not letting his team fall to the ground yesterday. They definitely played a massive role in how, Brazo Clan were able to at the very least get one map. Yes, the other two, we talked about it, it wasn't as close perhaps, and I mean, that's a bit of an understatement really, because it was quite a bit of a beatdown. But I mean, they did show up that when they get all their stuff together, they can put up quite a bit of a fight. Though Game Hunters, again, they are going to be looking to make it clean around here, and perhaps they were, reviewing a couple of given that we have the same maps, perhaps they got a chance to check out some of what Brazo Clan can bring to the table. So let's see how that goes for them.
And I mean, you said it yourself, right? We were talking about the fact that Inferno definitely didn't really go well for them. New day, new series, new opportunities, especially right here since the game is now live. I'm going to be heading towards it. Inferno being, I wouldn't call it a bit of a comfort pick or anything like that, because this is both teams' least one map on, right? The thing is, the severity in which the losses have occurred, of course, is definitely different, right? Because I mean, we have Inferno 5 times played coming in from Game Hunters, winning twice. They were able to get the biggest win is on Sensei, and the most lousiest win and loss that they've had was against players, right? So within the last time that they actually played this was a good amount of time ago. To be exact, it was a little bit over, goodness gracious, it was a little bit over 2 months ago, in which they lost 15-19 against Fakidubiru. So
that's quite the name.
Yeah, fake Duviru, something like that. Fakidubiru. I don't know how to say that, but just I want to be clear, that is the name of the team. Do not have an idea on the fact that maybe I'm swearing or anything like that, but I mean, that is when last time that they played it. So let's see if they're not rusty within this. I mean, can you really say that you get rusty on Inferno, being such a prominent and important map to always perform well on? Let's see how that works out right here, because I mean, they are going to start on the defending side, given that this is Brazo Clan's pick, and they have to make do with the offensive. However, how well can they make do with said offensive whenever you got Game Hunters on the prowl?
And Pav is going to be the first aggressor right here. Got to get the jumping shot, incredibly so, onto Slash's, but the coast is not quite clear because Mille is right there. And here comes the answer from the CTs, though not enough to completely fend off the site. Still a little bit of pressure, and the flank is coming through from Banana as well. Mille just biding his time. And has a bit hesitant. He's got to make a little bit of noise, so his position got to be perhaps a bit given off. Nokes covering for his teammates and doing so perfectly against Dodd. And with Mille that bought just so much time and not enough numbers really on behalf of Brazo Clan to do much else. I mean, the start was good and it was an impressive opener right there from Pav, but it didn't really amount to much more. The rest of the squad don't really get it together, and we saw how that goes. Usually when we see Brazo Clan be a bit more competitive, it takes for them, a bit of a stronger start. Let's see if they can actually find some of that. I mean, those Tech9s could still be very, very dangerous against the Game Hunter.
We've already seen these MP9s really tear a hole through every single one of these players that they can get their hands on, especially if they have little to no utility, right? And the armor is here. So, I mean, that's going to be interesting to say the least. They did go in with the full buy once more, coming in from Brazo Clan Game Hunters. very ready to take down anybody that maybe even thinks about coming through right here. But the fact that we have that smoke right there, it's more than enough to let these players know, like, hey, we are just jumping or looming around the corner. And you do not want to even think about going through there, because in any given moment, you could go in with the spray. Oh, I thought for a moment that HE was going to hit very, very close to home. Ricochet inwards. Maybe catch a couple of these players off guard. We're going in with the anti-flash.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Hez. Okay, I see you. Maybe, I mean, he was flashed off, so I understand why that happened. However, you don't really want to let those type of things happen quite often, because, I mean, Hez went down, and it was because RCK took him out. So, what can you say about coordination right here, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that, though. My goodness. Lancey, we talked about this, man. And once he wakes up, the rest of the team looking alive as well. That M4 going to be a much-needed upgrade for them. ABR looking to get rid of RCK, but again, Lancey being the cornerstone of the aggression here from Brazo Clan. And other thing that we did see from coming in from the Argentinians, it's that they definitely felt a bit more comfortable going on the aggression rather than playing defense. So, ironically enough, this is where they could start taking off. And right from the get-go, they do find the answer. Those take 9s prove to be more than enough to deal with the CTs. And so Game Hunters are going to be diminished and pretty much forced to play in a similar position to what we saw previously from Brazo Clan. Good catch there from RCK, but tons of damage being done towards Pavandati.
Yep, and not only that, but the fact that we already see PRT taken out super early on is going to cause a lot of issues. If they see the player, they have not seen the player right there. However, it is going to be Slash to take down Dottie. Immediate retaliation right there coming in from Hez. I mean, the firepower difference is apparent right here, as the last player remaining from Game Hunters, Mille, has literally nothing to his name other than a pistol. He's going to change something a bit more on the lighter front to enhance his possibilities right here, because, I mean, when you're stuck against a rock and a hard place, you definitely want to have as much as you can. But this is the fact that Brazo Clan played so comfortably with their aggression, right? Whenever they were able to take a bit of a lead over here within Banana, just taking down a couple of players. And once they made their way towards the site within the previous round, even if they were down the firepower, within the firepower alley, they had the numbers advantage. Or Game Hunters can't really seem to catch, or rather take a page out of Brazo Clan's book. And now it's all up to Mille to maybe save the day. Definitely not going to be a round win, at least as of this moment. But he could catch a couple of wins with, you know, those exit frags or anything like that. But no, Lancey, once again, being the decisive factor within these pushes, man. It's definitely been him. And we actually saw him yesterday here within Inferno not be able to perform as well as he liked it to against Dusty Root. So definitely a bit of a change in tempo that is very well warranted. And now it's Game Hunters, the ones who are on a bit of a back foot, because they went for the buy. They went for a similar strat that Brazo Clan had adopted, but fortunately for them, it didn't really go quite as well as for Brazo Clan.
With a strat here, and it is Spray and Prey. RCK finding 2. The rest of them are going to be left to Dottie. As also Jenny the Tally with FMAS. So fast effort in this, you know, bit of a restore around here for the side of Game Hunters, just looking to reestablish their economy once again. And so they do rapid fire in their hands. And only 2 rounds trailing behind. Nothing to worry about quite yet if you are rooting for the Brazilian squad of Game Hunters. Here comes the smoke. Early on. But the answer in the form of a Molly and also an HE towards the logs to see if anybody trying to get a little bit aggressive. Turns out not to be the case. Now, the Game Hunters set up quite nicely for themselves, and they are going to have a bit of waiting time before Brazo Clan really closes in the distance, at the very least, towards the mid portion, thanks to that Molly. play it patient right here. Team Hunters, of course, there's still plenty of time on the clock, so it's not like Brazo Clan are gonna feel too compelled to make any mistakes quite yet. But sometimes you have to force those out of your enemies, so let's see how it goes. And that's exactly what we're trying to do with the exchange of mollies. We've seen plenty fly already, so the really running a little bit thinner here for the side of Game Hunters, to say the least. Much can be applied to Brazo Clan. It seems like it was only a bit of a fakeroo as they are trying to make it all the way across towards A, but that is gonna rest on the shoulders of Lenzi to see if he can lead the charge.
They tried to go in with the bait over there towards B, but they saw that it was very heavily guarded, right? Not only that, but we had Mille with the AWP, so definitely gonna want to take as much time as they can. And they actually thought that they could do something about it, but both PRT, Nulks, and Mille, all three of them claiming a life before RZK is able to stop the Opper. So it's just 2 players remaining. PRT stuck quite literally within the out in the open before Nulks is able to take him out right here. It's just Dottie against the world, and with no time. 47. Now the Game Hunters are tying things up, but I mean, with the fact that Dottie was able to preserve his, oh no, never mind. I thought that things were tied up, but no, it's actually Brazo Clan the ones within the advantage right there. So it was a 3-1 scoreboard. Man, that's definitely a good omen right here if you're Brazo Clan, if you're starting off winning on the T side of Anubis. Inferno. Anyway, can you like notice? Can you like notice that I just do not like this map at all, man? It's like I just want this to.
You're such a hater, brother.
Yeah,
You're
I do not like
hater.
Inferno, bro. I just do not like it.
You're calling it all sorts of things except for its name, so I can tell you're a hater through and through. Also, Melo's got himself a hater. That is gonna be Hez, taking care of him with that AWP. The CTs is still standing a chance, but okay, ABR gonna decide to retreat. Look for a bit of a wider angle right there. Standing at a distance. And they are expecting to fake good nade out of slashes. The mask could get easily overrun though, and seems like Brazo Clan are very ready to look forward. No shots through, but slashes finds no dice whatsoever. B completely belongs to Brazo Clan.
Site completely occupied. Clock is ticking against you. What do you do? If not just retreat right here, because yes, you did lose your offer, but I mean, at least you still have the opportunity to save up for everything else. Not unless Lenzi has something to say about this. I mean, even if the round has essentially been secured at this point, they still have a lot of a fighting chance. The AWP still within the hands of ABR, Roy, so they still have to try to continue pushing forward if they want to give out the most damage regarding the economy right here. Gonna see a bit of a, oh, that's a cheeky little smoke. I like that. I like that a lot. But oh, it's a perfect smoke as well because it provides coverage for pits. That's interesting. Quite interesting. We do see PRT go down, fortunately for them. But do you peek? Do you peek? Do you get the kill? Not quite yet. Ooh, we actually saw him very low on his health, but fortunately for Game Hunters, they were able to preserve it quite well towards the end.
And I love this play by Lance. Just getting on the aggression when he has a chance to do so. And the rest of Brazo Clan also following suit, so as to do as much damage as possible towards the CTs. For as much as things can get out of hand for the Ts, if their counterparts get a good hold of their economy, while they're not yet fully established, things are quite different. We are just gonna look to hold down the fort for just a couple more seconds, waits out the storm. Turns out that Pap finds nothing with the AK. Not quite yet, at the very least. Don't forget that PRT and Nulks are only going to be sporting pistols, so that is a bit tough for them, and it would be a good break if they get rid of slashes. Mille, of course, at this point in time, probably thinking more so about how to survive the round, or rather, and do something extra towards the B cause, but look at that. Look at Slash's go. They cannot deal with this man. That is a massive, massive double, and instead of trying to push forward, Hess is gonna decide to rendezvous with the rest of the squad. Very wise decision, especially considering that Lancy and company are already taking names. This should be a free plant, and there was still plenty of time, so not like I blame Hess whatsoever for the decision to move, to hit the rotation completely towards A. And Slashes, though, he's gonna get a chance to catch himself an AK, but he gets immediately shut down. Lancy, once again, we talked about him, and I think that we're gonna keep on talking about him because he has been looking lights out today as well. And since it looks like the rest of Brasoclan have also woken up, then things are boding a lot better for themselves.
That double really, really led Slash into a good position. The thing is, it's also incredibly important for you to know that Brasoclan has really good game sense, right? So what happens when you already have a guy that was able to claim 2 of your teammates down, and the little information that you have is that he's around second, right? So, I mean, right there, that's when you simply take note of things and say, you know what, if I have 2 teammates over there, worst case scenario, it's a 3v2 situation, and since I'm now all alone, of course I want to be the one to try to make things happen off right here. Brasoclan with the 5th round in their name, while as Game Hunter still struggling with 2, already taking a heavy beating right here if you're ABR. Slash who have been the 2 defenders of the general B area, right? I mean, we got them right now within sandbags, trying to catch anybody that's trying to come up from banana. We got Pav with just simply staying there within the cubby, or there within logs, while the rest of the team is going to be near the A site. Now, why do I want to talk about the what a nice flash right there from Mille as PRT is able to get the kill on Lancy? Why am I talking more so about the fact that people are being, you know, habilitated here? Because simply grabbing the information properly within areas that can be very difficult is going to prove very good for you. Because now Dotti, while he is quite lit up, I mean, he still has that AWP within his hands, and it could be RZK's moment to shine, as he could be tying things up right here for his team. He does not see him immediately, but he's able to get the kill on Nolks. Now it's going to be a 2v2 situation in which, does he expect them? RZK, if you want to make your way through to stop them before they're able to get the plant, I mean, you still gotta have your rifle outside. The same thing happens right there. Dotti is unable to reposition. Bomb is now down. We're going to be getting that defusal right here coming in from PRT. Once again, a lot of lack of coordination right here coming in from Brasoclan. I mean, they really bit the dust, but not because they were unprepared, but more so, once again, uncoordinated.
Yeah, a bit of a different thing, I have to say, and also deciding to push through the smoke all nilly-willy definitely proved to be the wrong decision right there. RCK manages to kind of pick it up, but then he tries to get there, doesn't have the timing, and Melo instead is gonna shut down the last 2 players. I mean, what a shot right there. Good tracking out of Melo, barely catching the retreating player out of Brasoclan, and so Game Hunters keep it very manageable. Let's see if they can indeed turn things around. Oh, that is a bit of a nuke being delivered towards Banana right there. Ball flies through. ABR decides to get aggressive instead. He will not be deterred by the utility coming in from the enemy. Calm before the storm, but here comes a bit of an extra smoke. Look at Molly. ABR somehow still managing to stay alive, even after being just directly in the line of action. 1-2 punch right here. Pav shoots through the barrels, and like it's nobody's business. Both ABR and Slashes, who, mind you, Slashes have been mighty successful at keeping B pretty safe, or at the very least slowing down Brasoclan enough for the rest of the squad to make it in. Now it's going to be a tougher ordeal. Nox only manages to slow them down, but it is not for enough time for Game Hunters to change how things were going, and so it is going to look like yet another save here for the side of the Brazilian squad with Espresso Clan. They reached the halfway point pretty much. What else can they get out of this first half?
Whenever you're on your pick, of course you want to feel comfortable right here. And this is a completely different Brazo Clan that is now forcing people out with the utility. They're making sure that anybody and everybody who is on the verge of getting lit up or something like that is forced out in a proper manner, right? I mean, you got Lenzi trying to run and gun right there. Unfortunately for him, he is going to be taken down by PRT. PRT claiming a double towards the end of the round. Helps out a bit to be able to buy something coming forward, but with the rest of the team essentially in shambles regarding their economy, and Brazo Clan looking mighty fresh. I mean, it was a bit of a risk that you could have avoided, but if you took it, it was going to work out wonders within your favor, right? Because only 2 players have rifles. One is rapid fire within the hands of PRT and his AK-47, while as the other one is a little bit more lethal in the hands of Mille with that AWP in his hands. The Deagles, though, more so the Deagle, the singular Deagle, coming in from ABR, as ABR has not been proven to be as effective as we've seen him beforehand. PRT with the shot, what a shot right there. Brazo Clan now out of the contention, at least for Dotti's sake. However, they can still make things happen. But got both Hez and Mille with the AWP over here. The battle for mid, quite literally, and it's going to be Hez with the kill on Mille. Great stuff. I really like what I'm seeing right here, coming in from these 2 players with the AWPs. And I mean, ABR, you can't really let those slide, man. First, you gotta make sure that somebody's right there within, over there within. But whenever you drop from balcony, because that's a really, really nice area where people generally tend to hide and catch these sneaky little kills. Yes, it worked once. How many more times is it going to work?
As many as needed, perhaps. We'll see about that, though. Game Hunters, they managed to weather the storm. 30 seconds here for Hess and RCK to do something. A not quite yet cleared up. And again, timing gotta be of the essence, but RCK's reflexes allow him to get that frag, so you already know that Hess has to make it in quite fast. Holding down the line of crucial importance right here, PRT. Gonna have to retreat and wait for Slashes to make it towards him. And now the T's are on notice, but they at the very least get the bomb planted for themselves.
And of course, you could probably hear there's going to be somebody coming in from Boiler Room, and if he doesn't, it could be coming in from balcony. Great stuff right here coming in from Hez. However, Slash, he is not going to be able to do much off of it. Not only did he not have a kit, but why not save within that round? You know, you had an AK-47, could have at least saved up a little bit more right here since you lost an AWP within the hands of Mille. Definitely not really what you want to see coming in from Game Hunters. Hell, if I even say that, I think that maybe he could have even been able to buy the AWP for Mille, right? I didn't quite check how much money he had previously before this, but man, a lot of bad decisions being made right here from Game Hunters regarding their offense and their defense, which are leading to Brazo Clan really being able to, I want to say, like, yeah, I think the correct word would be leech off of what can be given for them right here.
Ooh, nice little spot by Slashes. Getting ahead of the game. And only a couple more rounds here to go for Game Hunters, so they need to take every single opportunity that they can get. RCK gonna lead the charge alongside his buddy Hez. We already saw these 2 guys be extremely effective, of course. Flash is not the only player lurking about. PRT also hug at his corner. RCK in a very tough spot, and right out of the shadows comes through. Hess manages to shut it down. Good reactions out of boys in yellow, but look at Mille go. This is where he gets to stand up. Oh, crazy stuff. No way, Hess gets to hit him. Definitely not going as planned, and waiting for his Slashes approach, and he takes aim. My goodness, Hess with the absolute confidence that he could actually welcome the challenge. And he just rips Game Hunters apart. Even in spite of the numerical advantage being gained early on, turns out 3 players was all that was needed for the Argentinian forces to get the W.
Yeah, and even if one unfortunately goes down in a bit of a comical manner, right? He did not see the player that was behind him. Not only that, but I mean, we actually saw Slash take a good amount of time to be able to even shoot as he was sneaking through that smoke. But I want to be really, really sincere with the fact that you saw how that dry peek coming in from Slash didn't really work out. So once again, we have these issues with the economy that hinder the Game Hunters up until a point where they're slowing things down. That's not working for them. That's not really working for them because Brazo Clan is a completely different tempo right now. They feel very comfortable with how they're attacking, when they're attacking, and how they're using the utility in order to force Game Hunters into positions where they're feeling uncomfortable. We saw it previously, right? You nade quad, you're able to move the player out from there. The one player that was there, move him out, and then get a bit of a frag afterwards. So, and you are getting the kill and pop right there through the, even through the flash. RZK gets one on Nox, but still very everything throughout the entire gunshots being heard. Still got 2 teams that are preserving their calmness and stillness where it is crucial.
Man, I love that has decides to has an RCK decide to rip a couple of up shots through the smoke, even just like fishing for luck. I mean, you might as well try at this point. And Mille about to have to be a bit more worried. Though ABR does manage to close in the distance just in the nick of time. He already saw them and he's got to get himself a 2-piece. So through mid, there's going to be no push. Lenzi still going to try to make this presence be known. Has to distract him. Seems like they are still deliberating on what they want to do. RCK decides, okay, we just don't have enough time to make the full rotation at this point. It would have to be a one-man effort. Oh, that was a miss. I was not expecting that, and this is looking like finally Game Hunters are going to get something to their name. And indeed, that is the case. Just not enough time to try and close the distance in. Game Hunters, I mean, yes, they're going to have to overcome this lead after, you know, a bit of effort, and particularly if a good start comes their way on our second half. And it is something to get close out in your terms pretty much so. Really looking forward to what Game Hunters can do for an answer here. Because, I mean, Prasaplan kind of gave this one up, especially with that 2-man push that ended up being a feast for ABR. But other than that, I mean, Prasaplan have for sure looked better on T. Hunters, it's their turn now to show us what they're made of.
See how that's going to work out for them. And RZK already claiming a triple kill right here. And PRT is looking to don one for himself as well. He's got...
No!
He almost got one of these players reloaded, but then Lenzi through the smoke, able to finish up, sweep through the 2 remaining players right there. 9-4 within the scoreboard. And if we know something about just overall South America Counter-Strike, is that we see them go in for these buys a lot more than not, right? So doesn't seem like that is going to be the case right here for Game Hunters. So they're going to let Brazo Clan go into the 10 scoreboard without much of a buy. So, I mean, it seems like they're going to go aggressive, right? They have to go aggressive with everything as it is. But look at that smoke all the way from downtown. Not only that, but those HEs are really going to put a dent in the offense that they want to go for. Completely flashed off. Gets 1, gets 2. Unfortunately for him, he has to switch to his Torperetas. Dotti, though, able to cover up for Pav. Now with these MP9s, it is going to be a bit of a bloodbath, to say the least.
The way the cookie crumbles, double digits for Praso Clan already. The Argentinians looking mighty comfortable. And I couldn't help to think that Cap a couple of seconds earlier could have even wiped out, a couple of moments earlier, I should be saying. And they could have wiped out the entire squad just with those dualies after running out of MP9 bullets. But hey, it definitely happens when you are not quite packing the type of firepower that you're expecting. The first frag out of Nolts. But the flank is right there. Oh, narrowly doesn't manage to find the second one. The damage has already been done. I mean, yes, Praso Clan did take more casualties. However, the hunters are the ones in need to prove themselves. Though this would be a massive, massive victory for themselves. Just taking a look at the economy from the enemy side. I mean, you really could force them to make some expenses or, you know, hesitate a little bit about how that avenue is developing for themselves. So, an incredibly crucial spot here for Game Hunters. They're looking to make the most out of the 40 or so seconds that are left in the clock.
You know that ABR was able to hear somebody drop down, but can't really give the cue to rotation, right? Unless you see or hear the utility fly. And speaking of, that's exactly what they're looking for. We have the approach right here coming in from the CT side. All the way from Banana, but will they be able to catch this player that is just playing a little bit around? Car right there. Lancia is able to get the kill on ABR. RZK still alive, though. Gonna go in with these HEs. Nothing much left for them other than to continue to play this round properly. Lancia sees if there's anybody maybe he can catch right there. RZK is going to be ready for a swing. He swings and he gets the hit. Over there within Nulks, within Dark, Lancia is able to take down PRT. One player left alive, and they know exactly where he is. That is going to be Slash against the World. Quad isn't going to be enough for you to be able to move from there. And Pav gets the defusal, making this 11-4, Roy. A map in which Praso Clan was looking good at the start, but their history indicated that it wasn't going to be well off for them.
I mean, they definitely paid close attention to the mistakes committed before against Dusty Roots, and now they are looking like a very, very different squad. Much more lively here on Inferno. And just 2 rounds away from securing themselves this one, and dare I say, only one, considering the Tech-9's Team Hunters are sporting. Though we've seen just how much work that specific gun can put. I mean, this is actually how Praso Clan manages to establish themselves with a bit of momentum from the early portions of this map. Here comes Bush, though. Only 2 players towards B, and they're going to be forcing the smoke out. They're going to stay concealed for a while, and numbers prove through right now. Nulks, oh, the trade! It comes through just narrowly. He's going to be catching Mellow, though, and I think that the same is going to happen to ABR right here. No, not quite yet. He is gunning everybody down. Only Hess is left alive. And, oh, he already saw him getting a bit of a lucky break right there as he was kind of expecting the rotation out of there, but ABR decides to stay in the same spot, and not enough cover for him. Decides to take the challenge, was feeling confident after taking those 2 frags, and I mean, those were one-taps. Immediately deleted him out of existence. That was around at Game Hunters. I mean, required ABR pretty much to win. Of course, now they have AKs in their hands, but I mean, it is going to be very, very tough to make the comeback, to say the least.
Last round within the half, ladies and gentlemen. Not only within the half, but possibly the entirety of this map. We have a 12-4 scoreboard as of this moment, and with this peak, will we be seeing somebody try to come out on top right here through mid? Boiler room not quite properly covered for. And that smoke is going to stop any players from approaching through top mid. So, I mean, the only way that they can approach is actually through Boiler Room, so. From the other side, you can actually hear the bullets being fired off right there as Banana, once again, being a prime point of contention, as always, on every single map you know and love. That is going to be an area that is very, very well fought off on. And even that smoke, in order to push Hez back, what does he do? Does he expect somebody coming from arches? What is the play at this point? Seems like the rotation is going to be properly due from Hez. Support with the AWP over here within CT, which I definitely agree on. The exchange within, okay, I like this, exchanging positions right here. So it seems like he likes a little bit more to play from Coffin with his AWP. I can't really blame him. That is a very good spot for an AWP to play on. Especially since the execution is coming forward within a couple of seconds right here. Completely flashed off. As is going to step back. Now it's PRT and a team against the world. Do we see the shots being fired off right there? Hess gets taken down. Has the ability to take on the world right here. It looked like a hero while doing it. However, Slash puts him down. And the 3v4 is on deck at this point. Do you try to go in with the offense is the question, Roy. You're already way too deep, right? So, gotta take it. Clock is ticking right here for against Brazo Clan. It seems like they're going to find one player. Yup, that is going to be Mille with the kill on Pav. While they were retreating, the A site is now the area where Brazo Clan rests for the next round. Oof. Like we were saying, yeah, 12-5 on the scoreboard as of this moment, man. Bomb about to detonate. Really can't do much off of it, right? But the thing is, you still have a lot more where you can continuously go off of. 12-5 is a scoreboard that, you know, you can't really feel uncomfortable on, especially if you're the one that's 12.
Yeah, no, I think Brazo Clan definitely is still feeling comfy. Even though they definitely had a shot to close it out. Gonna take them a little bit longer, so I would like to see them be a bit, you know, more careful with their expenses. But no, Hess instead is gonna go straight for the scout. He's like, if I can get my AWP in hand, then I will get the next best thing. Ooh, those were some massive shots. Getting quite tagged up. I'm managing to get quite a bit of progress for the likes of Brazo Clan. However, the answer is still right there. 3v2 at the moment. ABR getting tagged up as a consequence of the early scuffle. And you still challenge that Hess. Can't help but wonder if you might have been better off just buying some time, you know, because now you are forced to play completely split. And if Dot doesn't manage to get the first pick, which, mind you, it should be a bit easier for him, given the health that remains in both ABR and PRT. But hey, you never know. Numbers could be makes the difference here for Game Hunters, as they do have the ability to push as a unit. First one to make it in. The ABR. Oh, good shots out of Dottie, though. Immediately retreating. The bomb gets planted. But that just gives chance for RCK to try and close the distance in. I mean, had he got the frag, then he could have set up the one-on-one, but instead, Brazo Clan are gonna run away with the victory. And a much-needed one at that, after what we saw from them yesterday. This is a bit of redemption for the Argentinian squad.
Redención, right? We gotta say it in Spanish when we're talking about Argentina, right? Redención.
Oh, yeah.
Especially since Pav actually brought all of his family, right? La tía de Pav, la mamá de Pav, everybody within the chat.
Always.
Right there. Shout outs to them. Siempre andan aquí al pendiente de eso. Saludos para ellos. Saludos para todos y cada uno de ustedes que están en el chat. But, I mean, Inferno, definitely a good map right here for Brazo Clan, which was definitely an unexpected pick, right? An unexpected one.
Not at all, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you saw them yesterday and we were, no, what was it, 2 days ago? No, yeah, it was yesterday. We saw them yesterday against Dusty Roots, and you would think like right now, at least Inferno was definitely something that would have made them gag, right, with how nauseous they should have felt with that unfortunate defeat. But I mean, right now they played that perfectly, and not only did it work out well for them, but we are going to be heading towards Anubis, which is going to bring a little bit of a change of pace, Rory.
Oh yeah, and to say the least, I mean, not really a strong suit for the Argentinian squad, to say the least. At the very least, statistically speaking. But I mean, they're playing hard right now, and perhaps Anubis is going to bring them the W that they have been looking for quite a while and close it out in 2-0 fashion. But I'm definitely looking forward to the answer that Game Hunters are going to be cooking up in this next few minutes, as of course we're going to be heading towards a super small break, but we'll be back as soon as we have our map number 2 for you all.
best, want him to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And after a bit of redemption, like we were mentioning before closing out our map number 1, Brasso Clan has managed to take a bit of a lead for themselves. However, the Game Hunters are ready now to take on the challenge, and we are going to be heading towards their own picks. So that is perhaps a bit of a crucial thing for themselves, as they are going to be feeling a bit more confident. But more importantly, I think that they should just wipe out the memory of what just happened, let it go, and continue on to the next one. Keep it one map at a time, one round at a time, and, well, after all, they very much still have a chance to make it into the playoffs.
Yep. So now let's go ahead and head straight into the game, because now here within Anubis, I got some more stats to talk about, right? So here within Game Hunters, this is definitely their best map up until this date. 16 times played with a whopping 62.5 win rate, which means that out of the 16 times played, they've actually won 10 of them. And they've won a good amount of times against teams that, generally can be considered quite good. Joga de Eterno, they actually beat them 13-1 here on Anubis, right? However, same thing happened to them. They actually lost 13-0 against Bad News Chickens. So definitely a bit of a polarizing thing, as we've seen right here. As for Brasso Clan, they haven't really played much on Anubis ever since the name change. Let's see how that's going to work out for them. I'll talk a little bit more about stats about that later on. However, at least for now, it seems like they've already made their way towards the site, and now it's about time for a retake.
Looking to fend off the incoming CTs. And much like Inferno is going to be a tough task. However, when those dualies are leading the charge, you find yourself quite a bit of success. Lenzi only finding one. That could prove to be a terrible thing here for the side of Brasso Clan, who are missing way too many shots, and surely gets shot down. And so, with the kit in hand, AVR will make sure that Game Hunters get the start that they wanted, that they needed, really, to get themselves some momentum and, try to milk out as much as they can from their CT rounds here on Anubis.
Yeah, because, definitely one of the more agreed upon, I definitely think that's the word that we're looking for, agreed upon situation here is that this is definitely a T-sided map, right? Definitely a T-sided map. It's a lot easier to go in with the setups as needed. It's a lot easier for T's to take control of mid, and if mid is heavily contested, it's very, very easily taken out of a spot by a couple of smokes, and or it gives them the leadway to make their way through towards the A or B side, right? And speaking of A or B side, it seems like the way inside is definitely not going to be through here, as ABR coming in clutch with the kill in the second one, coming in from Mille almost immediately. Once again, this is what I was talking about. You can't really let things go so easily if you're a Brasso Clan. Not only that, but you went in with the buy. It worked for you on one occasion. How many times will it happen once more? I really don't like what these two rounds spell as an omen, man, because we've already seen it happen time and time again. Brasso Clan bites off a little bit more than they can chew, and then the momentum starts getting rolling. Sometimes you just cannot come back from it.
Oh, and don't shoot your teammate down like that. Lancy getting a little bit too overzealous. God manages to live, but will he get to tell the tale? I don't think there's going to be much life out of him after this, and he walks straight into the fire and straight into the bullets that Nulks was delivering. So I have to agree with what you just said, in that it doesn't bode too well here for the chances that Brasso Clan have to make this a clean effort. Though, to be fair, even if the worst happens for them in this map, Nuke, we saw them yesterday, and Dusty Roots were, whenever they had a chance, they were not holding back their punches, is what I'm going to say. And on Nuke, it was very, very competitive, though. I think that, yes, Game Hunters probably is going to get their chance to to force out our game number 3, or hopefully I should say, because still not quite probable enough, or too early to tell really, but in spite of them getting the even situation, it is going to be a battle, bro. It is going to be a tough battle. Close out the series. Let's see though if this is very, very slight advantage. Casablanca can make anything happen, and they immediately start getting picked off. Mille waited for forever for his chance to strike, but once he got it, it's all curtains, and you cannot walk, sorry, as both of these boys on B. Well, you know, it is going to be tougher. Oh my God, Dottie almost surprising us, but it would require much more for him to really amount anything out of this. Good start so far for the Brazilian squad, and again, exactly what they needed.
A huge advantage. Huge advantage right here for Game Hunters. Could have been a completely different story if Brasso Clan had not gone in with the bye within the second round. I mean, it worked out for them within the first map. The thing is, this isn't the first map again. Inferno is a map that really rewards proper challenges. However, Anubis is one that rewards a little bit more on the aggressive side. While as that generally tends to play for it, the lack of firepower sometimes can bring you down. And speaking of bringing you down, it seems like they want to take down player right here. The doors right here, HE, that's going to hit ABR very, very harshly. Do we see the shots being fired off right there? Not quite yet. None of them even do so as graze him. They actually hear him being able to move through there. RZK opts not to move from the smoke. That's very bold of him. And we still have the Opera that is yet to claim his position at this point within the scoreboard. I mean, he does have a impeccable 2-0 KD. None quite yet with the AWP though, so let's see how that's going to work out. Smoke dissipates. Of course, we're going to see the shot being fired off right there by Mille. And, I mean, even though RZK is going to be able to get that kill on PRT, still going to be a lot of time that they're going to lose with that Molly. And now they have to make a decision. Do we want to go to B, or do we want to go to A? With mid control right here, it's definitely looking to be a B push, where they will find Slash head on, along with at least a little bit of backup right there from Nulks. Very easily rotating from Palace. So let's see how that's going to work out. We're going to see the Mollies, we're going to see the HEs. Everything's going to start flying by with those flashes. Fortunately, nobody is going to be affected or afflicted by them quite yet. The full-on rotation coming in right here from Game Hunters. Will it be about time that Brasso Clan puts themselves on the scoreboard? A couple more seconds and we'll let you know about it.
Find out, Pav. That's on only one. RCK picking up the slack though. Last few seconds, the shot is heard, and so RCK gonna take his chance to leave Mille out of existence. ABR comes through. Oh, that was nasty out of ABR. Though I don't think that he even is gonna consider approaching side at that point. He just has to retreat and save this rifle for the cause of the CTs. Of course, they're still ahead of it quite a bit, but finally, Valencia and the boys able to get something, and I just have to say, ABR, what a way to close out the round. Even if he didn't get the victory, at the very least, a moral victory.
Yeah, there are a couple of questionable kills that I do have to say that double kill was definitely unrequired. Because look at that. Why is he jumping like that?
Yeah.
Why was he jumping out of corner just for him to be immediately shot down, right? So a lot of questionable decisions right there made by Brasso Clan. Fortunately, none of them costed them more than, just a loadout. But how much is a loadout worth for you to sacrifice your life like that for absolutely nothing, right? Because the intel had already been rallied. So I think it was, once again, a little bit of lack of coordination right there, or rather unfortunate timing coming in from Brasso Clan that led them to lose more players than what they should have. Let's see how that's going to work out right here. We got PRT. So right smack in the middle of the site. Right here, gets caught off guard with the flash coming in from Hez. RZK does get the kill. Mille has been lit up quite a lot. And that could be their cue to simply stand back right here and try. Yep, that is going to be the cue to retreat. They want absolutely no smoke No flashes, no mollies, no nothing coming in right here from Brasso Clan, as it seems like they're going to inch a little bit closer. But do Brasso Clan go in for the hunt? And it seems like they are going to try to do so. At least not now, though. They want to secure a round and then probably go in for the next one. Can't really say that I disagree with the situation, Roy. The more rounds that you can get without losing anything within your name, other than, you know, a couple of pieces of utility that you voluntarily throw out, keeping your AK-47s, your Gorillas, everything, is, in my book, a very, very good round.
Brasso Clan managing to catch up, or trying to do so. Getting ever closer. We've seen them once they really get a chance to have things go their way, especially on the aggression. They just completely take over, but after that strong start from Game Hunters, they have been slowed down to a crawl. Let's hope that they have not forgotten what's at stake here, as it is going to be a battle through and through. Flashes in PRT, of course. Now, I've got to get as much of a chance to perhaps be more than fodder, though we'll see. At times, you know, even just a pistol in hand can make such a big difference. It's all about the man that is about to pull the trigger. First smoke comes through, so mid completely got in, being shut off. Grenades onto Mille. And Lindsay's gonna fast start the approach, a bit of a rush. Team started here by Brasso Clan, and I told you, even just a pistol can make all the difference, though. That is Lindsay being shut off. Call out comes through, so Molly flies towards main. Oh, narrowly managing to make it out of dodge there. RCK though, excellent approach out of him. Never mind that, as Josh shut him down. And Nox does much of the same path. Now between a rock and a hard place, the bomb is his only friend. And even if Nox is quite packed up pretty much, the 1-2 punch, and both of them survive Game Hunters. They deny an even situation out of Brasso Clan, and that was a bit tragic. I mean, RCK, he didn't really have to commit to go for the double. He could have just held down his angle and hope, or wait even, for somebody to overcommit. And also them not fast checking their, you know, all their angles that they could have at the very start. I mean, their rush doesn't quite go as planned, so Brasso Clan, they kind of let that one go. That's a bit unfortunate for them, but I mean, props to Game Hunters. I mean, narrowly managing to survive and making the most out of it.
Yeah, I definitely agree with the fact that you haven't seen as much utility being thrown out right here in order to clear the sites, right? In these areas where it's super, super important. Once again, ABR has been on fire, man. Right now, it's definitely his game, the one that we're seeing being played right here by Game Hunters. He's been doing absolutely great. Not only that, but I mean, Nolx has been on fire too. And that's really been the differentiator right here. Via Molly to flush out PRT. Yep, and they do not expect him to go in with the swing, and he swings twice. Gets 2 hits right here. Not only that, but ABR is there to back up. Yep, that's Stoddy with the unfortunate loss right there. And then ABR with a triple kill. This is what I was talking about, man. Right now, he is definitely feeling himself quite a lot. Because this is an ABR that we saw glimpses of within the previous game, right? He was the one to catch a couple of double, triple kills within the rounds that he was able to secure for his team. But overall, it was a different type of Brasso Clan. Now it's Game Hunters, the ones who are looking very, very pristine on their defense and comfortable within their map pick. However, I do want to bring attention to the fact that Brasso Clan has been very well known for their aggression, especially whenever they're on the T side, and they're unfortunately down on the dumps right here for the economy. But at least right now, Game Hunters is looking absolutely great with the way that they're playing.
Much needed fire out of them. Oh, clean shot at a Dottie. That is gonna allow him an upgrade. And if they only get that out of this round, then that could be enough. A plant would be even better, though. That is what they're gonna attempt. 2 and 2 currently find themselves game hunters. Nokes and Slashes, who have both got their hands quite bloody already. Defending B, which is exactly where Clan find themselves at. RCK gonna lead the charge. Not gonna see anybody at first. Try to check the corners. Ana has an idea thanks to that toss, so Nox gonna get tagged up. Not on the approach, but the M4 from Slashes brings too much. Triple out of him. And a couple of extra shots just to show how confident he is.
Good measure, right? Good measure definitely coming in from this team. I mean, just overall, once again, Game Hunters securing a good round for them, even though we saw just a very crisp headshot coming in right there from Dotti on ABR. But once again, the firepower that has been handled right here coming in from Game Hunters has been on a completely different level regarding what has been seen from Brasso Clan, especially on Anubis. We saw a completely different Brasso Clan on Inferno, and not only that, but once again, the usage of their utility is definitely been the spotlight right here. There's been no different thing than them just constantly going for these pushes, constantly going for these flush outs with the HEs, the setups, the kills, everything. Haven't even really had a lot of time to be able to go for bomb plant analysis because there hasn't really been a bomb plant other than on one occasion. So Brasso Clan definitely, or on 2 occasions rather, sorry, the ones that were won by Brasso Clan themselves. So once again, it's a very rough bout, the one that we're seeing here coming in from the attacking team, because Game Hunters looking good, yes, but up until a point of having this sort of an advantage, definitely not something that you expect early on. Ooh, double kill right there coming in from Mille, and now you have them with a bit of a disadvantage, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, definitely not something that you want to see. Oh, we have RZK with the possibility of trying to go in right here and getting a kill. I mean, can time allow it? Can Mille allow it? That's a triple kill once again. Mille going absolutely berserk right here with his AWP, already claiming double the kills that he had previously.
I don't think he's gonna turn that into a cuatro, however. In Lancy, still gonna be putting up a fight. The tail end of this round number 9, even though it's already done and dusted, of course. He just lets go of the gas for just a second, and that's all she wrote. Last-ditch effort out of Game Hunters to do as much damage as possible, and it works out like a charm. I mean, Mille, those flicks were nasty. That shot, incredible. And Game Hunters on top right now, and looking to make much more. Now, a perfectly mirrored situation, pretty much, in what we saw earlier on Inferno. But now it is Game Hunters, the ones that are going to be holding a lead. And Brasso Clan, or as much as I said that they were feeling comfortable on the offensive, that seems to be a relic of the past, because at this point, they are struggling hard.
Okay, as with the headshot, takes down Nox. Alright, through the other part, do we have the offense that is going to give them at least a little bit of an opportunity right here? See the bomb plant. ABR has been lit up. 11 HP remaining on one of these players. Everybody else quite healthy. No utility coming in from Brasso Clan other than one singular smoke within the hands of Lency. So, setups right here coming in from Melo. From Mayo. Could spell the difference if they are to approach. Que Mayo, sí, efectivamente. Que Mayo. Que Mayo, because whenever you're within this specific situation, you really don't want to commit too hard off of it. Usually have Pav and his teammate going in for the spray right through there. And it's not really going to happen too much off of it. Everybody has already hit the switch right here. Now they're going to get out of there. Mille, once again, stuck between a very, very unfortunate situation. However, I mean, I guess that this save is definitely a smart one, to say the least, because they know that they have the advantage. So they really don't have to commit too much towards anything other than just simply staying put and waiting and reacting. If they can't react in time or don't see a good outcome off of it, simply standing back at times is the correct option.
Yeah, and look, even if all goes stout in this round number 11, they still have the money to fight very comfortably during our last half of the, our last round of this first half. So, I mean, twice out of Game Hunters, they have quite a bit of a lead. They will not try to force the issue whatsoever. Mille comes through, but Mid has been a point of contention, which Brasoclan have been struggling to control in the manner that they might have liked. Molly not quite gonna graze him, and Mille comes through. RCK finding out, and the damage is done already. Oh, excellent. The nade comes through, and pressure from Connector as well. Take a look at that. Nolks, bit of an overwhelming position for himself, and the smoke is not gonna allow him to feel as comfortable trying to take the charge. Alba makes it across, aggressively so. Pressure coming from Connector yet again, but look at that. The T's, they reallocate and are able to exert as much pressure as needed. And so Brasoclan still having a good shot at making something out of this last few efforts that they're gonna get on T. And for sure, 7-5 could look a lot better than the other possibility that Team Hunters just completely took over. Let's see if they even get there. This was a good sign for them, even though it feels like a late wake up from the Argentinian squad.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a late wake up, but I mean, better late than never at times, right? You definitely want to understand it a little bit more. When you're really used to it, gonna see through that smoke, and he's gonna get flashed off in order to save his teammate from there. What a save right there. I need a hero, bro, and he definitely got it right there. It's one of those I need a hero plays in order to, like, you know, flashes off, get out of there.
Oh yeah.
Coming in with the cavalry essentially right here, but Mille. Now, are we gonna see the approach from the T side towards A? Definitely been one of the sites that they've tried to go for very, very often, but it has not worked off too well for them, Roy. I mean, sometimes you just need to stand back, right? Just understand like where your offense is coming from and where it's going to be worth to play from. Right now, Brasoclan has been having a hard time quite putting their finger on it, seeing where and how they want to approach. Don't stack, whatever you do, don't stack, because it's PRT and Mille both claiming one for themselves. We see a flash off right here. Once again, not really wanting to commit too much to it. Tez does get the kill, but then Nolks.
The miss,
very
bro.
crucial miss.
Oh, that could have been so different right now, but I don't think that S is gonna really stand a chance. However, what I think doesn't really matter. Look at that, he sets up the Molly as well, just to give himself a bit of safety. And prove me wrong, Hess. Prove me wrong, please, I beg you. Flashes, going all the way around. Don't get an angle quite yet, and he gets tagged up. Oh, he doesn't die though. He misses his flashes. Letting this one go. The nade comes through, and that doesn't do it quite yet. Flash comes through the Tech 9, and he not able to take advantage of it. Managed to pick. Playing whack-a-mole right here. The tension is in the air. Slashes 5. Make sure to close it out, but wow, that was a tense moment, Hess, for a second. Had me with the heart pretty much all the way on up to my throat, man. I was losing something right here. My pressure, my blood pressure was just feeling a little too high. Brasso Clan almost breathe a sigh of relief thanks to Has, but unable to clutch it up. That was so close. But regardless, Game Hunters, that has to feel like a bit of extra credit for themselves, even though it was a beautiful play, by the way. The setup with the molly first and then isolating the angle, but not expecting the jumping challenge right there. I guess expect the unexpected.
Yeah, I was like about to say, like, who does expect the jumping challenge from
Yeah.
there, man? Like, what can you do whenever you see just some
That was
random
crazy.
guy?
That was a crazy
yeah,
chow.
just fly through the air with a USP in his hands. I'm sorry, Glock in his hand and say, like, you know what, you are gonna go down, right? So I mean, nothing much left for him to do right here. We do have a full-blown approach towards the A site, and of course they're gonna try to go in for a bit of a retake right here. The dual Berettas aren't gonna be as effective within that range. They have to wait for everybody else, though. Valencia is already able to get a kill right there on Mayo, however you want to call it. So it's now going to be a war on two fronts that seems like they're going to bet a little bit more on towards the left side. Nulx does get the kill on Valencia, the player who was going in for a bit of a different angle right here. Thing is, no more firepower right here coming in. We're going to get Dutty with the defusal. RZK is going to be taken down. And once again, a very unfortunate situation. Where is the coordination coming from, Roy? Like, you know that you have so many, like a good amount of players within the site. And you still have to coordinate yourself properly. What is somebody doing?
They stood there.
Still trying to go in for the defusal.
They stood there. Bit of impatience, perhaps, coming in from Brasso Clan. That is going to heavily cost them. Is this doable? Yes, for sure. Five rounds of lead. It's not insurmountable, but if Game Hunters manage to cross towards double digits, which they are very likely to do, things are gonna start smelling like a decider map for sure. On your Brasso Clan, then you want to get it done in two. I mean, I did talk about how Nuke is looking like a particularly good for them. But you don't want to leave it up to chance, of course. Brasso Clan are going to try to mitigate that as much as they can. Their own abilities. And look at that Dottie just hanging around by his lonesome. Lency about to get a grass on. Pressure onto connector coming in from Game Hunters. But, oh my god, Hess! The hero plays out of him. He gets the drop. Couple of shotties. You know, pellets later. And you'll find out. Oh, RCK also going massive. That was so big. I mean, these guys are finally waking up. And even though it was looking like they were out of hope, Brasso Clan, they decide to make a stand. And so, there is a chance for them to overcome. I mean, Hess definitely enabling this round. He just waited for forever for his chance to strike. And as soon as he thought that he had timing, he just decides to get the drop, and look at that. Bang, bang.
And this is definitely one of those rounds where you don't expect that Deagle to go crazy, right? But I mean, it did. And now it's going to be the Game Hunters with the recovering that advantage that they had. And even if you're going to try to go in with a full-blown approach, you're going to be able to get it. Game Hunters looking pristine right here as Brasso Clan is once again stuck between a rock and a hard place. I mean, we saw Lency, we saw Hez rather get a beautiful advantage early on right
approach,
here
though.
with the Max 7. But yeah, I mean, they're taking a lot of time with their approach, and now it's a completely different story. I mean, you only have okay, I was about to say, I mean, you only have a shotgun within your arsenal in order to try to make something happen.
Oh, he
Don't
heard
know
the
where
drop.
Slash is. Oh, yep,
He heard the drop.
did. You gonna knife him? No, we actually hear where he is. And he gets a little bit precipitated for it. Does he have the kit? He doesn't have a kit. This is gonna be a nail biter, everyone. Is he able to make it happen? Hey, ¿por qué me lo quitan? Hey! Hey, put it back! ¿Por qué me lo quitan? ¿Qué les pasa? Who won? I don't know. Please, production, help!
Dude, Lenzy doing it all. I mean, slashes.
Okay.
Narrowly not buying enough time. No, that was... Oh, brother.
Why would they
Crazy,
do that
crazy
to me?
stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's because you both mounted Inferno, I think.
I think
Probably
I
has
did,
got
right?
probably has got something to do with that. Now this should be pretty much just a transaction here for Brazo Clan. It's like I give you bullets and you give me a win. Because Game Hunters really don't have the firepower to compete, but they have the spots. And Dottie lurking about. Tommaso's gonna be giving up. Incendiary flies through to block main, but I mean the remainder of Gimme Hunters can make something happen with the FAMAS for sure. Getting ready. Oh, a little too late is Lenzi, but RCK still picks it up. Again.
What is Hez doing,
Oh
bro?
my god. Brother. You gotta stop this. Hez, you gotta
Like-
stop.
And like the thing
Oh.
is, I'm gonna be very real with you. It's up to a point. It's optimal, Roy. Like it's
It works.
optimal because
Like,
not only is
I'm not
it
gonna say anything
working-
bad about it because it's working.
not only is it working, you also have like a good amount of economy flowing your way with every single kill that you get with the
Yeah,
shotgun. So
that is true.
Right now, Hez is single-handedly being the one to preserve El Sol Argentino within its weight, man. Like, he is looking absolutely great with his shots. And not only that, but once again, it's optimal in a way because of how these rounds have been going out. And I mean, Hez is looking absolutely great with these shotgun shots. So now that's going to create a little bit of a mind game situation as well right here for the Game Hunters, because now they're not going to be able to run willy-nilly through these angles that are very, very well contended.
Man, oh man. Brazo Clan managed to delete Nolks, but S is gone. The man of the hour. Seems like Pav is going to be rotating around, and he's not the only one. Lenzi is following on his tracks, so RCK will be momentarily left. Cover for the angle from Connector. No clearance right there. They definitely saw something, and now they are finding out about more. Heavy numbers advantage, and the bomb is right in front of them, so as long as they hold main, this round could be over. However, oh, I thought for a second Slash was gonna do something else, but RCK catches the rotation out of ABR, and what was looking to be a guaranteed victory for Brazo Clan ends up being a bit more of a contentious one. 8-9 right now, and these guys, I mean, they're gonna try to make it happen, and Hess has not stopped showing up. He almost gets 2 out of it too, so I mean, really props to Game Hunters who are still managing to keep it clean and keep it close. I guess not clean enough, and unfortunately also not close enough.
Not quite yet. I mean, Brazo Clan is looking very good with their firepower, and I just wanna say out to the people right there, ¿qué pedo? ¿Cómo andan? Espero anden chido. Neta, para toda la gente que habla español. Hola, sin ofender. But, I mean, we are going to have a Game Hunters that is definitely struggling a bit, right? With their offense, especially with the lack of firepower, or rather, just the raw difference right here. I mean, one of the R's, ZK, the R stands for raw, man. Like, how do you get that triple kill just early off on the bat and put a stop not only to Game Hunters' advance, but to their streak that they had? Reminder, we were 8-4 within the side switch. Brazo Clan has only dropped 1 round ever since they're on the CT side. And you said it, man. You said it yourself. You said Brazo Clan seems more comfortable defending because the rounds that they've won have been where they fend off retakes.
Pivotal round in front of us, deal. Double digits on the line, and the CTs are getting aggressive here. Duddy gonna decide to retreat a little bit. Even though, I mean, Nolks was kind of late to the party there if he wanted to support his boy. That exchange doesn't happen. Now they are there, so heavy presence towards the water portion of the map. For the Game Hunters. And RCK's got to get aggressive. He wins his duel. Flash is being out of there, but now Dottie got to request some support. Oh, getting hit in the face. It works like a charm. Oh my goodness. I mean, right now, Brazo Clan doing it all. Make sure that this closes out in tool fashion. Nothing extra. RCK, is he gonna overextend? He sees him. ABR gonna take notice, and with 2 HP left, he manages to buy himself and Mille a chance at perhaps even surviving this round. 30 seconds on the clock is plenty enough. Be completely undefended. Lancy gonna be the closest one. But Mille, it seems like he is going to wait for ABR to circle all the way from gate. Not that I blame him. He sees somebody already, and that's the second frag, only on 2 HP. Pav better be getting ready for it, and I just ABR on the cross. Oh, that is a nasty shot coming in from Mille, but he doesn't have enough time, and that he just has to hide. There is nothing else left for this man to do. Just sit there, do nothing, and win.
Yep, I mean, time is of the essence, and unfortunately for him, can't really do too much off of that with little to no time left. I mean, that all he had to do was play for time, and that's why they noticed it, right? That's why they simply played it slow. They knew that if they had to commit, they had the proper information, the proper intel right there within the B side. So, once again, being very smart with these plays that they've been having overall has given them a very good leadway towards Brazo Clan. Unfortunately for them, just not being able to stop. And that's for Game Hunters on Game Hunter's side, right? Because it's Game Hunters the ones that have been struggling so much to put their finger on Brazo Clan's defense, right? And it's constantly changing, and that's what's really good about this team, right? Once again, one of the only Argentinian squads, or rather the only Argentinian squad that has not qualified towards the playoffs as well, right? Out of the 3, 2 of them have already made their way inside, both Shinden and Dusty Roots.
Yep.
So let's see if they are no different.
Let's see, man. Mille, for sure, gonna get a chance to prove himself. He was looking quite precise at the tail end of it. And he kept up the pace. Oh, Hess has got to decide to hide for a little bit. Oh, you bite dust. That is not really good that Dottie ended up falling. That is a couple of M4s already in their hands, but RCK, he has to make it out hastily from the smoke. And he shuts them both down. No hesitation whatsoever out of the young gun. Brazo Clan, that is 11 for them, and what was looking tough, now it's a lead for Brazo Clan, and one that continues to expand here. More importantly, so they get this round, they guarantee themselves OT and a bit of a sigh of relief. Words, the Argentinian squad, like you said, they don't want to be left alone. They don't want to be left out of the party, all the playoffs. Oh, Mille, good angle. I should have been ready for that one. He's not, and that allows plenty of presence from mid now. With that smoke blocking the view from Hess. This is either an easy rotation or an easy fake out of Game Hunters. Of course, they could still get clustered up, but we'll see about that. Taking all that into consideration, though, still not a free entryway, especially when you have Hess right there with the coverage. Oh, the timing! The timing was so big there for Dodd. Last time around, he wasn't so lucky, but now making the most out of the opportunities that he's been given to finally get shut down. RCK was always there, and Brazo Clan are just one round away from punching their ticket into the next stage of this.
Qué cabrones, qué cabrones los de Brazo Clan. La neta se están
Rifados.
rifando muy duro ahorita. Muy duro. Game Hunters, unfortunately, simply could not find their way. They could not find their way, man. What can you do?
Hey, they could still, bro.
Yeah, I mean, they could still make it happen, but I mean, it would have to go to overtime, right? And
Yeah.
once again, we've seen that Brazo Clan, previously known as the Champions League, of course, they're really, really good with their overtimes, man. They're really, really good. So I think that if Game Hunters had wanted to win this round in order for them to be able to go to Nuke, it definitely would have been within regular time, not overtime, to say the least right here. However,
Good start.
they are making a couple of mistakes right here, where you have no top pop, does get the kill.
no.
Dusty gets one too. PRT gets a double. Great for him. He's actually able to move out of there. Great stuff from Mille. Completely doable over this. All of a sudden, my man is stuck between the rock and a hard place. And you said it yourself, man. Don't count them out. Can't really do that anymore, especially since they finally get that second round in their name here on the T side.
Oh yeah, I mean, took them quite a bit, but I guess I'll say better late than never once they actually make it to OT, because as of right now, still it's too late. There's no denying that Brazo Clan, they'll have one final step to take, and they're gonna force it out in this one, squeezing their pockets for those FAMASes. That means Hess is not really gonna be feeling as comfy with the up. Oh, no way! Lindsay decides to take the charge, and look at that! The aggressive play from Brazo Clan could end up paying off. Hess is waiting for them. However, he gets shot down by PRT. Demolition to connector, even though there is nobody around those parts. Mine could still come through, only in the shoulders of PRT, and Dot gets the W for his team. Brazo Clan, los argentinos lo logran, han llegado a la siguiente fase. They make it to the next stage. Playoffs are now secured for their squad.
Brazo Clan, 3 equipos argentinos. 3 cabrones con unos cojones del tamaño del mundo. They make their way through, and Brazo Clan said, you know what? I don't want to be left outside either. I don't want to be left outside either.
They won't.
You know, accompanying both Shinden, Dusty Roots, Brazo Clan making the 3rd Argentinian squad has made their way inside once more. What a great display of skill. And I'm gonna be real with you. This is the first time that I actually see Game Hunters and players both eliminated, right? Both eliminated early on before even qualifying towards the playoffs. They were teams that had already been invited beforehand. Players loses against Pain Academy. By the way, Pain Academy has been on one hell of a killing spree and just completely getting better. Of course, this is why they're within an academy part, right? But still, they have been on the rampage. So these are the standings right now. You got Flamenco, Elevate, the only 2 teams that were able to move out without losing a single one. Swingers, Dusty Roots, Shinden, 3 of them that make it through with a 3-1. And Mille, Brazo Clan, Pain Academy able to make it 3-2. So these are your 8 teams that are going to be playing towards the playoffs within a couple of days. Who will be the teams that are invited? We don't know yet, so stay tuned to the social media for the CCT so you can find out who is going to be invited towards these playoffs. This is interesting. Very, very interesting. One hell of a match that we saw, and you know, a completely different story, the one that Brazo Clan gave us, than the one from yesterday.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, what a turnaround it has been. A much needed W for them. They have to be feeling good about themselves, though. The competition is not about to get any easier for themselves. So they're better be using this 2 days in between now and the playoffs to really get themselves ready, because, I mean, on Sunday, we are gonna get to start kicking things off in the playoffs. And remember, that is single elimination. You lose your first match and you are done with it. No longer are you gonna have a cushion in the Swiss format. So it is what it is. And the Brazo Clan, yes, they have managed to make it, but let's see just how far they can go now. And I mean, as well as, of course, Mille and Pain Academy. Those are going to be the qualified teams for today. And we already saw the rest of the qualified squads, but we have yet to find a champion of champions for this series number 8 here in the South American region. However, like I mentioned, that is going to be in a couple days' time. So for now, we go to take a rest, and I hope that you all enjoyed the action. And so we'll be seeing you on the next one.